when dreams and reality collide. A life is turned upside down. Thrust into a conflict where ancient shadows fight secret wars. For control of the future. Her allies hide in plain sight. But so do her enemies.
All right, we are live. Welcome everybody. Welcome back. Welcome to the stream. We're here with the man Poland. You all know him by now. He's off his mute. Hey Poland, how you going, buddy?
Hey Michael, how's it going?
Poland was just telling me that I just had the chat. Of course. Hail, Anthony Perrone is here. Thanks for coming. Hail, Anthony. Poland was just telling me that the war campaign stream today was a blast. What happened on there?
Anthony, were you there?
We're waiting. Yeah. Not riveting radio. How about you just tell us, Poland?
Well, they had the drawn and back hold, of course, which is always amusing. It was for Doom Fate. Doom Fate was the competition tonight. And that was pretty cool. It's kind of a take on Conan, except the lead character is a female barbarian named Valkyrian, I think. And the whole premise is that this society is completely deterministic. Everything is based on the fates, and they are strong believers in following their fates. And this one person decides to go against that, cut against the grain, and it ends up throwing everything out of sync. See, Delta Sperg was there. So then afterwards, they went to this guy's website. I think his name is David or George. I forget. But they went to his personal website and were exploring his own personal comic collection he's been working on since the 90s. And it was the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. It was so bizarre. $99 for a book.
Hail everyone who's showing up. Smiling Bandito, Delta Sperg Force. Thanks for coming, guys. So it sounds like this is a show I have to watch.
Oh yes.
I'm definitely going to check that out. I love a good chuckle while I draw.
Sperg was there too.
Sperg gets around. You get around, Sperg. Do you ever sleep? Do either of you guys ever sleep? It's midnight there, yeah? It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon for me here. I've been drawing all day. Do you want to see what I've been drawing? Let's see if I can bring it up. I'm getting slightly... I'll see if this works. I don't know if it will. No, it didn't. All right. I'm sharing the wrong thing. Here we go.
El Bandito.
Back again. Application window. That's the one. No. Chrome tab. Whatever. This one will do. All right. Yeah, so I'm continuing on my poster print drawing that is going to be on a stretch goal. So yeah, it's coming along here. You can see the guy now finally in the water. It's all swirling around him, and I think it's coming along really cool. Got a little bit of a water orb or ball next to his hand. You can see it's all kind of going. He's kind of controlling it and everything. It's gonna be pretty interesting to try and color this bad boy. There's a lot of little details in here. I'm gonna have to do some of that color blocking, where you put things into the background and stuff, because it's a bit like when I don't know if you're familiar with Liam Sharp, he's a super detailed artist, and yeah, I always like feel sorry for his colorists because they got a lot of work to do in you know, bringing the background, taking the background to the back and the foreground to the front and all that sort of stuff. Well, we got some people showing up here. Ted Lehman's here. How, man? Love your artwork, Ted. How you going? Thank you guys for coming over from Cecil's. I'm sure he's got like probably 600 people or so on his show at the moment. So maybe we'll get a bit of a flow-on effect. A bit of his cup overfloweth, and we shall take up what is spilled out.
Michael, you should just gone in the chat over there beforehand and just said, "Come over here." If you're a cool kid, come to Michael Bancroft's stream.
I was in the chat. He was just kind of randomly picking out some people in his chat to go and check out their Indiegogo pages, but unfortunately my efforts were in vain. But we've been going okay over here at the Lucent. Got a couple more backers since the last time I saw you guys. We're like 2 backers, I think, or 1 backer who backed something really big, like the head sketch, or of course the whole kit and caboodle tier. I've got it back in Australian dollars, so it looks really expensive to everyone. Let me go back and put it on US dollars. We're so close to 10,000 Australian dollars. It's just, you know, itching to get there. But I understand, you know, a lot of you guys are like, "Oh, I'm getting paid next week or in a couple of weeks," and you just tell me you're going to back it. So I kind of got them sitting in the bank already, in the back of my mind.
Michael's holding that. He's counting on that, guys. He's banking on that, literally. So don't let him down.
The IOUs. Are they? So Ted says, Micha and Liam are talking anime. Well, I'm glad I'm not on there because I don't know anything about anime. I don't know if you were here the other day when Rob Arnold said he couldn't believe that Clayton Barton hadn't seen Ninja Scrolls, and we were all just kind of sat there in silence, and no one wanted to say it first. We're like, none of us had seen it either. So yeah, I'm a total anime manga noob. I have no idea. And when those guys get started, it's like they're speaking Japanese. They're just like, it's this funny thing about anime people. They know all the people. They know all the creators and the artists and the directors and everything. And they say their names in full. Like, I don't know all the names of the directors in movies or anything. I don't even know all the names of all the artists and writers in comic books. So they must be really passionate about their anime. I missed your question for a few minutes. My headset cut out. Yeah, we were just talking about War Campaign. Maybe I asked something else, but I've forgotten now. Delta Sperg Force says not Cecil is better than Cecil. Well, time will tell. He certainly makes a lot of noise in his chair. He's the loudest nod you've ever heard. His nod is like, you know, it's yeah, he needs to figure that stuff out a little bit if he's going to come back on the streams more. Oh, thank you, Anthony. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Lucent today. We're going to talk about a bunch of stuff. I'm trying to be a bit more professional here. You know, bring in a few more topics and stuff like that. And the art. This is the poster art, the poster print art that will be a stretch goal. Hopefully, they'll have that all organized by the time the first week of the campaign is up. So yeah, we talked about that. How about we talk about something that happened? So you guys told me about this. Oh, and damn it, I've got to. All right, I'm not that professional. I've got to take this down again because I'm not sharing the audio again. One sec. Got to click that share audio thing. All right, there we go. Did you guys catch this on Ethan's stream the other day? So I didn't catch it live, but yeah, I went back and saw after you guys told me about it. So let's have a listen. Tell me if you can't hear anything.
Let's see. David Feed is here. David Feed, hi.
Hello. Good
David.
afternoon. Good morning for you guys, I guess. So saying greetings from Switzerland, the Maybe
Oh,
the
that's
only
right.
CG representation in Switzerland.
We've got a few Swiss fans.
Yeah, that's
but
true. I even got some. Yeah, that's true. I'm not the only one.
what's
Maybe
on your
I'm the
mind?
only Latino in Switzerland.
What's on your mind today, my friend?
Oh, I was talking about CG the other day. I was thinking about these 3 projects, these 3 upcoming projects that look amazing. The Lucent, Colton Cross,
Yep. Did you hear that right? Okay, continue.
and what's the other one? SOS Onslaught, like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they remind a lot of some old games that people really like. Like, I don't know if you heard about this game called Silent Hill PT or something like that never came to fruition. I think you said. I think some of the CG projects, they look like these really old games, horror indie games that a lot of people like, but that the companies never, I don't know, like during the time of Gamergate, the companies didn't really like gamers and they just shut all these projects
You gave
down.
David a lot of time.
But now we've got these comics.
More than Poland.
Yeah, there's some really really cool,
a lot more than me.
Artists like Joe Ball, which we just saw.
I didn't catch yours, Poland. Sorry, I didn't continue on watching. I should have. I should have done that. I wanted to see him do the whole. What is it? They get the cane. You just swipe them out. Exit stage left.
Exactly. You should do an animation of that. Just have my avatar being swiped.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm actually not too far after this portion. I'm probably
these guys are creating awesome looking comic artwork. I'm really into this kid Odie, who's drawing a Xenotype.
Hail Odie.
This guy's a tremendous artist.
Narwhal.
The Olive Adonis.
There's so many just geniuses working with Comicsgate right now. But
the one I'm really looking forward is the one with the dreams that looks a little bit like Inception. The Lucent, I think it's the name.
The Lucent, Michael Bancroft. Yeah,
that looks amazing.
That right there, that's pretty surreal. I didn't know that Ethan kind of had all that connected in his head, that it was me. I guess that just goes to show, guys, get your name out there and just like constantly kind of throw it at the wall, and people will eventually connect the dots.
Good stuff, man.
You can't even rattle all the projects off anymore. There's so many.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's like there was like a period there was not much coming up, and then it was like a wave of so many different projects and so many different genres also.
I agree with you.
This is my 2 cents. So
all right, thank you, David. You have a great day, my friend.
Hail David and hail Switzerland.
Ethan was just I sent him a super chat earlier today, and he read it out, and he said I said, what was my super chat? I said, saved up for a month to get the honeycomb box, worth every penny. Congrats, EVS, on kicking so much ass, and just ended the super chat with, back the Lucent on Indiegogo. And he said, yeah, I've heard it's really going really well, that campaign. So obviously he's aware of it. So that's pretty good news. Maybe one day I'll show up on his stream when he talks about a bunch of different campaigns. What's Sperg going on about? I'm in the Muppet dimension now. Don't know if these non-human Spergs will cut it.
That's from the stream.
All right. So I'm definitely have to check this shit out.
You're going to have to see it. It's on DLive, but I can send you the link. It's
Xeno is a trip. You're talking about Xenotype, Anthony? Or something else? Let's just skip forward here and see if we can find our poor man Poland. Go forward like this. Your avatar, yeah?
Yeah, the avatar is the same.
Maybe it's going by so quickly I'm missing it.
Yeah, this is pretty cringe.
But
it's gonna be towards the end.
There we go. There's our boy. All right.
Yep, here we go.
Are you ready for the cringe? Hang on, I'm gonna go back when he brings you on. Okay.
They're ringing the bells behind me.
And I like that kind of stuff,
All right, Stu Benzo, thank you.
Here we look. First thing here I'm noticing. This is at the end of the stream. Hey, Tobor's here. Tobor, buddy, how you going? Hey, do you want to come on? Let me know if you want to come on, and I'll send you a message. Because yeah, we've got funny things to chat about with what happened with our Stan Lee thing. Yeah, so it's at the end of the chat, so maybe he's just like he's had enough. He's 3 hours in. He's sick of talking to people he doesn't know. But let's judge on the quality of your appearance.
Man, having you here. We'll see you again soon, brother. Take care. Let's see. Poland 805. How are you?
Hail, Caesar. Hail the chat.
Hail.
How's everyone? Hail, Mr. Vegas. I'm doing okay. You guys are keeping me entertained while I'm working from home, cooped up for a few more weeks.
That's it, baby.
Yep.
That's what we got to do.
Giving
What's on your mind?
From the Excel. Well, everything going on over a couple of weeks. And I think one of the things that gets missed often is that you can disagree with person animus towards them. And I think oftentimes when there's a disagreement about something in Comicsgate, it just tends to go straight to it being a personal attack, which oftentimes I don't think be a difference of.
I agree with you. I think we all need to learn to disagree more agreeably. Thank Poland 805. I think that would be a good thing and make people happier. Berserk Guts, what's up?
Oh, wow.
I didn't want to do this.
But... Yeah, right.
Yeah,
in and out, huh?
See? And when I was on there,
Yeah.
I didn't even hear his response. That's how fast it was. So I was just staring at the StreamYards. I was like, okay, well, nice.
Hold on a sec.
Uh-oh. Michael, this isn't that type of stream.
Sorry about that.
You gotta save that for war campaign.
I don't know, man. I mean, he's in here. He agreed with you, but then it was just, get the hell out. It sounds like to me like he's just trying to wrap up the show, but then again, I haven't watched the rest of what goes on. Callaway, Hal, brother, thanks for coming, man. We're lucky you were here.
Hashtag Animus. Yep, that's it.
CG World Order is here. How you going, buddy? Love this guy. All right. I'm just trying to send the what's it called? The link to Planet Tobor, and it's all being a bit difficult. To go over to Twitter, try and find him, and there he is. All right, got him. I'm just letting you know what's happening. Here we go. And link is sent. All right, that's done. Cool. Yeah, so we had I woke up to a message other day that I don't know if you guys saw it. Maybe we should play it so that you guys know exactly what the hell we're talking about. Planet Tobor does these amazing impersonation, like he does Sean Connery. He does good voice work. He did the voice work for a fan art trailer for Xeno, and then he just kind of started showing off his amazing impersonation. So this is on the first day, I think, or the second day that the Lucent was live. He said, if we get to 65 backers, I will do the voice work. I'll impersonate Stan Lee and read out your campaign. So that's what he did, and yeah, it was hilarious. It was a good joke. I thought it was hilarious. I love impersonations. I think they're funny. So I just made a very quick animation of it and put it up and kind of said, anyway, I'm going to play it for you guys so you know exactly what the hell I'm talking about. So I'm not just describing something. But this is really hard to stream on a laptop. It's nigh on impossible, actually, because I'm just having to manage all these stupid tabs that are hidden on top of each other. But we're getting there. Okay, I got to hide this. Was that in reference to me taking off my jumper? My sweater. Sorry, you guys call it a sweater. I don't know if you're American, Anthony, but yeah, we call it a sweater here. A jumper. You guys call it a sweater. All right. Share audio. Stan the man. Bugs the Lucent. Let's have a look. Here we go. All right, I'm going to play that. Where the hell is it now? No, so tell me if you guys can't hear it.
65 backers on what looks like an outrageously exciting comic book. Now, what is Lucent, you may be asking? Lucent, Wing Dream. The first book in the Lucent series is a 76-page full-color trade paperback, made up of 56 pages of story, plus 14 pages of bonus material. The Lucent is an ongoing fantasy series set in a world not too dissimilar from our own. But there is nothing as it seems, as a place where ancient shadow societies, hiding in plain sight, train a select few to tap into mysterious abilities, to fight secret wars for control.
That was me clapping.
Enough said. Excelsior. Dramatization may not have happened.
More Fox News. There we go. Yeah, so I thought that was pretty obvious. Matt, you're here. Hello.
Now, who could be upset about that, Michael? I ask you. Poland, hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Ew.
Hey guys, what happened, Mike?
Yeah, so I got messages, and I'm like, from a trusted fellow that we all know in Comicsgate, and and he said,
messages?
Yeah, just private message, and he
Okay.
said, just heads up, the usual crowd, the antis, not the SJWs, no, the antis, the you know how they are. We don't need to name names. They're having a conniption over this joke, and they're basically, so I had like, okay, so I'm just having my cereal in the morning, waking up, and he sends me a link to one of their tweets, and yeah, so basically it's first off, they just take the least charitable interpretation of what we did there, as in,
yeah.
we're like, ooh, let's use Stan Lee's name to promote this book, as if that's something that anyone would think about. But anyway, obviously they didn't hear the whole stream and how it came about. But I put that thing on the end, dramatization may not have happened.
As if that matters anyway.
Anyway, yeah,
As if
you're
that
right.
matters. What about how about Carrie Fisher in Star Wars? How about oh my God, any number of other things. What about them using Stan Lee's Twitter to sell books? After
Yeah, right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Come on, people.
Yeah. So
People
anyway,
impersonate James Earl Jones all the time as well.
yeah, I mean everything,
Right.
everyone. People love impersonations. People love doing them. People love hearing them. So yeah, some of the things they were saying were, this is one person said this is the scummiest thing that they've seen Comicsgate ever do.
That's almost
Worse
feels
than
like
the dark
earning
roast.
a Boy Scout badge.
Yeah. And they were really like saying this guy is, he's just, terrible, the worst, blah, blah, blah. And they're just going on and on and on. And even people that I recognize, who I used to follow on Twitter, who've kind of fell out of Comicsgate, were, saying, yeah, their Comicsgate has gone way too far. I didn't realize there were so many humorless people who just, couldn't see something
As if this
have a
was
little
a
chuckle.
thing. Yeah, as if this was a thing done by committee.
Mm.
Like a bunch of. That sounds like a little projection to me.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
it's,
yeah.
Matt,
They
Just,
have their own like weird, crazy meetings or something.
Matt,
we
had a
didn't have
committee-
one. We were just like, hey, this is funny.
We had a committee right here on stream. We decided right there and then.
Yeah, a meeting must be called. All houses must be present.
That's right. It was a unanimous vote. Michael said, "Make it so," and then it was.
Yes, I sent out my minions to do my dirt. I will take advantage of Stan Lee and
When the
bend him to
tickets-
my will.
When the
Right,
ticker
right.
on the webpage hits 70, thine shall summon the Lee.
Yes.
Summon his ghost to do your bidding.
It wasn't an impersonation. We actually rose him from the dead in a satanic seance, and
It was all horrifying.
yeah. We probably best left unsaid the sacrifices that we had to, undertake to be able to get that whole thing to happen.
That's why it wasn't on camera.
We got smiling
That's right.
Bandito in here.
Yeah, man. He was on. You were on Liam's
He's
stream
on
last night. I
Liam's.
watched you. You were yeah, getting around, brother. Good voice. You can come on too. You know. I'm just gonna. I thought I don't know. I don't know about throwing the chat in the link every time. The link in the chat every time. But just I don't know. Screw it. Anyone who wants to come on. I think we're all friends here.
Screw it, it's there. Click the link, it's there.
Makes it more exciting for everyone. Everyone could just kind of come on and have a little. Yeah. So yeah, that was an interesting thing to read.
I didn't realize it made the rounds like that.
Well, they didn't. No one tagged me in anything. I have not heard.
They never will. They never.
I have not heard anything from anyone except about 3 days later, I got a message from a person I don't know, just a private message. You know, where you get like a message, a request. So I clicked in that, and it said something like, just want to settle a debate that I'm having with some friends. Was that Stan Lee thing a joke? Was it a parody? And yeah, I said yes, of course it was. And yeah, so obviously people are.
What else would it be?
Exactly. Like I don't understand. That's what I don't understand. Like they were acting like I'd done some official thing, and yeah, they were tagging the Stan Lee Twitter account and saying, "Are you going to follow this up with legal blah blah blah?" You know, you cannot let someone steal the likeness of to sell their all that kind of stuff. So it was just very funny.
Really? Okay. Okay.
Just
how stupid.
Michael, you're never gonna hear it. Even when they mention people on Twitter, they'll put an asterisk in it so it doesn't tag, just so they know who you're talking about. Though it's pretty obnoxious.
Right.
That's what War Campaign refers to as the gay ops. You know.
What is an
House of Oz here? Hail.
So, like, if someone ever says Comicsgate, like hashtag Comicsgate, but they don't want you to know, so you can't search by it, they'll put an asterisk, like, for the O or whatever.
Oh, okay. It misspell it deliberately or something.
Right. Or misspell Michael's name deliberately.
Yeah, they didn't mention me. They just played because I went onto Liam's stream so pretty much as soon as I made it, and Liam played it. So they were playing that. So they didn't even mention me or anything about it. They just
I haven't heard thing one about any of that stuff.
Yeah, they just said I'm the devil. I should have said that, Delta Sperg. I should have monetized.
Michael, did you?
You're just
can you say that for Delta?
What? Debate me?
Debate me.
Debate me. Like that.
Mike raises some good points.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the method, isn't it? You monetize all the Spergs and the weirdos, but I don't know. I just don't know if I have that kind of patience or I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you guys
kind of go out of your way for that stuff? Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly. No, yeah, you do. Like guys like Ethan kind of lap that stuff up. I don't have enough time in the day to formulate witty retorts to all their nonsense. Did you guys see this? Hang on. Again, every time. I'm going to play it. I know I can't play it because it's
sensing a villain's emotions?
Yeah. It's one of those Marvel lifestyle thingamabobs. I caught this the other day.
Video where they teach you how to read a comic book?
It's in the same vein, but it's something different.
Oh, cool. Okay, that's probably
Here we go.
Ironically hilarious. Then
it's pretty cringy. So let's watch it.
Okay, this is good. I'm excited about this. No audio.
Oh my god. Okay.
That seems to be a common occurrence with StreamYards and people using StreamYards, and I've done it several times.
It's a common occurrence with me. I closed the thing down because I knew there wouldn't be any audio, and then I shared the screen again, and I forgot to click the box. So it's just me. It's not. Let's not drag StreamYards into this. This is a lot of human error going on here. All right, let's see again.
I'm Daphne. Watch tomorrow.
We're good.
My name is Daphne. I am a data scientist for the Walt Disney Company. I take.
Great.
Well, it's good that she started off by saying who she is and her giving her name and not what she is, because we're about to delve more into what she is.
Okay.
As I'm sure you can guess.
Historical network data, and I try and predict the future state or health of the network. This is a network that essentially puts together all the technology that makes the magic of Disney happen, from studios to parks to the offices that we sit in as corporate employees. I'm definitely someone who is very tech savvy. I love learning about science and doing research.
I don't know how often we should pause it and talk about
Michael.
it. I don't want to get any kind of copyright strikes.
I can't help when she says I love science. I can't help but hear Zach's voice. I love the science.
Is this her? Is
know
this
what?
supposed to be her drawing this?
You know what I'm talking?
You'll see the guy drawing it later, and he's in this pristine, totally fake Marvel studio. Like, it's a studio. Not Marvel Studios as in where they make comics. Marvel Studios as in where they film crappy TV spots. And everything is pristine. It is, anyone who's ever drawn a comic knows that this is not where and how anyone draws comics.
But I guess more on the creative side and more what brought me to Disney
course you
is
are.
being able to combine both. I love music and film. Knowing that what I'm doing and the design of things is enabling all of that, and the magic behind it is what makes.
You're right, though, Poland. Of course, they had to find someone who loves the science. I mean, that was just a given.
She just loves the science.
How could she not?
She's a diverse she's a diverse woman that loves the science. She checks all the boxes.
She does.
Perfect. She also loves art. So she's balanced.
Here she is. Look at this. Like, that is not. He's not sitting. He's not going in there every day to draw comic books. That is This is what these guys just will not get right. They will not be genuine. Everything is fake. Everything is just so Disney. Just so. Yeah,
all of the edges have been padded.
But they've got, you notice they've also got a nicely diverse young man in here to draw this diverse character too. So all the boxes are getting double ticked.
Yeah.
Origin actually started when I was quite young. I distinctly remember going to watch the very first installment of the Spider-Man trilogy. I left with this feeling that magical ability to bottle up all that was good and positive.
Well, what am I getting an ad here? No.
Did she say Spider-Man trilogy? What did she say?
Yeah, I think she's talking about the original.
Like the Raimi movies?
Yeah, she said the Raimi movies. Yeah.
But she didn't say Raimi.
Which I think she said the Spider-Man trilogy. So there's only been one trilogy, hasn't there? I think she said that. The other one only had two movies.
That's true.
But it's funny that she talks about that, which I guess is kind of pre-SJW era, Spider-Man. It seems to be the thing. Like, people get drawn to the good stuff, and then want to change it to something else.
So bad stuff. They bad touch it.
And be able to present it to society in the form of these superhuman beings. I still very much connect with Spider-Man because I am still quite young.
What? But
it's kind of cutting out.
woman.
What did she say?
She said she really very much connects with Spider-Man.
Okay.
Oh,
like she identifies with Spider-Man.
How?
But he's a
She
white
loves
male.
the science.
How?
He's a male.
Oh, right. That's just, she's got a little hook in.
Yeah.
She's that. I'm surprised.
I mean,
they put
I'm
that up,
assuming.
because
I'm assuming
that is very against
Matt,
their
you can't
narrative.
assume. Don't assume.
Make an ass out of you and me.
But she's going to bring it home.
Many times I feel like my age is what makes people underestimate my ability. And in many instances, that's how people feel about Spider-Man, that because he's so young, he can't perform under pressure. But that is obviously not the case. I had always thought personal strengths was being empathetic and being someone who was able to sense emotions or
Parents
mental
just
state
don't
in other
understand you
people.
guys.
So yeah, that's just her own understanding of herself. She could be completely off. That's just how she feels about herself.
Okay.
Has
I thought we were supposed to be
in some
sensing a
cases,
villain's
but
emotions.
I am
What is
someone
this?
who tends to harbor those feelings and absorb the feelings that I sense in others.
Hey,
But at the same time,
here comes
I've
the
taken
outfit.
strength of mine, and it's made me all the more determined to make the people around me feel good and feel secure and feel positive.
It's all
Gotta
about
feel
feeling
safe.
awesome and good, and nothing about anything, any kind of struggles or anything like that, because that would just be, what's that about? That's not.
Michael,
Heroes have nothing to do with that.
she said Spider-Man. This doesn't look like Spider-Man.
Just you wait and see, buddy.
Those look like mammies.
Also, I thought we
Wait
were
and
supposed to
see.
be talking about villains' emotions, and it's over
You
halfway.
guys are expecting far too much from.
I've been brought up to
Marvel's
speed on the
entertainment
science and the art.
Safe
You're
science
you're waiting
and safe
for it.
art, though.
She's got cred.
waiting
She
for
saw
them
the
to bring
Raimi
it home.
movies. She saw the Raimi movies.
Hey, look who's here! Smiling Bandito, how you going, buddy?
Bandito.
Hey, hail and well met.
Thanks
Hail
for coming in, man.
Bandito.
How you guys doing tonight?
He's gracing us with a cam too.
I know. We feel that you're the odd man out now, Poland.
Watching this
I've
awesome
tried.
video.
I actually did try to get it to work. It's one identify. Works perfect on Discord, but
I'm surprised that it works here with the Australian internet, because it's we have like the worst internet in the developed world down here.
Yeah, your guys' connection is a nightmare.
Yeah, and
From
we
what I've
spent
seen.
billions of dollars to kind of that we didn't want to let the industry and business kind of compete and figure out all this internet stuff on their own. The government had to step in and put billions, I'm talking tens of billions of dollars, into some national broadband network, and
Some centralized thing.
Yeah. And everyone has to get it eventually. And by the time everyone has it, it will be about 15 years behind the times for the rest of the
there
world.
you go.
Yeah.
That's government
So,
for you. Well done.
Yeah. That's
Gotta get that wallaby internet. Wallaby
I know
stewing
your
on the
woes.
internet, mate.
I'm gonna start hiring you for parties, Matt, because you just make me laugh. All right, let's get through this
Do
video.
birthdays and
When I got
anniversaries
to
and
the hero that I wanted to create, I thought, why not make empathy a superpower? The
Yeah.
character looks like me.
You like that? Why not? Why not make empathy a superpower?
yeah.
They already did with the Lantern Corp.
Well, that's the thing. Like, if we're talking about
so she
manipulating feelings,
Yeah.
there's plenty of heroes and villains who have that. So it's but
Sorry,
just the way she phrased it.
Oh, manipulating
way-
a sense of
her
empathy.
The
Yeah.
way she said it just killed me.
Yeah,
it
this
was-
is that's a Smiling Bandito said. This is her truth.
Because I was gonna say, if it was just like an empath, then it's there's already lots of those
It's like it just
In-
descended
in
upon her.
everything.
In everything.
Yeah, Captain.
Let's
Short
continue.
bob. I'm look great with
She's got the short bob. She's got that hair. That's important.
Looks just
It's
like
very
her.
important. Yeah, hey,
Looks
you're
just
figuring it out.
every day. I want her to be a young Chinese American woman. I
Huh?
want people to know that. color
Wait,
isn't
she's a
just
data
trend in
analyst,
Hollywood.
and she gets to have her own hero in a book. What is
This
what
is-
is this?
I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's going to go into a book or if this is just a virtue signal from Marvel. Like they're just making these little short spots. I have no
Okay.
idea, but
Like
it's
all employees
all
get to
the
make their own hero and have some poor artist draw it for them.
yeah,
And the
you bring him
superpower-
into this.
That
Michael, I'm so
superpower is
sorry.
only sensing the villain's emotions. So is it like they get to sit down and talk about it afterwards, or?
Well, we're
is
going to
this-
get into that, I think.
Oh, okay, it's not over
What
yet.
were you
huh?
saying, Poland?
I'm sorry, Michael. I didn't mean to scare everyone there with that laugh. It just squeaked out,
That's all good, brother. People like
It's a
people
good,
watching people have
truthful,
fun.
genuine reaction to this.
in here.
That it's not just a stereotype. Do have personality that can take up space and fill a room, and we do
You
have
do?
these amazing stories.
Oh my god, how surprising. Why even talk like that? Did you guys know that Chinese Americans have personalities and they're not just stereotypes? Did you know that? Isn't that amazing?
It's
Blowing my
shocking
mind
news.
right now.
Asia never ceases to amaze us.
And
what
I love how
she's
she's like, it's very important that she has the bob haircut. She's Chinese American. She has those features. The other stuff doesn't really matter that much. But anyway,
she has empathy, Michael.
Really impressive.
She's not
for
even
the
actually
world to
Chinese.
recognize Shang-Chi in the coming year.
She's Chinese American.
Yeah, well, you look at that drawing, and it's like the no nationality. It's like
right.
It's going to be shoot. Cecil had a good word for it, where it's like the you can't tell what nationality it actually is. It's like just this vague representation of people who aren't white.
Vaguely ethnic, not white.
Vaguely ethnic. There you go.
Vaguely ethnic. Yeah, good one.
I tend to wear darker colors. I wanted that to be in the costume because I want her to symbolize something like stability and comfort. But at the same time, having
We're
something
revolutionizing
that
comics
will
here.
reflect the emotions and the mental state that she's sensing in others. For instance, red is
There's
a
the
very
fuchsia.
angry color. Purple. And
Oh, yeah, I
so
didn't
maybe
notice
something
that.
Calm in someone would turn me purple. She is able to use her hands to sense a mental or emotional state and then change them. You don't.
So she can change. So she's a bit like the mantis in the movies. She gets on and changes people's mood with her hands. So
Okay.
yeah, this is just nothing new. They just make a.
She's a living antipsychotic.
Michael, she's even determining her. She's even letting it mirror her own wardrobe. How imaginative! My gosh,
she's sitting in a fuchsia chair. I mean, there's got to be something to that too, right? And look at her
when
background.
you can create anything. Apparently, she's given, like, as Matt pointed out, for some reason she has creative control. And it's like, oh well, I wear dark colors, so I want her to wear dark colors.
Yeah.
I thought it made sense.
I still don't I don't understand what this is. Like, is it
I want
like
it to
we
reflect my
appreciate
closet.
our data analysts, so we're gonna just draw them
Well,
as
I
superheroes?
don't even know if she works for Marvel. I don't know anything about it.
At the beginning, I think she
it's
said-
just a virtue signal. She does work for Marvel.
She analyzes the health of the network. So she's a Disney employee.
We're revolutionizing comics here, guys. I mean, you just need to sit back, strap yourself in, and enjoy the ride.
Just
I mean, can you imagine if,
Don't
like,
ask.
if Buscema, like, just drew himself as all his kids?
Yeah.
Just this angry guy with a cigar. It's like
Every
out of
day
shape and with
I
bad
walk-
back,
Every day before work, I go get a bagel. So this is Bagel Man.
So this is the bagel edition.
I think his powers should be bagel powers.
Could you? That reminds me of Zach being in his own comic now. Oh, I went to McDonald's this morning, got my egg McMuffin, and now I'm sitting here in my car reviewing these comics, and people are staring at me. It's kind of weird.
Every day I buy a bagel, so I figure I put bagels in there, and now every day they're going to buy a comic.
Now I never run out of cream cheese.
I think the power of an invisible superpower is really strong. It has the ability to change the world and change people. Oh my gosh. She looks fierce.
It's okay. We don't need to know what she's saying
fierce.
anyway.
Just vomit in my mouth.
It
This
looks
is
only
such
like
corporate. Yeah, go on.
it looks only a little better than like Safe Space and Snowflake or whatever. It's like that same kind of.
It's not actually like a bad design. Like you could see that.
Well, the
yeah.
anatomy is like good and everything, and the drawing is good. But it's just, like the
Vaguely
design of it
Asian.
is only a little bit better than.
Yeah.
We'll get to see it animated soon.
It really is a calm color, and she looks like someone who can bring stability and calm to chaos.
I mean, put that
her
beside
superpower-
Speedball.
Her superpower is touching people and making them change their mood. But she's in this kind of heroic pose. Why is she in that pose? What is she gonna do with it?
Happy.
I love the hair. It looks just like my hair. She looks like a young Chinese American woman, and that to me is very important. I wanted my superhero to look
It
like
was important that they got her
body the
hair
same.
right.
She kind of has that.
I have a
that,
question.
that look on her face too. That.
I have
Shoot
a question.
Poland. Yep.
So, considering that Chinese and American are two nationalities and not necessarily an ethnic group, how can she look Chinese American? I'm confused.
Oh right, yeah.
Shut up, bigot.
You don't know me.
Terribly
Don't-
racist
don't-
of you.
Never question. Never question. Yeah, I don't know. It's a. Have you ever, like, think back on any characters that you've liked or identified with? Has any of them you've ever liked or identified with or whatever? In the story, you wrote, like I feel like that guy, or you want to watch that guy. Is it because they look like you?
Never.
They have the Oh, that guy has a nose like me. I like him. It's just so weird.
Yeah, we got
Man,
the
could you
same
imagine
haircut.
that? Could you
This one
imagine
gets my hair
EVS? Would he be like EVS? Like, yeah, Pinocchio's my favorite. He's got a nose.
Features because that represents who I am, where I come from, and my background.
No, not the
no,
wink.
no.
Oh yeah, it's coming. It's coming. The animation's coming. If you were, just like a white straight male, and you said all that stuff, that would not be an adequate excuse for sitting down and saying, "Draw me my straight white male character." I'm just guessing that.
You'd actually be.
Let's.
Yeah, you'd actually be probably called a supremacist of some type.
Yeah.
Chinese American
Hey,
supremacist.
Thanks, Marvel, for making.
What animation was that? That was like a puppet ragdoll animation.
Michael, I think you can do better.
I wish I could animate like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure I could do better. I don't.
Michael
I don't know
does
if
do
I
better.
want to, though. So that's Make Me a Hero from Marvel. Aren't they just putting out amazing? Did I just get rid of someone? No, Poland. Sorry, sorry. I think I just dropped Poland. I was trying to get rid of that screen.
He dropped Poland.
He dropped Poland just like the Allies did in 1939.
Just like EVS did the other day.
Yeah, that was very, very fast.
Yeah, Matt, was that fair? I feel like I should refund his book now.
Yeah, burn it all.
Yeah, let me go make a video
Kill
on
it.
Twitter of me burning the book, in a fireplace.
It's the only way.
Yeah. Maybe I can become as smart looking as Mike.
You'll eventually you'll be known for your work. So yeah, the Lucent, it's here. Is anyone going to back it? I don't know. It's slowed down significantly over the last couple of days. Just really busting my ass trying to get this poster done so that I can have something kind of new to push out there and just promote with. Always looking for new content to just kind of throw out at the people.
Are you getting on other people's shows and stuff?
Yeah. I've got no one today, but tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow on Mandy's.
Nice.
And I'm getting on. Just thinking about it. Drew Love show. Captain Love guy. Yeah. So that's all going to be the CG UK boys. Hopefully.
That's awesome.
So, yeah.
Mandy is
Yeah.
great. She's probably responsible for getting people over the hump. She's more responsible than probably any other show, I think, in Comicsgate right now.
Oh, really?
So
Yeah,
whenever
cool.
whenever someone slows down or whatever, get on Mandy's show. Everyone sees a bit of a bump from that.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, she's really cool.
I think only going on EVSs would probably be a bigger push.
Wanger's really good too. So Wanger always seems to get a big push. Mandy, and then War Campaign. You should show up there.
Yeah,
I've got to get in touch with those guys. I've got Rose's email. I'm going to send him an email. I'm supposed to apparently subject the email title with "Debate Me," and that'll get his attention. But
Please do it.
Oh, I probably shouldn't swear. I was just about to swear.
Remember to bring your game.
I do the Batman, Christian Bale Batman.
Debate me. I don't have cancer.
There's actually Adam Post is very kindly sent me a like a spreadsheet that he's put together of a whole bunch of kind of just all the shows that do promoting and everything. So just kind of been going through that list, and I made contact with someone, and they said, "Have you ever put out a book? Like, have you ever delivered a book yet?" They probably have like a policy, like they're only going to put anyone on their show that's actually delivered. You know, they don't want to hoodwink their audience with people who can't deliver. So, and fair enough, I understand that.
Sure.
Talking about that actually. So I said to him, I haven't delivered a comic book yet, but I've delivered these. I used to make these. I kind of forgot about talking to these. So these are magazines, like rollerblading magazines. I used to
full screen yourself?
Yeah. I used to publish and distribute these. I think it was quarterly for a couple of years until it was just too small of it's too niche of a industry to make any money. You know, I was doing everything. I was the editor, publisher, distributor. I had to manage all the advertising and everything. It ended up that about most of my time was just chasing ad money. So I had to end up quitting it just because it was costing too much money. But yeah, I used to put these out. You know, we had distributors and everything, and had a really cool
those look
photographer.
Super high quality.
Yeah, it was a lot of work.
Let us hear the paper. Let us hear the paper. Ooh. Yeah, that's sexy.
Snappy.
And to deal with printing, and I was printing in Australia, then I was printing in China, and then China was a nightmare. I did all these little art things as well.
Nice.
And my buddy did the photography. We sold T-shirts. We held stickers. We held skate competitions.
Damn.
So I put out about 7 of these, and I told him that. I mean, obviously, it's not it's not really comic books, but it shows that when I say I'm going to do something, those are deliver it.
Transferable.
The design looks real good too.
Yeah, the design looks good. It's transferable skills, right? And that's what people are really looking for.
Yeah, that was a bit my that's my Cyberfrog. That's how I got into get some jobs in graphic design and magazine design. I did a bunch of, I don't know if I've got any here. I did some books and magazines, like fashion magazines, lifestyle magazines, like a bit like what Vice used to be back before they turned into some weird thing. You get to make crazy layouts on a page. You get to put the text in weird places. So I kind of used these to get my way in the door to do that, to get that kind of work. But so I don't know if I'll be appearing on that guy's show, but so what's that? Mandy, Drew Love, and then there's people just seem to be doing more and more like promotional rotation shows. So Tug's got one coming up. Who else has got one coming up? What's that? I'm blanking on her name. She sent out a big tweet today. It was everyone's kind of tagged into it, and so she's going to do a show. And anyway, and plus I'm going to do some shows.
Are you talking about Rosetta doing a show?
Yeah, mate. Yes. There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
So hopefully, but those shows, I guess you just call in and you get your 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And you go. Hopefully, you get on. Depends on how many people kind of show up. But
there's still small channels, so I mean, you got a pretty good chance. I think if you show up, you got a pretty good chance of.
Yeah, I came on second when Cecil did it. That was still during my sign-up page, so the pre-launch page, but I got on second, so that was pretty lucky. As soon as he put that link in the chat, I was in there.
Nice.
So yeah,
there you go.
Well, congrats on making rounds, sir.
Want to get in quick, Poland. You don't want to get in at the arse end, because then you might just cop the early exit, because they're getting sick of too many people being in there.
Well, not only that, you go on, whoever goes on in the first couple of faces they see, you know, people are going to start backing those comics. But after the fourth or fifth, you know, they're kind of being like, well, maybe I'll get this next payday or something. So
yeah. It's a grind, man. Getting your stuff out there and doing the hard sell.
All good things are. All good things are. And Lucent is a good book. I mean, the artwork is really good on it, and you've already put that time in. It's just a little bit longer, 30 days, and you know, you get to reap those rewards, right? You waited this long, you put in this much time, this much work, you know, less than 30 days now. And you get to see exactly what that gets you. So
a crowdfunding campaign feels like a death march.
It's definitely playing with my sleep patterns. I'm getting tired for the first time.
And you're not actually working on the thing like the whole time.
That's right. Yeah, I'm not actually working on it right now. Although I have been drawing that poster print. But, you know, I just haven't had time to actually work on the damn thing. And yeah, you get a bit itchy when you're not being productive. But I'm getting tired.
Weird. It feels like you're not doing like real work.
I'm getting tired in the middle of the day for the first time in years. I usually have a pretty strict schedule, so I get up really early, like around 5 o'clock, and just kind of get onto things. And that's all thrown out the window at the moment because sometimes, like the other day, I had to wake up in the middle of the night to go on with Doc Hogg, and you know that was cool and well worth it and everything. But yeah, it plays with your sleep patterns and just throws you off. And I'll just be kind of sitting there, and I'll just get hit and go, oh, I must nap.
Yeah, mine's definitely off right now working from home, which is why I'm here with you right now.
Well, good to know.
Speaking of which, I should probably go to bed.
Oh, yeah.
But
so
Michael, congrats on your campaign, man.
Cheers, man.
Been fun to watch it grow. And
yeah, dude, we're over 300% funded on the goal, and it's just insane. I love seeing that. So yeah, thanks for hanging out on these streams with me too. And of course, you're not what would we call it? Not horrific violation.
That Stan Lee impression was fantastic. I loved hearing that. That was super cool.
Thank you. So from watching Mallrats and How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way like over and over as a kid.
He's got such a iconic voice and so unique. It's good stuff.
Yeah, he's a very, very character voice.
Yeah, and you do it really good. That's awesome, Matt.
Thanks. Yeah, if you need Stan Lee stuff, you know, if you want to be called a violent murderer,
let's ramp it up.
just add it to the list of names.
He can also do Godfrey too, you know.
Yeah, we
Gilbert Godfrey.
Stanley comes dangerously close to it sometimes.
He walks
I don't want to do his right now because it's very late here, and I have to kind of yell as Godfrey.
Yeah.
And a good Sean Connery too, and just a good general manga voice. So yeah, many talents on top of all your other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys need trailer voices. I'll do them. But gentlemen, have a good night, you guys. Bandito, Poland, Michael, good to see you guys.
Great to meet you, Matt.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Great to see you again, Matt. You can come on anytime, man.
Hey, thanks, dude. Likewise, I mean, I do streams on Twitch. I'm thinking I should probably start doing them on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm too much of a boom on Twitch.
I'll connect up with you. I got a group of people that are following me there.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Maybe we can cross-pollinate a little bit.
Yeah, sounds good, dude.
Have you seen his game, Smiling Bandito?
No. Oh, wait, is that the one that Liam was looking at the other night?
Yeah.
Oh, that's yours? That is fantastic.
Stuff. Yeah. Thank you.
You are a man of many talents.
Yeah. We're not exaggerating. We only have the best on here.
That is super cool. Is that like playable? That. Like, is there a place I can go for that?
It's on Steam, but it's in early access, so I'm still working on it. But
gotcha.
It's a work in progress.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Hey, thanks, man. Okay, guys, I'm gonna go hit the sack.
All right.
The bed
Thanks for coming on, Matt.
Yeah. Have a good one, guys. Take care.
See ya. Bye. So yeah, this is the guy. Is that come up now? Yeah, this is the guy, John Burningstone. What a name! We talked about that the other day. Burningstone. Is that your real name, John? If you ever see this, he's the guy on EVS's stream who talked about my book instead of talking about his book. So he went on to EV. He's like got EVS's ear. He's got thousands of people watching, and yeah, he promoted the Lucent. So, I can't thank you enough for doing that, John. I don't know why he did that, but yeah, hopefully you'll get back on his stream soon. He'll do another call-in show, and you can promote your book, because yeah, my audience is not as large as Ethan's yet. It's not quite there yet, but he's got a campaign, and he's over halfway funded.
That's bizarre, because it looks like a really good book. I wonder why it's leg.
Well, usually the issue is just no one knows who they are.
Yeah,
or they're not on the streams. If you're not on streams, if you're not streaming every day, people, even if they like your book and they think they want to back it, people don't always back straight away. They have to be reminded. I backed a book today. We'll talk about that later. That I've been getting reminded from this guy to back his book every day. Every day I come onto Twitter. Every day I'm on YouTube. I'll see him in the chat. I will, see him around. I watch all his videos too. So it's, I'm getting reminded every day, and then eventually you back it. So yeah, maybe that's what's going on with John here. He actually reached out to me and said, can I come on your show? I said I'm going on now. He might be, might be too late for him.
There's also awesome. this element of trust as well. So people are hesitant to back one-off projects or first-time projects from relative unknowns, which is not to say it doesn't look fantastic, John. If you're hearing this, it does, but that's just part of it. And I think that speaks to your point, Michael, about getting out there and exposing yourself to as many eyes as possible. People get comfortable with you. They see that you are reliable and that you're going to come through with this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be another detective dead or whatever.
No, and even guys like Narwhal, I see, like, I've seen so many comments from people saying, I'm just not sure about Narwhal because the style is so unusual. It's just so different to what they would normally get, that they still say, I just don't know about this guy. And I was one of them too. I was just, I was always came into comics from that kind of, Todd McFarlane, Greg Capullo, Jim Lee kind of school of art. That's how I always grew up with comics. So it's strange when someone does something that different. You've got to. It's going to take time for people to warm up to it. But once they do, you can really see the numbers moving. And thankfully, that's happening with Narwhal now.
Yeah, and Narwhal,
CG World Order.
He had a really good start as well, and I think Narwhal's always marketed himself really good. But this comic came out a little bit out of left field, I think, and people didn't quite know what to take from it. But man, if they can get behind his art, if they can, this guy, I feel like 30 years from now, we're going to be hearing about him with the awards that are behind him and whatever animation he ends up going into. Like, we'll be talking about his stuff the same way we talk about like Secret of Nim, or we'll be talking about like Moss or something like that, right? Like, it's just his stuff is so good.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so back to Dave. Sorry.
I was gonna say, I remember when Narwhal used to come on to Ethan's streams, and everyone's like, "Who is this guy?"
Mm-hmm.
And he was just,
why is his face covered?
Right, he was the butt end of every single joke. Everyone's like, "Ethan, kick him."
Yeah.
And then when he started putting out work, it was quite impressive. I think he started doing the drawing streams, and people started to see that he actually had some skill, with the war campaign.
Well, not just skill, but like a unique style. And,
yeah, absolutely.
And his coloring, oh my goodness, the guy is like, we talk about Kyle Ritter and that kind of stuff, but like, it's with having such a drastically different style. Narwhal is, I mean, he's in his own playing field. So
yeah, and you watch his videos, you get that feel from him too. Like he's just kind of goes on these stream of consciousness trains, and you just kind of got to go with him. I'm just seeing that the guy's name is David Feed. So he was David Feed. That's how he came on EVS's show. It's called John R. Burningstone here, so I don't know why the two names there, but it's definitely the same campaign, same guy. Maybe it might be a different, maybe it might be a pen name. I don't know. I mean, Burningstone sounds like a pen name, but I just put the guy's Twitter in the chat. So yeah, hopefully we can figure out a time that I can have this guy on the show, because he did me a real solid there, plugging my book on Ethan's channel when he didn't have to. So I'd love to come help him out and help him get closer to his goal here, because he's not actually that far off. He just he just needs to get himself out there.
And I see now it's only 3 days in. I was 10 days left. No, okay, never mind. I was looking at the wrong numbers.
Even if you fail, this is another thing that Narwhal says. Even if you fail, it's still okay, because then you can you can say, I've tried before, it didn't work out, and people didn't know me. We all understand that there can be good books. Is it Outcast, Outlaw something is another one that looks really good, but has had a few failures in the past. People just know that if you don't have that platform, it's really difficult. Like I wasn't expecting to have this platform that I have when I was launching this campaign. I got this platform literally in the last couple of weeks before I launched. I got lucky with some animation cartoons, and all of a sudden I had YouTube subscribers. So otherwise I'd be doing these streams to kind of 2 people probably. So yeah, and it's I was really lucky in that sense, and obviously not everyone is going to be that lucky.
Well, I don't know if it's luck. I think once you've kind of put in the time, like luck is only available if you've put in the time to take advantage of it. So
that is true. That is true.
If you haven't put in the time and you're ahead on your book, I think that's a big thing too. I think a lot of people are comforted by the fact that your book is done, right?
Yeah. It's not 100% done, but it's well on its way. And
it says it's done.
It's not 100% done. Let me go there and explain my process. So
Michael has put himself in a good position to seize that luck when it came through. So,
exactly.
Yeah, I'm very happy that I had this kind of tentatively scheduled in to launch at this moment, because it kind of slotted right between Black Flag and Jawbreakers. So I got a good 3 days of no one else launching during that time. So that was just another little bit of serendipity. So yeah, it says I've only got 23 pages completed here, but because I'm my own guy, I'm doing all the stuff myself. It's not like I do that line art and then I do the coloring and then I do the lettering and then it's finished. I just don't work like that at all. Every single page will look pretty much like this.
Yeah,
so
that's amazing.
When I say the line art is done, 95% done, just say there's a guy, it's not on these pages, but it's in the scene where his hand looks a bit too bung for me. I need to fix his hand. That page is fully done. And the coloring, I'm not 100% happy on how I did the highlights, say on this arm here, something like that. That's what I'm talking about. So when I'm 100% happy, then I will mark that page is done. So I've got 23 of them done. Some of them might take me, a day or so. Some of them might take me an hour to knock them off as done.
But the difference is that every single comic, every single page needs that. The fact is that you got all this to show, and if you're just tweaking things, and it doesn't matter how much time it takes, if it takes you a month to figure out how to tweak everything, you're way ahead of the game. So I think you've positioned yourself to be able to be successful with this, and I think that's the difference. No matter what luck comes your way, you're just in a good spot.
Oh, cheers! Yeah, and I mean, I already consider myself a huge success. This is well far and away blown away all my expectations that I had. You know, I was like I've always said, if I got to the full end of my campaign and I had 100 backers, then I would be okay. At least I'm not a laughing stock. And I've still got 24 days left. The backers are still coming in, and you know, I've got 138. So. And on top of that, apparently a lot of the big guys like John and Cecil and EVS are aware of my campaign. So, you know, I do feel like, yeah, I have capitalized on that situation that I just kind of found myself in a good way. Thankfully, I was just, it's good when all the planets align like that, let's just say. And if you've put in the work beforehand, like I have,
and you know what, those guys love backing a winning horse. So it's like when it does come to especially the last week, you're going to find that you know, John is happy to be able to say, hey, let's get this to the next goal, and EVS is going to be on top of that as well. And Cecil, he's been really good with the smaller creators lately, so I mean, there's a good chance that there'll be a lot more support just from those guys being able to back a winning horse as well. They love that. They love being able to say, hey, this is what Comicsgate is bringing out. So
I think, thankfully, due to some of the recent consternation, you know, everyone is trying to turn it into something positive. I think, I think on both sides, War Campaign, John and Cecil, they're like, you know, we need to get back to what's important. That's helping folks out. You know, because I think there was a moment there where we kind of lost sight that not everyone has 130,000 subscribers and has this huge audience. And, you know, just like Ethan offered a hand to John and Cecil as they were coming up, you know, I think it's important for them to turn around and offer their hand to the next person coming up. So,
yeah,
absolutely.
I understand their whole thing about no one is obligated to platform. But at the same time, nobody is self-made, and so we're only here because of the community that's around us, and our community allows us to be able to do the things that we do. So it's not an obligation, but at the same time, you know, you want to visit the old folks at the old folks' home, and you want to make sure that you're bringing up the people that are coming up behind you too. So
well,
absolutely.
And if you're gonna bring people into a movement and say these are our principles and that you want to make something new, then it can't just be 2 or 3 people. It has to be a wide berth of creators offering a wide range of products that, you know, will appeal to a wide audience. You know, if we're really trying to keep the medium alive, then we're going to need that diversity of thought and creativity, which is most important. And I think that's the direction we need to head in. Like Vestige looks like a great book. It's on the way. I'm really excited about that, which is very different from the Lucent, right? And very different from Cyberfrog. So I think it's important to have all these things.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught Dan talking to Adam Post yesterday, but they talked about that even though Image was, you know, independent people working independently, because they were kind of competing with each other on a monthly basis, that house style just developed naturally, organically. And it wasn't planned, but they ended up with an Image house style. Just because everyone was competing to like, oh, this guy's started doing this kind of lighting. This guy started putting in this kind of detail on these bits. And no one wanted to be left behind because all of it was really cool. So they all kind of started copying each other. And yeah, that's why I really like what we're doing here, in that if you do look through all the books, there's something for everyone. And if you're someone who likes all different kinds of things, you're going to love Comicsgate.
Yeah. I think too, we're also in like, I don't want to say like a second era, but I mean, we have this level of newer creators that are coming up, and I think there's a larger audience around them simply because there's more of them. And I think as we continue to kind of talk to each other, and it's kind of like with Image too, because I mean, like they went with so many people that they always had competition with each other. If it had only been 2 or 3 of them, there wouldn't have been that kind of competition. But because there were so many creators that jumped on with Image, they had that competition. They were all drawing in those fans, and I think that's where we are with Comicsgate right now.
Yeah, healthy competition.
Yeah,
you know, trying to
absolutely.
outdo each other. You know,
Oh, yeah.
now Caesar's got the one to beat, and people want to try and outdo him, and then he'll want to come back and do even better, and it's gonna make everyone want to put more into their books as we move forward, because you want to put forward your best product. And yeah, it's exciting. It really
And
is.
holy cow, is he crushing it. I am like, oh my goodness, to come out with how many issue number 2s sell like that, right? Like
Well, that's the thing. He tentatively calls it 2, but he's going on that model where it's just like he's just got the book name, and it's just everyone wants him to succeed because they want to support that good product. I'm a huge Cyberfrog fan. I don't know if you can see on my wall here. I've also got the poster. I've got to figure out where to put that up. I don't think I'll be able to fit it on
the blacklight poster.
No, not the blacklight. I got the other one, the Jay Lee.
Yeah,
because I'm a bit of an old
awesome.
Jay Lee fan
Yeah,
from back in the day. So that was just the 2 worlds come together in perfect way for me. But like I talk about this a lot. This gamifying the whole situation, the whole thing with crowdfunding. It's a game, and we all love it. We're all competing with each other. It's like we're playing a video game. We want the people that we like to get the most points, and even though we're friends, we want to like get more points than the other guy. And it's all out in the open. Everyone can see it. Got the leaderboard. It's just great.
It's like what CG World is saying is, they talk about how we lift each other up. The high tide raises all ships. That doesn't mean you don't have your own ship to man. We all want to have the fastest ship. We all want to have the biggest guns. But the high tide raises all ships.
That phrase was floating in my mind just as you said it. Good Reagan quote.
It's great minds think alike, and idiots never differ. So
that's right.
We're all in agreement on that. What are you drinking there, Smiling Bandito?
I'm drinking Bullet Bourbon.
Yes, that's been a popular one. Not Cecil had that earlier today too.
Yeah,
I saw that.
He was pretending to drink it.
Right.
Oh yeah.
That guy was a trip. He's going to take a little time for me to warm up to him. I'm not sure where he reminded me of the dude. I don't know if you've seen that movie with Nicolas Cage. He reminded me of the dude from that, the monster dude from 8mm.
He looked so incredibly uncomfortable.
Well, just give him a couple months, and he'll. I mean, he's already kind of got his shtick going, and if it works, it works, and if he keeps going, it's going to be fun.
And they even had James Dean Anderson was not John Mayland.
That was pretty. He pulled down the.
It was uncanny.
He pulled down the beanie a little bit, and it was like, oh yeah, there you go. Just change the camera angle; it'd be perfect.
I find it hard to sit and watch people drink and not drink myself. If my wife is listening to this, or if they guys have it on their living room or something, can you guys bring me in a glass so that I can have a little drink myself?
Yeah, he needs some room service.
But they brought me in a knife earlier.
With all the differing we've had recently in Comicsgate the last couple weeks, I guess we don't have many fools around here then.
Oh, I think we only have fools around here.
Well, when you said idiots never differ, we've had a lot of differing.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. So, Michael, I was going to share my screen real quick to show you what Narwhal did today on the draw stream. I think you'll want to see it.
I'm excited to look. Do I get it in there? There we go. Dude. He's getting better and better too.
Look at the lighting.
When I read his book,
oh yeah.
His lighting, because he's coming at this not so much from a comic book thing, but cinema, and I can tell he's sort of a bit influenced by concept artists and stuff like that. He uses that kind of lighting, and he's just getting better and better. His women are so beautiful; they're so sexy. But they're so simple. The ones that he had in that classic thing, that classic pose, he kind of shared that around with what was it? I've got Earthbound, and Adam Post used them as zombies and stuff. I was just, when I was reading, I've got it right here. I was reading Earthbound. I was just struck by how sexy he makes the women in his book with just a few little a few little lines. They're really they're sultry, and he really nailed it. I did a review of his comic Earthbound, but it was kind of off the top of my head. It was a pretty bad review in terms. It wasn't a bad review. It was just it wasn't good on my part. I was just kind of rambling and
review
poorly given, but thankfully it was well received. I wanted to say we got talking about it in the chat with the guy, and the chat was actually better than the review, and I was really upset because we were just hitting on good points. And I remember when I was reading it, the way I felt was you read it at the pace of like a film. It's just constantly going. You don't have much to look at on the panel. You just kind of have the outlines of the movement of what's happening in the scene. So you're just reading at a pace. I remember kind of feeling like if I read something and I wanted to go back, I couldn't, because I'm kind of in a cinema. So I've just got to, like, if I want to go back and see it, I'm gonna have to watch it again. That's the kind of the feeling I got from it. Yeah, it was at a pace. It was really unique read. It was nothing quite like I'd ever read before. So yeah, that's my big plus for Narwhal, and I really love how he laid that out.
This is Valerian. This is Passion for Drawing's main character. For the
Here comes my room
Sounds
service.
like a delivery. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cheers to Michael.
Cheers.
I got this for my birthday.
And what are we drinking?
It's called, I've never had it before, it's called Monkey Shoulder.
Monkey
It's
Shoulder.
Scotch.
Ah.
Yeah. So hopefully it's good. It's got some cool monkeys at the top there. See that? Like
That's why I buy. That's why I buy all my bottles. How many monkeys they got?
This one has 3. So this is the 3 monkey whiskey. Hang on, you got to hear this. Ready? It wasn't a great sound, but
no,
here we go.
Not quite ASMR, but we'll take it.
Yeah.
At least there's a sound of you cracking it open. If there's one thing that makes me disgruntled about Liam, it's the vodka incident.
Yeah, what about it? What about the vodka incident? You know, I was there on that stream.
I am not a believer. I am not a believer.
So I was there. Like, here's my interpretation of what happened. So I was actually on that stream. I was the guest, the slated guest for that stream. Yeah. And I come on a little bit late. Maybe, I don't know, it happened 10 or so minutes before I got on. And I'd been streaming with Liam for a few weeks at that point. And I'd been watching him for about a month in the chat. So I had a pretty good feel of Liam and his kind of, how he operates and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just, I wouldn't say he was off. He was just different. Well, he was a bit off. He was off. He was confused. He couldn't formulate, like you would say something to him and he couldn't formulate a response that would connect to it. So he'd just go, and then talk about something completely different. And then he'd get confused when everyone else was confused. And he kept doing this. He kept going like that. Like he had a lot of gas in him or something. So something had happened. I didn't know what it was I didn't know what it was at that point.
I believe that it was a real vodka bottle. I believe that there probably was some vodka in it. I think it was heavily, heavily watered down. And I was listening for that crack. Every bottle has a crack when you open it up.
Vodka bottles do, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't hear that. And the thing that made it so that I was 100% bought out was he made himself sober with the power of his mind.
Yeah, I've never done that.
And I have had many drunken nights drinking half that much alcohol, and I have I'm from the country, so I mean, like, back when I was
Australia,
back from the I'm out like way back, like our largest city. I'm in Alberta, and we only have 2 cities above 1 million people, and the next size down is 100,000. I was in a town of 7,000 people. Mm-hmm. So, coming home from the bar on the back roads, we still drove ourselves home. even as drunk as we were. And, you know, it doesn't matter how many times you tell yourself, you know, everything's going to be fine, it's all going to be good. You are not sobering up just by the power of your mind. So I've never known anyone to do that. And Liam sold his fate by suggesting that that's what he was doing.
Well,
But
look, I don't know if you're familiar with Scott Adams, but Scott Adams says, what world do you want to live in? Do you want to live in the world where you just take people at their word, or do you want to live in a world where everyone is second guessing everyone else because it doesn't quite jive with their preconceived notions? Liam said he drank it. I was there. I witnessed that he was unusual. I don't know Liam personally, but everything that he's said to me since, I believe, everything he said to me previously, I believe. So as I had every single thing you just said, and on top of that, I too cannot conceive of myself willing myself sober after a bottle of vodka. I drank a bottle of whiskey once in a single go. When I say a single go, I mean over an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And it was, it was probably, I think I ended up running back and forth on a main road in the middle of the night with cars all around me, completely oblivious. And it was not a good thing. It was not a good thing. This is when I was a younger man.
I'm pretty sure if you drink that much vodka that fast, you're going to be getting your stomach pumped.
Well, any mortal man would. But look, we don't know Liam. Liam might have some kind of, he might be some sort of iron gut freak. I don't know. So anyway, I'm and Liam has been really good to me. So yeah, I'm not gonna call him a fibber.
I am a Liam fan.
I am a Liam fan, and but that doesn't mean it's one of those things you don't want to always meet your heroes. So
EVS thinks Liam's putting on an act. Like he's putting on a Jerry Springer kind of final thoughts act. I don't at all. I think Liam
is earnest. Yeah,
I think he's 100% earnest.
I think he wants only the best for Comicsgate, 100%. And I think he, like, from the way I see him acting and the way that he talks about his past and stuff, I think he's really got. Liam's raging, I think he's really got some chops for writing. You know, when you kind of look at someone and you hear them speaking and you're just like,
oh yeah, absolutely. From the moment I spoke to him, I picked up on that as well, and I said, you know, I'd love to chat writing with you. He was a bit standoffish, and I found out later why. It's because he has written, but he's written, and he spoke about this the other night. He's written in pen names, and so no one really knows about his writing, and he has non-disclosure agreements, so he can't actually talk about it. So it's definitely. I would. I got the exact feeling from him that he knows what he's talking about, and just as someone who just really cares. He cares about Comicsgate. He cares about good stories. Hey, David's here.
100%.
David, we were talking about your book earlier. We'll still get you on sometime. I don't know if you want to do it now. You said it's 8 a.m., but yeah, man, we really like the look of your book, and I wanted to thank you personally for spruiking the Lucent on EVS's show.
Michael, this one here is Sim Pontier did this.
Let us know. Sim. Sim's another really cool dude too. He's I haven't spoken to him much, but every single time, it just completely genuine, and just a real workhorse. Looks so cool. He did he did one of Dan Fraser's. He did that Purple Gorilla, and I shared that, and it was sick. Yeah, that was so good.
We have some amazing talent here.
Hands down.
It's crazy. It's actually crazy considering like what you think of so much of what they're putting out in the mainstream. It's nuts.
Well, and when you look at what the competition is, like we look at the Anti-Comicsgate and we look at what they're trying to put out, and man, I don't know what's wrong with some of these guys. Like they can't draw they can't even they're trying because they're not woke, but they are trying to genuinely draw beautiful women, and you're just like, what women are you looking at? Comicsgate seems to have that market cornered because the woke crowd can't go near it, and the anti are, I don't know, they just have these horribly ugly women in their comics.
I'm looking forward to having you on, David. You're on the ball, man.
David, we actually rewatched the stream from EVS. We got to see you on there with them.
Speaking of, I gotta go get ice.
Yeah, that was so nice.
Already pimping that Lucent book.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. I like that's just when that sort of stuff happens, that's the stuff that you can't really predict. And yeah, that was really cool. I'm so glad you really dig the Lucent too. That means a lot to me. Actually, go back to that. There it is, right there. Let's just talk about that for a second. Now, you know what I'll talk about? This. I bought the honeycomb box the other day, so I'm back. I'm back on the backer train, and this one is one that I've had my eye on for a while. This is going to be my first. I like Comicsgate. It's. I get a lot of firsts in Comicsgate, so I backed Xeno Type. That was my first ever manga, and now I've backed College of the Dead. This is my first ever zombie book. So, but with the zombie, with zombies, I like zombie movies. I like zombie shows, so I'm sure I'm going to like this manga. Liam just gave me the hard sell over many months, and it just finally cracked that egg, and I had to back it. But I know I'm going to enjoy this one. I've just been saving for so long.
Michael, you did say the other night that you do like anime, though, right?
Check that out. I love that. Like anime, I like just normie anime, I guess. Like the famous stuff. People start talking about anime, and it just goes totally over my head. They're talking about people. They sound like they're speaking Japanese to me. I have no idea what they're saying. But I think it's beautiful. I love how much effort
we're
they
in the
put into
same
it.
boat then, because that's all.
One of the problems with anime is that it gets painted with the same brush, and there's such a broad spectrum of anime. There's as much anime as there is comics. So, I mean, how many different styles of comics are out there? And not all anime is worth the viewing. So, but unfortunately, it gets kind of pumped out. You get certain styles that end up being famous for a little while, super popular, and it's not the best stuff, right? Like Alita was relatively unknown in North America until the movie came out. And even though it has like 50 novels,
that guy is crazy. That guy is so prolific.
Oh my goodness.
I can't even imagine that. Like coming up with the stories,
like
drawing it.
Like Odie sounds like he's just a machine pumping out these pages. Well,
that's sort of what manga is, isn't it? You just kind of pump out pages. That's the whole style is made for that. I'm just going off purely with anime now. I'm just going to go off suggestions. So Rob Arnold tells me I watch Ninja Scrolls. I'm going to watch Ninja Scrolls for Rob Arnold. I'm going to come back to him.
Nobody heard what you were saying.
I'm sure I'm
totally ducked out there.
What was the last thing you heard?
I'm going on
Rob Arnold's. Is that what you said?
Rob Arnold. So Rob Arnold suggested to me to watch Ninja Scroll. So that's the one I'm going to watch, and hopefully it's good. And if it is, I'll watch some more, but only based on what people suggest. I'm not just going to jump in there because like you said, there's a gazillion titles.
Well, and I don't know. Time is limited, and the problem too is that there's 40 years of anime that you could catch up on. So there's no end to it now. You'll only have suggestions that. It's an unending list. So
it's starting to get a bit like that in CG now. There's just so many books, you have no hope of backing them all. Well, this is the
Go for it. No, you go for it.
I was just going to say this is the narwhal.
Yeah.
He added in the zombification, and these are the women he was talking about. So he draws these like sexy women, sexy poses with just minimal lines and lighting, and the poses, the gesture.
Happening. There's so much happening in that panel. Like you're just like, what is going on? And without speech bubbles or anything, you're actually interested into. Like they're looking at each other. She looks like she's going to kill the other, and it's like, is she squirming away? Is she like realizing who it is, or like what's happening? There's so much.
As someone who does kind of more detailed stuff, it's the constant struggle to keeping motion in your figures, in the gesturing and all that sort of stuff. So looking at someone like me, I will look at Narwhal stuff now to see how he's kept so much motion in every panel, so that it looks like they're moving and it looks like they're alive.
What's crazy about Narwhal stuff too is that it looks like it would transfer over to other mediums as well. Like
we've seen it in animation.
Yeah, you can see this as a cartoon. You can see him as drawing it. You can see somebody else taking it. You can see a live action of something like this. Like it just looks like it's made to be one of those IPs that everyone wants to pick up and do everything with.
Well, he's getting now $30,000 in any campaign he does from now on. That's just a guarantee. If he keeps doing what he's doing, and he's putting out 200-page books, once or twice a year, he's going to get that. And I think it's just only going to grow as the word of mouth gets out about how good it is. So he could do that. He can just send these as keyframes and and get people out there to animate the bit in between. He can, if he gets enough money together, he can actually do that. And just think about how amazing that would be. That would free up his time.
Well, and I think that's the only thing he's fighting right now is just how much time he has and how many ideas he gets to put out. So I watched a stream with him and the guy he's riding the Naked Samurai with, just brainstorm, and it was a really good peek into their process of just you kind of get to see behind the curtain and watch it all unfurl. So this is Adam Post's College of the Dead graduation day. I backed this today, so nice.
Very proud to have backed this. And Adam Post is he's a proper workhorse in CG and a great guy, and he's helped me. He's given me some advice in my campaign, and so I was only too happy, and I really look forward to reading this because I do like a good zombie story.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got a long-term plan for it too. Another guy.
He's big on the sequels. He's like capitalize on what's successful and keep it going for as long as possible.
The Postmaster, that guy is full of advice.
I'm trademarking the Postman always delivers. That's my trademark. Nice. So I always write in the comments. I write the Postman always delivers.
There you go.
And I'm saying, when he trademarks that and puts that on his book, I'll get like 1 cent for every book that he puts out with that on it.
He's definitely the best Adam in Comicsgate.
This whiskey is it's really good. It's not smoky. I've been drinking a lot of smoky whiskey, and this is much smoother.
Yeah, I ended up picking up this Bullet Bourbon because Cecil was drinking it, and I can see why he can drink a whole bottle in a night. It's got a good taste to it, but it's a little bit light. So,
you got ice in there?
Oh yeah.
I just drink it straight, like a real man.
Well, I like the way it kind of changes the flavor as the ice melts. And so you start with your glass being one way, and then it kind of subtly changes as you go through it. So sometimes I'll put some water in there, but I don't know. Yeah, the ice to me, it changes it. And I used to drink it with ice. And when I didn't have any ice one day, and I was just, okay, well, I guess I better drink it without ice. And you're right. It is a completely different animal. So I've just kind of been doing that ever since, and it's working for me. I'm really enjoying it. Hey, Tommy's here. Tommy. Hail.
Hal, Tommy, thanks for coming back. Tommy was here earlier. Yeah. So, what are we chatting about? Let's chat about the Lucent. Because you know what? We were chatting about the Lucent just at the end of the stream the other day, the very end. Someone asked a question about it, and we actually talked about it, and I made a sale. I got a backer.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
and that was like just as I was hitting, the guy commented and said, I'm just backed it. So I didn't get to thank him. I went back and thanked him later on Twitter.
I'm sorry, Michael.
So,
I run my mouth too much. You can't talk about your book.
well, I've talked about it so much. I feel like, the people who have turned up for this stream, they've already heard it 100 times. So I feel like, do I just repeat myself? I don't know.
Yes.
Do you guys have any questions? It's just a weird thing.
You already got my sale, so.
Well, you haven't picked up mine yet, but
right,
so maybe I still need to
Bandito,
what do you want to know?
Ask him, grill him.
I gotta
grill me.
I gotta see how Comicsgate you are.
I'll moderate, tribunal him right now.
Well, Comicsgate is all about what we're doing different. Ethan's got his foil his chromium covers out and that type of stuff. What are you bringing to Comicsgate that is changing the medium?
Different.
That's different.
Yeah. I can't speak I can't know what's in everyone's minds when they have their story, but this story has been a decade in the making.
Ooh.
I have researched and built this world from, I wouldn't say from the ground up, because I've pulled in elements from history, from myths, from religions, from all kinds of things, right? And I've researched really interesting things, conspiracy theories, alternate history theories. We were talking about Graham Hancock the other day on the stream. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Oh yeah, super familiar.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm so deep into all that stuff that I could just watch those videos for hours and hours. So that stuff just fires my imagination in ways that nothing else does. You don't have to be a Christian to enjoy those old stories, those biblical stories. You don't have to be you don't have to believe what Graham Hancock is talking about to just be in awe
Enthralled.
Of the thought of it, enthralled by it. So that's sort of that's what I think is different about my story. So in Waking Dream and in the Lucent, the series, this is an ongoing book, you are going to be following Ella Forsyth. And, you're going to be, she's going to be coming to terms with this world. She's going to have all kinds of things thrown at her. She's going to have to, make choices and go on, lack of a better word, adventures, and things are going to be thrown at her. But underneath it all is this world that I've built. And I feel like that's what's different. When I watched things like, I always talk about The Matrix. I feel like they could have delved into that a little bit more. And into just this, what does this mean for history? What does this mean for people? What does this mean for the world that this situation exists? And so
So does that mean that this might not be the only character that we see in this world? Are you going to explore other characters that are interacting with everything?
Yes. So there's 3 timelines that run throughout the entirety of the series. So let me just scroll down here.
Have I tapped into hidden secrets, or is this something that you've already advertised?
It's something that I've already spoken about. I haven't. I always talk about different things on different streams, but So this guy here, this is a guy that we're going to follow throughout history. And this scene here is in the first few pages of the Waking Dream, and this is set 6,000 years ago. And we're going to follow him as the story continues throughout history. And then down here, it's a bit difficult just with this one page to kind of see what's going on here. But basically, you've got a shape-shifting type guy. You've got this guy here is very important on the left here at the top. And this is set about 2,000 years ago. And we are going to follow their stories as the books go on. So you're going to see them in this book. You're going to see them in the next book and the next book. And the part of the mystery is, how does that all connect to what's happening in the main timeline, the current day timeline with all the current day characters? How does that all interlock? And so by the time that all the climaxes happen, you will have gathered all that. I wouldn't call it a backstory, because the way I've written it, it's not done in necessarily flashbacks. It's sort of it's like it's three parallel timelines moving forward at the same time. And yeah, so it's this world building. It's this rich, deep history that underpins the whole thing. So in Waking Dream, you'll get a glimpse of it. You'll get a taste of it. It'll be on the tip of your tongue, but you won't quite understand what you're tasting yet. And gradually all that stuff will kind of be peeled back as the story continues. And as well, if you're clever and you pay a lot of attention and you look at all the little details in the background and you maybe interpret a word or two in a certain way, you might be able to start to piece things together before everyone else does. Because there's definitely a lot of little hints and clues and Easter eggs jammed in there.
If I'm not clever but I still follow along, is it going to be
Yeah, I'm that's part of what I'm doing right now, is going back. I've this is like in the 50th draft, and I'm not saying that as in, I mean, it wasn't working. I'm saying like I'm honing it down. Yeah. So I'm shaving away absolutely anything that is extraneous, and I'm just trying to make sure that everything is clear. I don't want you to be confused. I want you to feel maybe discombobulated, maybe you're unsure why things are happening. But I definitely want you to have the sense that things are happening for a reason, because they are, and you're going to get that payoff if you stick with the book. You're gonna get that final thing where it's all going to be revealed.
That's why we're all here.
Reveal things along the way, smaller things, and then all the kind of emotional and historical story arcs and everything will all join together for the climax, and it'll all make sense, and it'll all be important, and yeah, that's sort of the way I've structured the whole thing. It's been a long time planning this. I didn't just shit this out on a whim. There's a lot of planning that's gone into this.
That is awesome. Yeah, I'm sold.
Oh, good. Good. Thank you. And to anyone out there who's listening, I hope you're sold as well. It's
come on over to this side of the fence. I mean, this is amazing, and I love how I'm just looking at the artwork here, and I love how you are telling a story. Because I've seen a lot of comic books now that have this decompressed storytelling. And you have shown that you're putting that into each panel. Like you're looking at the medium, you're looking at exactly how that story needs to be told. And it looks like every single moment has exactly that attention to detail that you're talking about. It looks like something that's been honed down to the absolute details. So.
Yes. That's something, I've really been working on really hard, and I've always said that this is a comic. It's a graphic novel. It needs to be told in this format. I've tried it in a novel. It didn't work. It didn't happen. It wouldn't work. It couldn't work. So, and when I finally realized that what this story needed to be was a graphic novel, it's just like everything fell into place. All of a sudden, all the cogs started lining up, and the story just started rolling and rolling. And it was like, because I'd already done all that groundwork, I'd laid the foundation. I was just watching the story go on. I was just sitting there as an observer. I said this to Liam in the past. My mental state for when I write is I picture myself as the fates, and they're not gods. They're actually above gods in that they control destiny. I know the destiny of these characters and the kind of the world that I've built. Even though there are all kinds of people in this story, from just normal people to people who, for all intents and purposes, have almost the power of gods at some times. I know their destinies, and I've woven their destinies for them, but it's up to them to kind of make the choices based on the things that they're presented with in any given moment. And that's how real these characters are to me. They each have their own voice. They each have their own motivations. They all have a lot of these guys have their own secret motivations, and
that gets scary.
That's another thing,
because sometimes those when you make those characters, they end up getting away on you, and they make their own choices, and you're just like, how do you rein that back in?
Well, that's why it's taken me this long to write it, and that's a lot of the issues that I ran into when I was trying to write this as anything other than a graphic novel. Because these guys, they do have their own motivations, and you're right, it is harder, but it's better, and as long as you kind of have the rules that exist in this universe set in place, and you have the end goal in sight, it all, thankfully for me, it all clicked together. So I've got this whole story plotted out. I've got three of the books already scripted. I've got all of the events and everything. I wouldn't say scripted out, although I've got a fair amount of dialogue in the rest of the books. But it's all kind of there. It all exists. And every time I go back and reread it, I get those... I get the goosebumps. I get the thing on the back of my head as the hair stands up, and I'm like, yeah, this is really cool. Like, if I like it, then hopefully other people will like it too.
That's awesome. So now, okay, tell me about your top perk here, or your selected, your featured
perk
tier.
Yep.
Why is that the featured tier?
This is the tier where you get a little bit of me with the book. You get a head sketch. So I'm going to draw you this thing, and you get to actually pick the character too. I've got the 4 characters that I've listed on the campaign page. Are characters that I will do a head sketch for you, and that's the size of it there. The book will sit on the other side in here, and you'll get that there. And this is done on a beautiful 300 GSM, which means it's a really thick, nice, high quality, expensive watercolor card. So it's it's a real keeper. It's and yeah, I just thought that's for anyone who wants to. They like the project. They like my show. They like me. They want to support me a little bit more. They like having original art. So this is something you could potentially frame, or if you've got an art collection, you can put it in your art collection or whatever.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll get that separate piece of art. It's not drawn into the book, because I'm just not that clever. I was like, I had to kind of test all this stuff out beforehand. So I've got, and I just really like this. You get these separate things.
Yeah.
These extra kind of, they're unique kind of things. So yeah.
Well, I love it when you get those books that you open it up and there's like things to like kind of pull out and look at, and then you kind of put it back in, and then you kind of move on and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And you have that it's that tactile environment. Like your book becomes more than just the pages that you open up, right? It's something you pull out, you have in your hand, you get to interact with, and it's like, yeah, he did this for me. His DNA is on this.
Exactly. I do like that thought. It's a bit more than a signature. All my books will come signed, but this tier is a bit more than a signature. That I've timed myself on this thing. These head sketches will take me about half an hour each to draw out. So if you want to buy back this tier, I'm absolutely more than happy to spend that time, on you as the customer, giving you something a bit special. And I think that is what is That's why we in CG are winning in the way that we are, because we're willing to give our time to the people who put their faith in us, and and give them. This is not something. Won't be a book that you would pick off just a shelf at a shop. It's going to be top quality, premium print. It's going to come with little bits and pieces in it that I'm going to put in once I get all the stretch goals sorted. And that's what I think we need to be offering, because that's what isn't out there from anyone else.
Yeah,
that's what people want. That's what I want.
Bandito, I don't know if you were here on the first stream that I was with Michael on, but I'm actually new to comics, and one of the things I do love about comic books is the text or the tactile feel, and the ritual of opening up your comic book, smelling the comic book, flipping through the pages. And, it's not something you get a lot with entertainment nowadays, everything's digital, even a lot of books are now digital. People listen to them. They don't even read them. So it's something that I didn't know what I was missing until I found it, so to speak. And when I found it, it's like, yes, this is what I've been missing.
Yeah.
Some lo-fi entertainment.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. And I mentioned this yesterday that the last mainstream books that I've got are all sitting out in a long box in my shed.
With the redbacks.
With the redbacks. Whereas all my crowdfunding stuff is proudly, prominently displayed on my wall. I treasure this stuff. But whereas the mainstream stuff, even though some of it was okay, good art and well written, I don't value it. It's it's kind of cheaply made on just a little floppy. What are they called? Cat spankers. They're just not. They don't have any value to me, either sentimentally or just as a physical item. So that's what I want. I want when people get my package in the mail. They feel like they're excited and they receive something special that it's well worth the money.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the care and attention that CG actually has the luxury of being able to do. I mean, you look at the mainstream and when they're doing good, when they're putting out a lot of comics, they can't do head sketches for everybody. They aren't able to, which is, no slight on them. If you're busy and you have that kind of a production that you have to do, that's awesome. But the reality is Comicsgate has this, at least currently, we have this window of being able to interact with the customer on a way that the mainstream just doesn't have.
Yeah. We're just, I know exactly what you're saying. And I always wondered, why aren't more of these people out there doing what we're doing? And I was probably a bit naive when I first started wondering that, because there are pros who have tried and haven't succeeded in the way that they probably wanted to, because they underestimated the value of this network and the enthusiasm of the fans, the enthusiasm that the fans have for people who fly the flag, and they don't just talk the talk, but they walk the walk as well.
Yeah.
I know I do personally. I'm that much more inclined to back someone like Adam Post or Greater Point 5 or whoever who is out there every day. I see them out there every day, working hard, not only to promote themselves and Comicsgate, but to promote others and keep this, whatever you want to call it, network, whatever, going and thriving, because it is so special what we've got here. To let this kind of slip through our fingers would be an absolute tragedy.
Well, and that's the other thing too. It's sorry, go ahead, Pullen. I kind of take the floor too often. So
no, man. Like I like people to talk. It's well, I don't like any dead air.
Please. Michael's heard enough of me the last couple of days. He's tired of me.
Poland. My family prefer listening to you than they like listening to me. They've heard enough of me over many years. They just want to listen to you now.
They prefer listening to me?
Yeah.
Well, I actually can't even really go back and watch these streams because the sound of my own voice kind of just shrills me. So I'm glad that
you have a good radio voice.
Well, I appreciate it.
Oh, I
But-
feel you, Poland. I mean, man, I can't watch my own stuff. I have had so many videos I've tried to put out, and then I go back to listen, and I'm just like, I can't put this out. Who wants to listen to this?
Put it out. Put it
That
out,
voice.
dude. Put it out. I'm
Yeah.
telling you, 100%. Put it out. You
Well,
don't know. Like half the videos that I do, half of them, like my commentary ones, halfway through, I just think of giving up and saying, "This is rubbish. No one's going to listen to it. This is just nonsense." And I just go, well, look, I've done half the work. I may as well do the last half and put it out. And I'm so glad I do afterwards. You get a bunch of views. You get people commenting. Like as you said, like I wouldn't have 700 and something subs now if I had have not put them out.
Yes.
And everyone is so forgiving. Like, don't try and make it super slick, and people will forgive you for all your foibles. Yeah, put it out, because you will not get better and be able to listen to yourself unless you do that. Like seriously, like we need more guys like you out there. So absolutely, put it out there.
Yeah, I put the last one out and it got pretty good reception. But it was mostly from my friends and stuff. I'm just like, you guys listen to me all the time, and I know you're sick of hearing me. So I don't know. We'll see how other people respond. But no, the thing I was getting at is Comicsgate has this magic about it because we are so close with the fans. You know, this over the last couple of weeks, we've kind of had this separation of creator and fans, and I don't think that's very apt. I think that we need to kind of dial it back and realize that, you know, all the creators are fans. They're fans, and all the fans, like, there's more people that are going to be better at art and able to criticize and look at who we are, that are smarter than us, better artists than us, better storytellers than us, and be able to still be fans of the work that we end up doing. And I think that when we kind of try to separate creators from fans, we're doing ourselves a disservice. We have this magic in Comicsgate where the fans can be creators just as easily as anybody in Marvel, anybody in DC. You know, it takes work, it takes time. You have to be able to connect with people, but the opportunities are there. And we're in this like golden zone right now where you can reach out, and something as simple as a head sketch in your comic book means a significant amount, especially 5 years down the road. Like, we don't know the things that we're doing now. We don't know the value of the things that we're doing now because we don't know what our future selves are going to be at. And they're going to be looking back. I mean, in lots of my endeavors, I look back at my self 5 years ago. I'm just like, you didn't even know. You didn't know you were going to be here. And the fact that you got me here, I mean, that's amazing. You didn't have the information I had. You didn't have the skills I have. And I'm impressed you even, you know, got through each day. And that's where Comicsgate is right now. Right? Like,
yeah, dude.
Comicsgate from 5 years from now is looking back, and they're saying, thank God you didn't give up. Thank God you didn't toss in the towel. Thank goodness you didn't listen to your detractors. Thank goodness you fought against anti-CG. Thank goodness you were the person that you were. Thank goodness you were the people that you were to keep moving forward. Because without you, CG would not be where it is now. And 5 years from... Sorry, go ahead. I'm just talking.
That's all absolutely right. By the way, Bandito had
true.
He had a great thread on Twitter today, basically telling everyone to simmer down and we need to come back under one banner again. You know,
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's my did you
it was a good thread. I read it.
I played it on stream. It's quite on. It's just full of film quotes. I just basically chopped out film quotes and made that. It's like the history of Comicsgate, right? So it goes through the history of how it got born and everything, and it's all just made up of film quotes. And the end is the scene from Any Given Sunday where Al Pacino is talking to his team in that movie, and he's just saying, like, you know, we need to come together now as a team, or you know, we are not going to survive. Basically, you know, like, if we're going to live and survive and thrive as as a team, we have to come together and work this shit out, because you know, like we are that close. We're within grasp of, you know, what we've been working for all these years. So yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Smiling Bandito. I'm kind of living proof of it. I've got a campaign. It's 321% funded right now. And if you had said that to me a couple of years ago, you know, I would have not seen how that would have been possible. But, you know, I started watching Zach even when all the people that I was kind of hanging out with at the time were bad-mouthing Zach. And I just kind of dropped all of those people like a lead balloon and just kind of unfollowed everyone that I was following almost. And just sort of restarted my Twitter, restarted my YouTube follow kind of list, everyone I was subscribed to. And I was on board pretty much since day one, because I was waiting for this to happen. You know, I wanted to make a comic. The only thing that existed back in the day was the kind of, well, we know what was out there, the independent SJW scene. It just that was what it was. So you just had to play nice in there. I just had to kind of keep my mouth shut and you know, just talk about comics and not talk about anything else. So when Zach came along and I saw that he was just hugely popular, I think he had, you know, like 20,000, 30,000 people by the time I found out about him. I was just like, yeah, I was listening to him every day, and you know, I was just fully involved in all that stuff. And so when was that? In 2016, 2017. And I've been here. Yeah. I've been here ever since, and you guys might not have known about me, but I've been here, and I've you know, I've had my Twitter that whole time, and I've just been plugging away bit by bit. And yeah, I'm glad I didn't give up, because if I had have, I wouldn't be sitting here right now talking to you guys in the position that I find myself in, with closing in on 1,000 subs on YouTube. I've got the crazy thing is the craziest thing is actually is the Twitter following that I have now, which I don't know if you guys like have tried to grow a Twitter following. It's one of the hardest things you can do. People who have big Twitter followings that aren't just like follow back stuff, they are hard won. And you know, I remember being stuck on about 300 or 400 Twitter followers, and they were all just follow backs for the longest time. The longest time. We're talking like years would go by where I wouldn't gain a single follower. And I'm putting out stuff, I'm putting out art, I'm posting art and getting no likes on it, no retweets. And that's what it was like. And then, you know, Comicsgate came along, and all of a sudden I just felt like, wow, I've found my people. You know, you were all you guys were out there, but we just hadn't connected yet. And we didn't have a means of connecting, and now we do. And ever since I really started ramping up,
I didn't even know I liked comics before Comicsgate.
There you go. There you go.
I didn't even know. Yeah.
And you're the second or third guy. You're actually the third guy in the last week that I've heard say that.
That's awesome.
You know, yeah. When people say, you know, we got to go into the stores to get the new people on board. No, it's here. It's happening. It's online. It's all happening here. And yeah, like that. Just I always think about that, Poland. That, you know, you weren't even reading comics, and Comicsgate, you know, showed you what comics have to offer. There's you know, because you weren't there, you know, back in the day when I was a kid, there was so much energy in mainstream comics. It was to me as a kid, it was everything. Like me and my mates, we would go over to one of our houses and we'd all bring our comics that we just got. And we would sit and we'd read them, and then we'd like pass them on. So my friend, he read Iron Man and G.I. Joe. I read Spider-Man and Ghost Rider. My other friend read X-Men and something else I can't remember right now. And we would sit together, and then when we finished one, we'd pass it on to the next guy. So we would all kind of, and that's what we would do on the weekends.
Oh man, there was you just hit me in the chest like that. Yeah, 100%.
You know, that's how you know, we spent our weekends sometimes when we were kids, and then slowly that you know, the corporations saw that was happening, and they just they sunk their teeth in hard. And
Oh, yeah.
the only way I could afford comics was my mother would give me $1.30 every day to catch the bus to go to school. And I would walk to school, and it would take me sometimes an hour and a half to walk to school. But every day I get $1.30, so that at the end of the month I've got like $30-something.
Oh my goodness!
And I walk into the news agency, a kid with $30 of coins,
Oh,
and I would just dump it on the counter, and I would get this thick stack of comics.
Yeah,
and they would look at me like, "Who is this kid with $30 spending on comics?" And man, and it was just amazing. It was amazing, the different stories and the energy. And there was Wizard magazine. I've got Wizard magazine right here. I've got a whole stack of Wizards right here. Just devour them, read through them. That was the YouTube. Wizard magazine was the YouTube of the day. You would
100%.
read it on all your favorite artists, and there'd be interviews, and you would it was just cool. And then the corporations saw that there were kids like me out there, and then they started thinking, how can we bleed these kids dry, which is just the worst possible thing to do, because I was a Spider-Man kid through and through. That was everything. I liked Ghost Rider, but I could give up on Ghost Rider, but it's Spider-Man, and Spider-Man was the most popular character of the day alongside X-Men.
It still is.
And and man, they just started putting Spider-Man in every single title. So now all of a sudden, if I wanted to catch up with what was happening with him, I had to go over to West Coast Avengers, had to go over to X-Force, had to go over to here and there and there. So all of a sudden, I felt forced. I had to buy, instead of, I was buying Peter Parker, Web of Spider-Man, and Amazing Spider-Man. And then they added Spider-Man. And then now I've got to get all these other things. It was just too much. It became too much. And then on top of that, because they were doing too much, the story quality was declining. And it all just sort of crashed. And that's when I fell out of it. And I didn't find that energy again until now. And it's just this. I always say it, and I don't mean to put women off, and I don't, like, if there's any women listening or if there's any women involved, I don't mean to put them off. I'm not excluding you, but I'm just saying there's this masculine energy that's happening in Comicsgate right now. It's just like guys excited about something, who are building something, and they're putting all that masculine energy into it. All that we build things, we create things, we gamify things, we compete against each other, and and
there is nothing wrong with that. Like, the problem that we are dealing with is that masculine energy is damaging to women. And I mean, the reality is, like, I have 2 daughters, and I showed my oldest, she's 14. I showed my oldest EVS. Actually, I showed her your video of EVS talking about what we're doing for boys. And as she's watching it, I'm just realizing, I'm just like, how is she identifying with this? And we had a talk afterwards. And the thing that I realized is that it's not like, what we're doing is we're showing, like, let me think about this for just a quick second. So the problem is, right now, girls are growing up thinking they have to settle for useless men. They have these guys around them who have no skills, no abilities, who are having things given to them, and when things don't go their way, they blame the people around them. And because they don't have the ability to be useful, to do things for themselves, to be able to even just change a tire when the car requires it, when they have a problem, they panic. And when they panic, they lash out. And because of that, they lash out on the women. And you can't have that. You need to have men around you that are capable, that know what they're doing, that can look at a situation, that can make decisions based upon what needs to happen. And the flip side of that is women need to be able to look at a situation and have those same things, that same progression of thought saying, hey, I can handle this. And when you don't have anyone in a comic, it's ridiculous that comics are the things that teach that. When you don't have anybody in a comic that knows what's going on and you have to talk out your feelings in a hallway while you are drinking coffees, nothing gets done. Nothing gets solved. No problems are looked after. And it's not just our boys that are growing up without any role models or anybody to look up to, but the girls are like, I don't have anybody to look to. I don't have people to look up to. I don't have men to look up to. I don't have women to look up to. Nobody knows what is going on. And if everyone is rudderless, the ship just continues to turn in a circle. And it doesn't matter who's at the helm. It doesn't matter who's at the wheel. It doesn't matter if it's men. It doesn't matter if it's women, boys or girls. Nobody has anyone to look up to. And right now, our girls are being taught that they can have useless men around them. And they should not be settling for that. They don't deserve to settle for that. They need people that are around. They need men that are around them that are just as capable as they are. And if they don't have that, I mean, if no one is teaching the boys, no one's teaching the girls either. So, you know, if we don't have that, then nobody has that. So
completely agree.
Yeah, it's this. Yeah, sorry, go on, Holland.
I was just going to jump in real quick because it's something near and dear. I think the more we continue to neglect our young boys that then grow up to be just older boys, it does affect women as well. Bandito's point is exactly correct because there is a symbiotic relationship. There are things that femininity, not feminism, but femininity brings to the table that men can't bring. And there's things like competence and that creativity that you're talking about, Michael, that's unique to men in a certain sense about building and whatnot that they bring to the table. And, you know, you don't want either side to be ineffectual. And all we hear nowadays is that masculinity is toxic. The things that it brings are toxic. Yet we want to encourage and push women to be more like men in all these ways instead of celebrating the things that make women special. And we want them to just be half-ass men, which doesn't make any sense.
I could go off on this topic for hours. It's so crazy. Like we have these traditional gender roles or whatever you want to call them, structures, whatever. We had this idea of what it was to be a man and what it was to be a woman. And we had that, and it was developed over centuries, over millennia. Who knows how long it was developed? It could have been being in developed for hundreds of thousands of years. And, you know, we just all of a sudden, not we, but society or whatever, has decided to throw it all away and just pretend that, no, it's not that men and women have been had a symbiotic relationship with each other since the beginning of time. And that's how we've gotten ourselves to this point. No. What's actually happened is that it was one gender oppressing the other. And we've been at war this whole time. And now it's time for them to strike back. And it is just, it is so harmful to everyone, not just boys, but to girls as well. And I have an 8-year-old daughter and a 2.5-year-old son. So I'm, absolutely, I've got my eye on this from both sides as well. And it is just something that it's just an absolute disaster what's been happening in all of this. And did you guys see EVS talking earlier? He was reading an article about what was it? People talking like babies now.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And it's just where are the adults in the room? Where are the real men who are going to stand up and say shut the hell up? And where are the women who are like, there as well to say this is not how a woman talks and a man. This is not how a man talks. Like, this is just ridiculous. You've just deconstructed everything to the point where you think you can just build everything back again with your own whim, and it's just ridiculous. Hey, Akikama's here. Hail, brother. Akikama is the one who backed me at the very last second.
Hail.
So
Hail,
cheers, brother.
Akakama.
Thank you so much. I gave the hard sell. And but let's watch that video now. That classic EVS rant on
I
masculinity.
love your
and pop
animation
culture.
on this. This is fantastic.
Thank you. Just before I start, I've got another rant that I was been trying to cut down, and it's been doing my head in because it actually the raw audio is 25 minutes long, and I've got to get these things down to about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And he goes off on so many different topics. It's really hard to piece together. And at the same time, I don't want to be chopping him like a Jim Jeffries interview. I want to like give his actual opinion as it was said. So it's been a real headache. But we do what we do and we get there. So okay, this is Masculinity in Pop Culture by Ethan Van Sciver. Let me know if you can't hear it.
Here's the other thing to remember about pop culture, okay? The people who like Star Wars, the people who like Dungeons and Dragons, the people who like video games and comic books, these are smart people. So the culture that they're taking in is vital. This is a battleground. What we teach our boys, what we teach our smart, exceptional, special boys, it's important. Are we teaching them the masculine version of Thundercats? Or are we showing them the CalArts, soy-based pussy version of Thundercats? Are we mocking masculinity, or are we cherishing it? We're making it look cool. We're giving these boys something to aspire to. That's what all of this stuff means. These are the things that actually shape our ideas of what it means to be a man. And if these social justice warriors, these soy boys can get in there and they can monkey with it and they can change it and they can make it embarrassing to be a man, they can demasculinize and depenis Luke Skywalker, put him in a bathrobe as a failure, somebody who gives up and literally sucks on sea monster tit instead of fighting the First Order, which is what he should be doing. What kind of message does that send to our boys? How are boys supposed to grow up without Luke Skywalker? How are boys supposed to grow up if Batman is sitting there whining about Selena Kyle all day long? Boys don't have the role models that they used to have because the most incredibly depressed, mentally ill weirdos have taken complete control of our pop culture and they're ruining it. You want to pump out more soy boys that look like Will Wheaton? This is the inevitable result of all of this. This is where we're going. This is why we fight so hard. These boys need heroes. They need masculine role models. They need heroes, people who don't sit around and cry and mope and whine, people who put themselves last, who put heroism, their country first. It's so important. I know it seems silly to cry about Captain Marvel or Star Wars or The Last Jedi. You can't stop until they change what they're doing, until they wake up and realize that they're destroying people. They're taking away our balls. Our boys are growing up to be pussies because they don't know any better. They're afraid of offending these blue-haired land whales on social media. They're afraid.
So there you go, masculinity and pop culture, according to Ethan. I got sent that clip. It was I don't watch Geeks and Gamers. It was on Geeks and Gamers show that was on. Yeah, thank you to You Know Who You Are who sent me that. That was very nice of you because that was the animation that really put a lot of spotlight on my channel as well. Just before my campaign launched, my wife was asking me, "Are you sure you should be spending all this time doing this animation as your campaign is about to launch?" And I said, "Trust me,
I know that battle. Yeah.
This message is going to resonate to a lot of people." So yeah, it's just such a great rant. Like very few people. EVS is one of them. Nerdrotic is another. Heels versus Babyface is another guy. They can just bring out something like that off the top of their head and just hit every note so perfectly.
Oh yeah, I hope to be there one of these days.
Yeah, it's that's not something I'm really working towards. If it happens, it happens. But I'll be to animate it because that's the skill that I have. I listen for those little funny moments to just give that little punch, keep people interested in, and I look for the visual things that he's saying, so I can create that moment, and it makes it so much more shareable and digestible. I'm
100%.
I'm actually working on a meme right now. I've got a little meme going. It's going to be one of those memes, where I've got video footage. It's from a film, and I'm going to stick, Comicsgate over someone's head, and SJW Comics over someone else's head, and I'm going to have soy boys in there, cucks, all kinds of people in there, and I think it's really cool. I think it's a good metaphor. I think it's going to be a really funny video. I'm probably going to release that tomorrow. So hopefully you guys will see that. And yeah. Low key making you sound like if you add, what's going on here? Oh yeah. There was a guy. Yeah. He went off for days. He went on for days. He was saying how everyone was white that I was saying was good, and then the one person who wasn't. And I just said to him, that's a real situation that happened. The changing of salvo from the guy to that overweight Samoan woman. Yeah. And I said, dude, it's not about race. This is we're talking about masculinity here. He wouldn't let it go. He was just absolutely zeroed in on the people who are like that. I call them race vultures. They're just zeroed in on that topic.
It's so easy to white knight. Like, that's the thing, is that it's the low hanging fruit. It's the easy kill. You can always say, well, I just think these people, and that's what it always comes down to. And it's just like, these people should be better represented. And it used to be that was a slur. Like, it's crazy how the terminology has changed around.
It is, isn't it?
It's absolutely insane.
It's flipped on its head, and they don't see it.
Alex, I don't know if you know this or not, but since Michael's white, he can only write white characters.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure if you were on board with that or not.
I'm not even supposed to be writing Ella.
Yeah,
Colin, I forgot you were here, man. What did you just come back in?
He's been interacting in the chat.
I've been in the chat, and I'm giving you your limelight here. You got a lot of good thoughts. And by the way, the thing I saw on Twitter, I think it's actually a few days old from you. I don't do Twitter very often, so I just catch things sporadically. But
gotcha.
I think it was in response to either Malin or Ethan, but it was you're giving your insight in the last couple of weeks of conflict. So I really appreciate reading it, and I think you echoed some of that today on Liam's as well. So I think we're of similar minds.
No, that's good to hear. I can't be the only one that thinks this way, and I think everyone's sick of the fighting, and I think that everybody kind of wants to be able to just have more things that they enjoy. And when we have more things that we enjoy, we have less reasons to fight. I think when people are happier, they don't care about fighting so much. And if we can kind of continue to move forward as just being like, hey, we're creators. What are we creating? We're creating things that people find joyful. That becomes a big thing. And I feel like I said it a while ago. I don't know. I got crazy with Twitter for a while, so I don't remember when I said it. But I used to think that we entertained ourselves to death. We were consuming so much entertainment that it was like, this is all we have, and then we die. And then I went to an expo. I went to a Comic-Con, and I saw these fan bases. Like, I'd been so isolated for so long, I forgot how fan bases can kind of interact with each other. And when I saw how much joy, they didn't just take in the thing that was created, whatever the fan base was, Doctor Who, Star Wars, Star Trek, Conan, whatever it wasn't just the joy that they took in that creation, but also the joy that they took in each other expressing that. Once I realized that was something they could interact with, even if they had differences in their fan bases, I realized it's not that we entertain ourselves to death, it's that we are looking for reasons to be happy. And when we look for reasons to be happy and we find a creator that exemplifies that, that's when the train starts going. That's the coal that stokes the fires. And that's what creators are actually doing. They are essentially giving reason for people to be happy. And when we're happy, we don't want to go to war. When we're happy, we don't want to fight each other. And those things, I mean, ultimately, what are we here for? To belittle, to tear down, to create reasons to make this shifting value scale that makes it so that we always are trying to load up our end. No, I think we just want to be happy. We just want reasons to be happy. We just want to be joyful. And that is important. I can't remember exactly where I was going with this, but I know that when I'm almost done my bottle here. So it's when
man, I'm having the exact same problems.
Yeah. So
no, look, I know exactly what you're saying. I don't like anyone who's listened to me now for I get on I do my YouTube commentary videos sometimes. You've watched me on streams. I'm right there with you. I don't understand the fighting. I don't understand why people can't just kind of move along when things get heated and just refocus on the fun stuff, because there's so much fun stuff going on and there's so much to be happy about. Like, we are kicking ass and we all feel part of it. Like, we all feel every backer that EVS gets or that Dan Frager gets or that Zach gets, we all feel part of it because we are part of it, because we've been here since the beginning and we've watched it all grow. And it's so much fun. It is so much fun. So I could talk about that gamification part of it. Like, let's just keep it fun, because if it stays fun, we're going to keep getting more and more people exactly like Poland here, who's going to see, oh, what's going on over here? Like, there's actually a fandom that is a lot of fun, that makes fun of themselves, that just has a blast. Like, watching the war campaign videos, just like, it's just craziness.
The one tonight. Oof.
Yeah. So I'm going to go watch that later after this stream. I just want to have fun. I want to be entertained, exactly like what you're saying, Smiling Bandito. And me personally, I don't understand fighting. I know that it happens because, there's people aren't like me on the internet. People have hot tempers and people say things maybe they either don't mean or that it doesn't come off exactly how it should have. But I do see tensions kind of, what is it called, like lowering at the moment, thankfully. Who knows until when it's going to kind of simmer up again. We just have to we've been through it so many times before already now. I think we're well equipped to cope with it, handle it when it comes. Go on, Poland.
I was going to say that we don't need to be disparaging each other. Saying that certain people dox and don't want women in Comicsgate and all that stuff.
I don't even want to disparage antis or known SJWs. I just don't like. I mean, I'll chuckle if other people do. Don't get me wrong. That's my guilty pleasure. But just me personally, like, I want everyone to read the Lucent. I want SJWs to read it. I want all kinds of people to read it. Like, as consumers, come in and consume it. Everyone is welcome. That doesn't mean I'm going to have you on my show. That doesn't mean I'm going to entertain your crazy theories. But if you can move past our differences, like I do with other people that I consume entertainment from, and just back my book based because you like the look of it, I am absolutely more than happy to have you here and be a backer. So to that end as well, I just don't like the heartache. I like to go to sleep at night. I want to be kept up at night, worrying about some person thinks I'm attacking them or harassing them or whatever, or that I'm a horrible racist, or I'm the scummiest person in Comicsgate because I'm using the great man Stan the Man's image in vain. I don't want to do that. And James,
it was a tribute. Like, that was oh my goodness, I can't get over that.
I think part of it too is that a lot of us ended up here because we are jaded. Like I said, I came from other mediums completely, and so we're in the fight mode sometimes. And there are certain things worth fighting for, but we have to make sure it's something of substance and that we can actually come to a higher ground once we're done with that difficult hopefully short-term conflict. So some of my best friendships I currently have in my own personal life, there's been some pretty rough conflict in there, but we went through those brief moments of discomfort for long-term gains that galvanized us and made us stronger. So I'm hoping that a lot of this will end up making the movement stronger, refine it. You know, maybe there were some ways where we were straying and it got called out, and we'll reel that back in. So I think it can be productive, but we need to make sure, which I think we've definitely gotten to that point, where it's not just, oh, why are we even fighting anymore? Now it just seems petty, you know, and it's just passive aggressive constantly.
Yeah, well,
this guy doesn't like this guy, and yeah.
This is the benefit of conflict. Like, that's the only thing that does come out of it that you can say, thank goodness this happened. And it is if, you know, in the fires of those tempers, you know, the truth of what we want Comicsgate to be actually comes out. You know, we need to get rid of the slag. We need to get rid of the impurities that are there. But the impurities aren't necessarily people. It's just the way that we approach things. And those concepts and ideas of this is what it has to be, or I will strictly adhere to only this type of ideal, that doesn't always serve us. You know, we're people. People carry dualities. People carry inconsistencies and hypocrisies, and we don't necessarily need to pile up on each other just because we didn't act the way that we thought that we should. And when we give a little bit more forgiveness, that can go a long way. And the thing about forgiveness is like when you think about the word structure, forgiveness, it's something you give before it's required. That's what forgiveness means. Like that's a word that's been joined together that we use in English now that did not have a meaning before it was created. And we use it for like biblical things. You're talking about how you don't necessarily have to be Christian to believe in biblical things. The idea of forgiveness, like God's forgiveness, is, as described in the Bible, is something that you have before you even need it. And the idea that God forgives your sin is that you've missed the mark on what you were supposed to do, but God forgives you. Before you've committed the sin, he's already said, hey, you know, I got you on this one. And I think when we consider the fact that we're all just people, I mean, EVS is only a couple years older than I am, and he's going to make mistakes the same way that I do. He's not always going to act the same as I expect him to, and that doesn't have to matter, right?
Yeah,
it's not like his book is not contingent. Me backing his book is not contingent on him acting appropriately towards me all the time.
Just on that point, when I first started doing videos, so I had no idea what I was going to put onto YouTube at all.
Okay, keep talking. I got my headphones on. I got to get ice.
Yeah, sure. And I'm just you know, talking into a camera, and I'm all of a sudden realizing in a very stark way how difficult this is to just talk into a computer with no one listening. So it's a lot easier doing it on stream here now with people here than it is to just do it into nothing. It's really difficult. And so all of a sudden now, not just for Ethan, but for anyone doing a podcast or anything, I just have huge respect now for their, you know, not only for their ability to be clear and concise and make points, but even just the bravery just to put that in, opinion up there and out there into the ether. And one thing is certain. One thing is absolutely certain. You are going to say many things doing that. Especially if you do it for years, you're going to be saying many things that are going to contradict other things that you're going to say later. That's just being a human. You are going to have kind of hypocritical notions in your head. You're going to hold notions in your head that objectively you shouldn't be able to hold at the same time, but you do. Everyone does. We all do. So, and I remember someone called Ethan out on something. So Ethan has said something and maybe he said it in his passionate manner that he tends to do, where he's kind of, in almost a rant mode. And then he's gone on later, maybe possibly many months later, said something that is contradictory to that statement. And now someone comes on with a super chat. Ha! Caught you out, EVS. You are a hypocrite. You said this and now you say that. And Ethan, being Ethan, just handled it so brilliantly. And he said, yeah. Hey, I'm a hypocrite on some things. I'm gonna say some things sometimes, and I'm gonna mean things the other times. It just is the way it's called being a human. So we have to give people who are putting their voice out there in the public sphere, on Twitter, on YouTube, we have to give them a little leeway and a little understanding, and make sure that we're not taking whatever they're saying in the least charitable way. We're not, we're not taking people literally on every single thing, just so that we can mine gotcha moments.
Oh yeah,
because that is one of the most wretched parts of Twitter. It's just baked into the system, the whole retweet, and you can go back through timelines, and it's just that's why I don't argue on Twitter. I promote on Twitter. I talk positively with others on Twitter. I congratulate people. I share their projects, and I just don't argue. I don't argue much with people anyway, because I find it hard. I find it hard to muster the enthusiasm to do it anyway. But if you are going to argue, get onto YouTube. It's right there. It's so easy. Look at Smiling Bandito. He just came on, and we've been talking for hours now. It's so easy to open up a discourse. And if we were arguing, I can guarantee you that we would at least understand each other in a way that there's no hope that we would able to understand each other if we were doing this on Twitter.
You haven't been arguing this whole time?
Hashtag no animus. Hashtag no animus.
I really do have to go back and watch this stream, don't I? I feel like I'm out of the loop. I'm just not in the in-group anymore. I haven't caught a war campaign stream for weeks now, so I've got to get back into it.
Yeah.
I haven't caught so much now for a few weeks.
Michael, debate me.
Debate me. I don't want to swear on your stream, but debate me.
Oh, that's a good impersonation. I like that.
Debate me, man.
I find it hard to get that low register, that gravel. No,
Delta Sperg is back.
Hail Delta Sperg.
Yeah. We've been talking this whole time. We've just kind of let our minds wander to whatever subject that we feel like we want to talk about.
There is only one, like on Twitter, there's only one thing that really, actually it's in life too, that really gets me. And that is when people want to be purposely harmful. And when I see like Preston Poulter or Gail Simone, where they open up an attack, where they're specifically trying to say your value is less than mine. That gets under my skin so bad. And I cannot help myself. I unload on these people. And it is, and I mean, I've been drawn into other conflicts, but that's because I've been drawn into it. These are one of the things. It is my trigger. It's my weakness. If you ever want to engage me on Twitter, your open invitation is to be disparaging against somebody else. Just tag me in it. Just say, I hate this person because of X, and I hope that they see themselves as lower than life, and I'll be there. And we can have discourse. So. Yeah,
like I even then I just don't. Even some of the stuff is so outrageous what they say. I did get into an argument with Vicky a couple of weeks ago, and it was so pointless. It was just so pointless. That's the thing. It was so.
Did she talk to you like a baby?
Pointless, and we were. I don't know. Talk to me like Vicky, and just it was just like hours of my life for nothing. So I was like, it's just every time I do it, every time I slip up, we're all imperfect creatures. Every time I slip up, I end up regretting it. So why just stop slipping up? And you know, that's why I didn't even respond to any of these idiots saying, you know,
well,
you know, the worst thing in CG for that Stan Lee thing.
I'd much rather spend hours talking to you than Vicky. That's for sure.
I feel really bad for Vicky. She's somebody who has just enough information to be dangerous, and she has a friend that she feels validated and sticking up for, and it's unfortunate because like Preston is, I'm sure like when he's friends with somebody, he's a totally reasonable person. The problem is that when you're only acquaintances with a person like that, with what I've seen from him, there's no value. It appears anyway in that relationship, and those are words from his own mouth. That's not me trying to create, you know. But for Vicky, it's like, here's someone that she sees as a friend that she feels like she has to validate, and she has just enough information with the, because I mean, if you take the imperfections of anybody and you stack it up, nobody looks good, and so she has just enough information against Comicsgate to feel validated in how she's justified how she is sticking up for Preston. So I don't know. I feel sorry for her, and it's unfortunate that she's caught in that position. She probably doesn't feel that way, like I said, but it's unfortunate to see.
I always feel like everyone else knows more about these people than I do, because pretty much the moment you start bad mouthing CG, I just kind of, I'm pretty much now, I just either unfollow you or mute you, because even if it's just perfectly normal, innocuous criticism, it usually you just scratch at the surface and then you see there's real bitterness, and just it's all sort of underneath the surface. So even if someone just says, what I don't like about CG is this, and that's a perfectly fine criticism, and you know, they're entitled to their opinion. That's all cool. And I've kept people, you know, in my circle who aren't aligned with Comicsgate and don't agree with everything that what we're doing here. But what I've just found over the time is that if you delve a bit deeper into what they're talking about, what they're thinking about, it does get really conspiratorial, and it's just a whole bunch of people taking the absolute least charitable interpretation of anything that anyone ever says that ring to it. He's just, you know, the least charitable person on earth. He will take anything you say and twist it into, you know, whatever his vision of whatever it is you're doing is.
And I kind of get. Oh, sorry. Go for it, Poland.
I hate to sound mean, but these people are parasites on our backside of Comicsgate. I mean, how this is what I think Bandito was getting to. You do pity them, because how small does your life have to be that when you wake up in the morning, your mission is to undermine someone and make them miserable just because they're trying to go out there and create, you know, entertainment for other people. Like, how small?
This is what I will never understand.
I don't think Preston really wants the demise of our brand of Comicsgate. I don't think that, because I think he gets a lot of mileage out of it. I think that he wants Ethan to be as popular as possible, because when he wasn't able to get onto Ethan's show, because I remember way back, what had happened is he'd been trying to contact everyone, and he went straight for the top. So instead of trying to work his way through like Wanger's channel and Mandy and, you know, all the other smaller creators, he tried to go straight for the top. He tried to say, Ethan, get me on your show. He went for John, get me on your show. And it was actually John who said, you know what, this guy keeps messaging me. I don't like the way he talks to me. You can have him on your show if you want, but I am not, I'm not going to have anything to do with him. And Ethan just said, well, if he's not good enough for, if that's what you think, John, then you know that's good enough for me. And that was the end of it. Until after that, Preston started making all of these rude and you know derogatory comments on Twitter. And oh, shoot, I had a point to all this.
Well, it's all right. James Dean Anderson is here. How you going, James?
Hey, not Malin.
This is the first time I've. Yeah, we can hear you. This is the first time I've actually spoken to you in person. So nice to meet you, man.
Hail and well met.
I'm actually, what was the hail not Malin that I heard this morning? It's pretty funny. You guys are so dead on this. The reason why I wanted to come on is because I've actually been around Comicsgate since pretty much the beginning. One of the guys, oh, hey, man, I saw one of my friends just say hi to me there in your chat.
James?
First started, you know, he's just kind of coming down and done his thing. He hired me to do some logos.
Yeah, you should.
Did I freeze?
Just for a second there.
Just for a
second.
It's
coming back now.
Who hired you to do some logos?
Okay, so Ben Henderson hired me to do some logos for him when he first started, and he was doing. I just knew him from the How to Draw Comics website on Facebook, or that Facebook group. It's really big. So I knew Ben Jones and I knew Kanan White, and those guys were awesome. And then I had another artist friend that was a guy named Guile Sharp. And I figured Guile would probably want to do this, whatever this Comicsgate thing was, because these guys were doing it too.
Did you?
And my video editor turned out to be in. My video editor was a guy named Eric Weathers, as many of you know. Eric Weathers. And
you're just name dropping now, James.
No, Eric and I live in the same town. Like our family
likes to humble brag.
And they're Eric's like the best dude you're ever going to meet. So anybody that wants to really support Comicsgate, but they want to create characters, create comics, they want to support good books and support good projects, and they don't want the drama, dude, Eric Weathers is your guy. I mean, the guy, he's just there to have fun, and he's got a great sense of humor. So he's going to laugh. He's like us. Like, he's going to laugh at the jokes, but he's not going to sit there and just try to go out of his way to make jokes and hurt people. It's stupid and hurtful and dumb, and it doesn't really help anything. And that's why I wanted to come on the stream. I listened to you guys, and I'm like, gosh, it's just so refreshing to hear somebody not be a drama queen. It's like, shut the fuck. Like, this, none of this helps. Like, why are you doing that? Like, how old are you? And so I think it comes down to there's always going to be that guy in high school who was a bully and a douche, and maybe they had more money than some other kid or whatever, and they were just kind of weaselly, or maybe they were cooler for whatever dumb reason, and then they get out of high school and they realize that, oh, I'm not cool and nobody cares. And then they have nothing to talk about. And I think that's what you guys are seeing, is that you guys are seeing people who just inside are broken, who need it. Like, they really need that kind of negative attention in a bad way. And I find that pretty tragic, because I actually read comics to get away from abuse, to get away from a bad past, to get away from a really bad childhood. And it was literally a place to hide. I would go to the comic book shop. I would walk there like 3 blocks away, and I would just hide out. And they would let me just put away comics for extra money or for trade for comics and stuff. And honestly, it became an escape and a really healthy thing for me. So when I see people do that, I guess anymore, I just feel kind of sad. Like, I'm just like, dude, I just feel bad for you, because, like, who broke you? Like, what happened? Like, what happened to your heart growing up that you're that big of a shit bag? Like, I don't know another way to say it. Like, some people just really are dark inside.
One of the things I think we forget about is that comics, the only place that comics was like a social sport was in the comic shops. Right, or at your friend's place.
Right.
So, you know, I think about the Preston Poulters and the Vickies and that kind of stuff, and I mean, we all have. There isn't as much that separates us as we think there is, and when it comes to Preston, I don't think that he was ever a bully in school. I think that I'm not trying to say I can psychoanalyze the guy, but. He was the kid. He reminds me of the kid that wasn't popular, who had all the toys at home, but was never really had the friends to enjoy them with.
Oh my God! Yes, yes.
Like the kid who didn't earn it. It was like the first girl in the like the late '80s, early '90s, when you'd see a girl that came to school that had the $50 Guess jeans, and we were just like, who would have $50 jeans? You know, I guess,
Or the kid who had a brand new bike and then he'd lose it, and he wouldn't care, and he'd go, "Well, my mum will buy me another one."
Yeah,
you know, you're just kind of living in another world.
For all I know, he might just be a sad kid that just needs attention and whatever. Like I don't know, and I don't really care.
Exactly.
I just look at Comicsgate as something, and I go, Comicsgate is for people who don't buy into BS in the industry. And so I don't want to turn into the same kind of thing within Comicsgate that I saw outside of Comicsgate.
Yep.
I don't want to turn into a bunch of people who say, well, this person can't be here because, like, I don't care. Put out a freaking comic book. Just shut the fuck up. Put out a comic. You know, it's like why is that hard? Guys, I'm sorry. I don't want to cuss too much, but it's difficult not to, because I get riled up about this stuff. I don't understand this. It makes no sense to me. I'm a grown-ass man. I grew up on comic books. I like them. They're fun. Yeah, you know, and I listened to you guys tonight, and I'm just like, where the shit has this been for 2 years? You know, like, I don't know why there's not more of this. Just people just laughing at each other. Call me the fat guy. Make fun of the hot potato. You know, it's funny. Like, make fun of me on air, and we're talking to each other. That's fine. Let's make fun of each other and give fans something fun to enjoy. Give them entertainment.
You're the good JDA. You're the not nailing and the good JDA.
That's funny.
So,
you know, like,
James,
I don't actually know John too well. But you know, that's what's funny about this stuff to me. I'm just like, we're just a bunch of people who like comic books. Why would there ever be literally violence and swatting and drama? Like, what the hell's wrong with people?
100%. Yes.
I don't get it. Don't get it.
James, I don't know if you heard, but I actually came into comics through Comicsgate. I didn't read comics growing up. So yeah, so this medium for me has been a refuge just from being disillusioned with all other entertainment pretty much. You know, it seems like everything's kind of so manufactured and choreographed nowadays, and it's putting agenda over storytelling, and all the characters have one dimension, and it usually has to do with their sexual preference. So, you know, comics have been really refreshing. And at the same time, it reminded me of how good it is to have tactile, physical things that you collect and value and all that. So it's been a real treat. But I absolutely agree with you. You know, I dropped a quote the other day from Simon Bolivar, who Bolivia is named after. He said, "Those of us who have fought for revolution have plowed the sea, because every time they would, you know, have an overthrow, the next incoming class would end up doing the same thing that the previous ones did. So we need to make sure that we don't end up recycling into the mainstream again."
Well, one thing that does help is when we
Guys,
see the
I'll be right back.
mainstream
1
get
second.
pushed our way. Cool.
Bye, Michael.
I like when the mainstream gets pulled our way and not the other way around. You know, you're making an impact when somebody who is a successful business person that runs a comic book imprint sees what Comicsgate is doing and respects that they are more for the fans. And I think we're seeing that with Dynamite. Like, I think Dynamite's kind of not just seeing the writing on the wall, but they're also seeing, hey man, these guys are out there. Okay, right now Anna did a cover, and I heard guys in Comicsgate, some of these guys were, you know, bashing on the cover. I think that's their right. You can say whatever you want. You can say what you want because you're a fan. You can say what you want. That's comics in general. That's what we're going to do. But when you look at what she did, she's already raised what, $30,000 on a cover that she's doing for Dynamite. That means she's making money for not just for herself, for a comic book publisher, a legit comic book publisher that is making money while everyone else is dying. Everyone else is literally just withering on a vine of like, oh crap, the shops aren't open. What do we do? How do we get orders? Oh, now Diamond's not even going to pay us right now until blah, blah, blah. What do we do? Guys, that's a shockingly terrifying thing for a small business to go through. And these are real people. Some of these small imprints are just like a handful of people.
I mean, just look at Alterna.
One of them make 30 grand on a cover. I'm just like, hell yeah, sign me up, dude. That's cool.
Yeah, I don't understand the I can see a lot of where some of these arguments came from over the last couple of weeks, but Dynamite being involved with EVS is not one that really bothers me that much. And as a matter of fact, I think it's encouraging because, like you're saying, it's pulling people into our way of thinking, which I think is the end goal anyways. You know.
Yep. Because it says they're going to survive when Marvel and DC, unfortunately, as comic book companies, they're basically just going, well, this is a loss leader. This is literally a cash loss leader in our company. Well, you can only do that for so long before corporate on top of corporate on top of corporate that buys you out goes, wait a second, you can't have cash loss leaders on these properties that are lower. The reason why they can't do that for very long once they go to the higher corporate is because higher corporate has to up its stock. They have to continually up their stock. The whole point is click up the value, which means pay your people less. We'll just sit there and we'll just strip mine it for everything we can. We want the IPs. We're going to make big movies. But you can't do that when you're Dynamite. Dynamite is living and dying off of putting out books that fans actually think are fucking cool.
That's
they
why
just
I got
want something
Christopher
that's
Priest.
cool.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
if
this
you
is
put
where
out books that are cool and they have cool fan covers and it sells to an audience that they wouldn't on the shelf anyway, how are you losing? That's just adding a vertical. And so if you guys do a project and you get it into Dynamite or you get it into like Alterna or somebody pushes it and they put it into a store, or you go through the process and you spend the money and you go to Diamond and they get back together and the shops are doing okay and you want to put in the shops, good. Give people another chance to make money, because unfortunately you can be broke doing anything. You might as well be broke doing comics. I mean, I know for a fact I make more money as an artist right now than I would if I worked at Walmart. That's a fact. My wife and I, we have 2 young kids. I married a beautiful young girl that was half my age. Don't ask me why she asked me to marry her, but I was down. I wasn't saying no. And I'm like, great, this is awesome. Yes, let's do it. And then she wants to be a mom. And I'm like, great, let's do it. I'm not 12. Let's do this. I'm good. I'm not 25 and freaking out about kids for the first time. I'm like, no, I'm like, I'll be 44 this year. I now have a daughter that's like 4 years old. And so we have 2 kids now. We're just a happy couple, but we were not happy people. We were miserable people, and we met each other and we were great. And that's what Comicsgate should be. It should be people who are miserable, who found each other and said, let's build something better. And then take that and spin that into something where the joy can be real, where you can feel something inside that is real, that's good. Because we can always talk trash. It's easy. It's not like I'm not going to talk garbage on the stuff that I see on Twitter or whatever that pisses me off. But to then turn around and look at guys like you who are actually making this fun and just try to carve away at you, like why do people do that?
I love that what you just
where
said.
is your friggin' joy? Like, why would you want to live and not have any joy in anything? Find something.
How the good JDA.
Good JDA. He's arrived.
Yeah,
We are
man,
miserable,
I'm exactly
miserable
on board
people
with
that
you.
have come together to find joy.
This is what I always say. You guys wouldn't have heard it because I just say it to my wife and she's sick of hearing it. There are 2 kinds of people in this world. There's the people who are capable of contentment, and then there are the people who are incapable of being content. And anyone who's really thought about this, being content is not the same as being happy. Like, you can be happy sometimes, and you can't always be happy just because life is the way it is. But there are some people out there who are just incapable of being content. You could put everything in front of them that should make them content and happy, and they'll find something in there to not be. And I'm right there with you. As someone who is capable of being content, who is capable of having a laugh, who sees something so fun. Comicsgate is so much fun. I've never had this much fun in years. And then to see people look at the absolute, like they just zone in. They just like got a microscope, a magnifying glass, trying to find, the one thing, the one little hypocritical moment, or maybe someone said something and just blow that up. Blow that up. Now it's not all this fun that everyone is happening over here. It's not all this money that everyone is making, putting out amazing books. It's not the fact that 3 years ago, if you wanted to buy a book, you had about 4 choices, and now you have about 100, and 90% of them are amazing quality. It's no, forget all that. We got to focus on this tiny little thing. What have you got there? I'll blow you up.
I'm just sitting here sketching.
How do I blow you up?
It doesn't matter. They can see it.
Oh, it looks hot.
That's not bad. I like where it ended up.
So what are you what book are
some
you
fan
on?
sketches. Well, I have a book called Conflict Clause Out that I'm working on, and I honestly thought that I would get more help with it, and I just didn't raise enough money to be able to pull in some of the help, and then couldn't take the time to do it. So I'm just sitting there going like, well, how do I finish this up? And what I had to do is I actually had to restructure my whole business and basically I had to lose a couple of big clients. I had to take it in the tail financially so that I could not only do this project, but so that I could also feel like I'm doing right by the people that backed it. Because there were, you know, a bunch of people that backed it. I had like 200 backers, and it's like I don't want to let those guys down. And some of them were like really sweet, or they were really patient, and they've been really nice online. And some of them were just like they were upset that they didn't have it, but they weren't crappy about it at all. Like they were really kind-hearted. I think like they could have been really mean, and they weren't like that. And you know, you always have your one or two that are just going to be nasty. I'm like, dude, here's a refund. I'll take your money back. I don't care. But for the people that are patient, I'm not just giving them my conflict comic. I'm literally sending them comics from my comic book collection. Like there's only 200 backers, so everybody that bought a physical copy, I'm fucking sending them some art or some or original art or actual comics, or like one of them's getting the original Star Wars book, like the paperback book of Star Wars, like a first edition. And it's like I'm sending people stuff like that because I do this because I enjoy it. I'm not living on it. I want to have fun with it. I want to make friends in the place, in that space where for me it was an escape. And so for me, it's like I have to see it through for no other reason than just I have to see it through. It has nothing to do with other people telling me whether or not that's right or wrong or whatever. That's why I was just, when I saw the thing with Mitch come out, and you know, I saw the books coming up, and I'm seeing Red Rooster on the shelves in Walmart before I have one. I was bummed because I actually bought his what they call that, like a 6-piece bucket of chicken. And it was like this great thing for, you could actually buy.
You went the whole way.
Absolutely, because I was gonna have a few of them, or like have 6 of them, keep one, and then give the other ones to my local comic shop, because at the time Comicsgate was this new thing, and I just thought, man, it'd be super cool to just give them to the owner. He's the owner of that comic shop. I mean, he's dealt with cancer this last year. A guy robbed a ton of his, like a guy that worked for him stole a bunch of his really good books and was selling them online. I'm like, God, there's just some evil shitbags out there. And so he's stealing and selling all of these really, really good books of his. And then the cops had to come in and basically, I think he got about, I want to say, I don't know, he might have gotten 30 to 60% of them back. I'm not sure how many he was able to get. But it's really crappy to think that there are people who take advantage of somebody who's dying of cancer, who has a comic book shop where you use that as your escape anyway, and a lot of other people do. And so when you see this stuff go on with the industry, I feel bad for the shops. I see some of these owners, they're really just business people trying to stay open. But there are also shop owners who are douchebags, who don't care about fans, who don't do good customer service, who don't even do what you guys are doing right now. Like, they would never go online and go, we're going to sell online too. They would never go online and make a video and go like, guys, this is for the fans. We just want to show you some stuff in the store this week. Check this out. This is freaking cool. How hard is that? This is free. It's absolutely free for us to do this. This literally costs us nothing but a little bit of time. And so if your shop does that, like if the 4 of us right now, Poland 805, Smiling Bandito, Michael Bancroft, James Dean, we decide we're going to open a comic book store, I can guarantee you that the 4 of us will do a more successful job of a comic book store than most shops for 2 reasons. 1, we're not alone. Most shop owners are like one guy who has a big collection, and then he's got to hire on people, but then he doesn't realize just how overwhelming it is, and then he pays them like shit, and then they don't do a good job. He just gets overwhelmed, and then he gets taken advantage by not saying Diamond takes advantage of you, but just like the whole process it's a lot. It's actually just financially, it's a lot. The rent is a lot. The space that you need to have to house comic books is a lot. Warehousing, it just all adds up. But 2, we have 4 people who give a crap about how they treat other people and giving them the fan service that they ask for. To be honest, if right now Marvel Comics could sell 1 million copies a month of, just pick your SJW writer that you hate and the artist that you hate and you don't like them, and you don't have to say them out loud now, but in your head for a second, people that are listening, think of the 2 worst people to you. And with those 2 creators, imagine just for a second that those two creators could sell 1 million copies a month guaranteed, they would literally be far and away outselling most comic book companies combined with that one book. The top 100 books right now in the top 1,000, if you guys ever go to Comic-Con or any of that, you just go like, let's take a look at the actual numbers. It's crazy. In the top 100, it's 1 or 2 that isn't Marvel and DC.
Yeah.
And none of them are anywhere near 1 million copies. I mean, it's like, oh, we sold 100,000 copies of this. Wow, that's a huge book, man. Congratulations.
Well, and they have some months.
Yes, I love that Shane Burgess just said something really great. He said, you wouldn't buy half the crap books the mainstream produce. That's the mainstream. These are people who literally do nothing but comics. They pay professional creators to do this, and yet it still ends up like ass. And the reason that it looks like that and that it feels like that is because they keep going, well, let's whittle down the talent pool money until the talent, let's rush them, let's throw way more in, let's do corporate change on top of corporate change for some weird fill-in or weird crossover that didn't matter. Let's do 36 different covers. Let's last minute put a bunch of changes on them. When big creators like Art Adams are going, dude, I can't stand doing this for this such and such company because they keep changing stuff at the last minute. You just got to go, dude, that's Art Adams. You're going to throw away any of his pages? Everything he draws is the most beautiful thing getting drawn that day. What are you doing? Like, he knows those pages are going to sell for thousands of dollars a piece, and you're just going to set them on fire and burn them because you decided as a corporate to then swap some stuff. You just took money out of his pocket. And I don't know. I think 4 guys could walk in and start a comic book shop, not take a paycheck, and like also do their own jobs and just work their schedules around it and have a store up and running 6 months later that they were all making money on, that they were all taking a paycheck from, a year later that it was their only paycheck. Because they would just have to, in their heads, go, this is how we're going to do it. We're going to make the ultimate fan experience. We're going to make sure that the fans are catered to. We're going to make sure that the fans matter. Because Marvel doesn't matter. DC doesn't matter. Comicsgate, Ethan, me, none of us matter. The fans, the buyers matter. And if you just give them a great thing to consume, they'll buy it.
The only caveat to that is all of our marketing is in social media. So when it comes to the word of mouth and all that type of stuff, there are so many more people that you can't reach.
Not true. That's just called a business expense. It's like anything else. If you want to do business, you better be willing to advertise.
No,
and advertising is not free.
Just in the fact that when you look at Twitter, you can reach 100,000 people, whereas when you open up a shop, you can maybe reach 1,000 people. And the word of mouth from the 100,000 people is the detriment to whatever shop that you might. We can open up a shop, absolutely, 100%. But when I look at Marvel, this is their handicap. So a shop absolutely can do. Oh my goodness, that's so sexy.
How do I blow people up?
How do I get a copy of that?
That's actually a panel. That'll be a panel from Conflict. A lot of my panels are on these 8.5 by 11, and the reason why I'm doing that is because if I want to add something in or add in a surprise face or whatever, I can do that and then send it to somebody small. But I'm also finding that it just keeps it fun. If my warm-up is doing good, I just want to get more done. I want to get more done. I want to have the book done, have it out there, have it fun. Tell a story about characters that people didn't kind of expect. By the way, that character that you just saw, he's got a name you'll appreciate. That's Andre Boucher. And because he's got a rocket arm, he goes by Trebuchet.
I thought you were going to say Smiling Bandito.
That's awesome.
His name is Smiling Bandito.
Smiling
But no,
Bandito.
the thing is that Marvel isn't looking at the comic book shop and thinking about the 1,000 customers that the comic book shop can reach. They're looking at the 100,000 people on Twitter. And when something goes out, they're not worried about each comic book shop and whatever their reach is. They continue. Oh, I got my. Hold on one sec. I'll be right back.
All right. What are you showing us here, James?
It's a little green lamp.
Whoa, wrong one. Hold on.
Share stream.
That's awesome. Share stream.
Chair
What have I
stream.
done? Done.
Ladies and gentlemen, the
Share
smiling
stream.
Magneto chair.
All right, I'm only 2 whiskeys in too, so that's.
So I do a little warm up, and this is actually my warm up book. So like sometimes I'll draw a panel in there or whatever. But
wow, I'm not a traditional comic artist guy or anything. Like I just kind of all self-taught, so I don't really do warm ups like a lot of other people do, and it always amazes me how people can just bang out these incredible pieces that I might labor over just as their warm ups. That's cool, man.
Well, the problem with drawing or anything that's like a high skill position that just takes years to learn, like drumming or whatever the thing, you know, any art like cooking or whatever, is there's going to be a lot of throwaway. If you actually start likening art to cooking, you go, wait a second, they go through a lot of extra food and a lot of it they're just immediately eating. It is a culinary art, but it takes a lot of time and there's going to be a lot of waste. And so to you, what ends up being like, this is no big deal, to somebody else is just like, that was amazing. What is wrong with you? And they don't understand what the hell's wrong in your head. But for you, you're just like, this was crap and blah, blah, blah. Because you forget that your standard keeps going up as you get better at something. They just haven't done that yet. They haven't spent the 20 years.
I don't get better at anything. These are the pages that I send to my artist. I say, hey, this is kind of what I want to have.
Dude, you did page breakdowns. Those are thumbnail page breakdowns. That's great.
And this is what he ends up sending back to me.
Slightly better.
Right?
It's like that. It's like that meme. You know, you're an owl, and it just starts off.
That's beautiful, man. That's really great work. That's really great.
What's your project, Smiling Bandito?
Sorry, say that again.
What's your project? What are you working on?
My comic is called Black as Hell, and
good name.
Yeah, and every time I look on it, it's only every time I hashtag it, it's only black people that are actually using it as a hashtag. So I don't know, somewhere down the road, I'm probably going to get into trouble for using it, but it comes from a Turkish. Sorry,
like a bit of a backstory on the Lucent. I didn't start off called the Lucent. It was actually, do I out myself? It was actually called the Woken many years ago. And
that's Woken.
Yeah, and then at one point, you know, I can remember the first day I heard someone use the verb or the noun, whatever it is, woke. And I thought, oh yeah, and it's not anything I really want to be associated with, but it'll blow over. It'll blow over, and man, it'll blow over.
No big deal.
And then a month went by, and it didn't blow over, and then more and more, and then I'm like, oh god, I'm gonna have to scrap kind of all the marketing that I've done, all the name that I've built for this thing. And I had to start over. But luckily, it was all fine. Like I hadn't really, broken in very big anywhere yet. So I just called it the Lucent, and it all worked out.
I went through the Wokening. That's awesome.
Oh man, it's
awesome.
Yeah,
that's gonna be the parody book now.
The Wokening.
It's hilarious. All right, so yeah, have you got anything to show, Smiling Bandito?
I've got pre-production art, and I got some pages, but my story goes back like 3 years ago. I had tried to put this out in 2017, I think it was. Mm-hmm. And the problem I ran into was, well, first of all, I got into a car accident right when first of all, I was on Kickstarter. So mistake number one. But yeah, I know. And back then I didn't know what all of this, like this was 2016 when I started the project.
It's all right. None of us. Well, Zach first put Jawbreakers on Kickstarter.
He tried.
Yeah, exactly.
So
this was 2016. There wasn't the whole SJW Comicsgate division. And my colorist was actually, she ran into trouble with Comicsgate. She caught a couple people that they were super hostile towards her. And I remember her having to have security at the expo, at the Comic-Con that she was at, because she got legit not like death threats, but she got legit violence threats
From
against
Comicsgate or because of Comicsgate?
from people that were calling themselves Comicsgate. So I've never seen their names
That
again.
sucks.
Yeah, well, there was hostility back then, right? And she was hostile as well, and she was a part of.
There it is. Okay, so
Yeah.
you gotta put the other side of it.
No,
It's
no,
like
don't.
She
don't get me
walked
wrong.
herself into some drama, perhaps.
Yeah, but it was on both sides. I saw the tweets going back and forth, and both sides were just being super hostile, and there wasn't any winners. So, but at the time, anyway, I was a part of Kickstarter. Comicsgate was just ramping up, and but anyway, that's just the time period, and that wasn't my problem. I was trying to draw women sexy at the time, and the women in my comic are all crazy, which you don't get anymore. And she was okay with that. She just had run into a bad batch of people, as far as I'm concerned. But
That really sucks, man, because that'll just like burn people and every single person they talk to.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And nobody wins. Like I said, there was no winners in it.
Right.
And so but like I said, that's not the problem I ran into. When I went to run the campaign, I got into a car accident. Somebody rear-ended me pretty bad, and it messed up my back. And at the time, I thought pushing my comic at I actually just realized I can do this. Hold on one sec. I think screen sharing is easy. I'm going to do this and tell me what you end up seeing. Select window.
Hit us.
Hold on. Firefox, StreamYard.
Michael, I think I found a new tag for your comic in the chat.
What's that? Get woke.
In a good way.
Yeah, because it was like originally when it started, this is before you'd ever heard this phrase, woke, right? It was like the people who would open their eyes and were kind of seeing the truth, the reality that was being hidden.
It had good intentions.
And and then it just all fell apart. It was such a but I'm glad. I like the Lucent better, so
Michael,
it sits well with me now.
You know what's funny is that my YouTube avatar is actually cut from a Australian commercial that I saw years ago.
Oh yeah, it's totally Australian.
It's
What's that?
For some alcohol. I've actually forgotten what it was, but I remember the catch line in it was, "It's top shelf thinking if you buy that alcohol." But I can't remember what it was exactly.
It doesn't ring any bells. Doesn't ring any bells, but
must be for vodka. That's all Australians drink, right? So back when I got into this car accident, messed up my back. I thought that my campaign was actually going to be based on the footwork that I was doing and going to local comic shops and that kind of stuff. And the thing is, like in Alberta, there isn't any reason to not be able to make a comic book. I just didn't realize that the people that I was hearing that advice from were really small time. So they were only selling to their local population. They were, selling maybe 50 copies, that kind of thing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And they considered that success. And don't get me wrong, everyone can have their own success. But I had bigger plans. So I'm hearing this advice of, there isn't any reason not to be able to publish your own comic. I get into this car accident. I thought, the footwork of being able to go to my local comic shops and that kind of stuff and being like, hey, I got this campaign going. Here's my project. I thought that was going to push it. And the car accident kind of brought everything into perspective. I wasn't able to make those appointments. I wasn't able to get to those people. And then I kind of realized I was building the plane while it was in the air. and I wasn't as far enough along as I needed to be in order to start that campaign. And so about a week in, I had raised about $2,000 or $3,000, and
wow.
And I realized that if I had pushed forward, I was asking, I think, for like 7,000 or 8,000, and I probably could have made that goal, but I wasn't. My comic book wasn't ready, so I took down the campaign. If one little thing like the car accident was able to offset it so much, I was just like, one little bump a month from now, like, what's going to make it so that I don't deliver? And if I
you
don't
didn't
deliver,
just plow ahead like Critias did. You looked at the lay of the land and
exactly.
Yeah, right.
So I took the campaign down, and it was unfortunate. I had amazing artists on this project. Let me see if I can find. So this is Dario Carrasco Jr. He actually did the artwork for Star Wars. For Dark Horse
zoom in on
Comics.
that, buddy.
Yeah, zoom in. We can't really make
sorry.
it out.
Really? Okay, hold on.
Like it's there. I can make a full screen. Maybe I can.
Let's see here.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So this is Dario Carrasco Jr. He did the work for.
That's painfully good.
He did the work for Star Wars. Yeah, for Dark Horse Comics when they did Tales of the Jedi. And this, those are some of his character designs. This is Elisa Friesen. She's a local talent. This is just her preliminaries. What else we got? I was going to have a couple different artists on it simply because I needed to get page counts out. And I was actually going to break the story up into 3 different parts. Let's see here. But anyway, this is the thing. I realized I was building the plane while it was in the air. And once I stepped back and kind of took a look at the project, I was just like, I need to be much further ahead. And I kind of needed money to be able to do that. And after the car accident, wasn't able to work, wasn't able to do what I needed to in order to get this project pushed forward. And when it came down to it, I was just like, I just got to take a step back. The people are still going to be there if the project is interesting. If what I'm doing speaks to them, then they are going to still show up. So I just tried to use as much patience as I could. And, you know, as you can see down here, it's 2016 that she was Elisa Friesen. This is her, what was going to be a cover. She, you know, I lost a couple artists along the way, but Dario is still 100% tied to this project. He loves the story. He loves everything that I'm doing with it. So he wants to be a part of that. And, you know, it's going to, I mean, we're still moving forward. I have him working on some pages and stuff now. The money is starting to come in again. And what do I got behind here? Let me show you some of his work. Hold on. This is my artist. So this is the guy who I have working on this project. And he has done a bunch of independent work. But he worked for Dark Horse. He worked for Marvel. He did Alpha Flight and North Star for Marvel. And I mean, the guy's talent is just, you've seen his work. You've bought his work. And, you know, the guy is just an amazing, amazing talent. So anyway, for myself,
well, that's cool.
We're back into this project.
Yeah.
So
just like you were saying, you were making videos. Like, just keep making the videos because all of this stuff is super cool. But yeah, if I have this channel, I would be probably freaking out a bit right now because I'll just be at the whim of other people's generosity. But if you've got a channel, you can just kind of get out there, and even if you don't sell much or anything on your stream or whatever, at least you can get out there and have a voice, and then people can see what you're doing, and you know, who knows, you know, who knows where that could lead. Like we've all seen, watched in real time, people like Deadwood Dale. Deadwood Dale, I think I had more subscribers than Deadwood Dale at one point. And you know, EVS, he caught his eye, and now he's huge. And you know, Camel Moon is blowing up. Liam obviously blew up. Who else? Geek Chorus. Geek Chorus is a great guy. Every time I catch him in the chat, he's a super helpful guy and like really on board with everything. He's true blue, as we like to say in Australia, true blue CG. So yeah, you know, all this stuff is great what you're showing me, but yeah, definitely, you know, keep putting out those videos, man, and keep getting out there because yeah, you're good in front of the camera, and you know, that's really like that's what I'm learning. That's what I'm learning through all this.
Yeah,
just you know, getting yourself out there, getting your face out there, and sharing.
Did you pause my screen? Because
I don't
refresh that.
No, I don't know how to do that. If I did, it's not because of. Let me click something.
Because I got a different image than what you're showing.
Oh, no, I didn't do anything. I can remove it from screen and you share it again. There you go. So if you share it again.
Stop screen, share screen.
Yeah, we need to get your face out there more, Bandito, especially with those lovely locks, you know?
I know, man. I've been checking out this hair. It's like, this is some Lieutenant Dan kind of hair.
I could use a donation. Yeah, okay. My hair is migrated down.
Yeah, this is Dario. If he had done that Vampirella cover,
they should have given him the cover.
Yeah,
dude, his work is really cool. Like if you just look at his line structure in that is super cool.
Yeah, I like the jagged lines. That's a unique touch that I haven't really seen anywhere else. So yeah, check that out. Very cool.
That is super cool.
And he has done Star Wars like for years and years. He did like 3 different series for Dark Horse. He did all the pencil work. I mean, this guy is a legend in
Johnny.
Yeah, in the
wow, yeah, that is dope.
Right. And
I like that.
This one was pen. This one is someone else's inks. Actually, I learned that afterwards. But the oh no, actually, it says Dario right there. So it must have been his inks too.
Hey, Samurai, I sent you a message. If you want to come on, feel free to come on. If not, thanks for being here and hang out in the chat, man.
Oh, Revan,
good to see you.
Always good to see Revan.
But yeah, no, he and this is some of his Marvel work. He's done a lot of stuff. Oh, this is his wife, actually. He based this character off of his wife.
Just a solid illustrator.
He's, fantastic. So,
what's his full name again?
Dario Carrasco Jr. Can I put his Twitter or something in there?
That is great, man.
Yeah,
mate, if you can achieve it, you can be it. Yeah, I don't know anything about streaming, so if you know
what's really cool about that right there is that one right there has a touch of you remember the DNQ account, Tommy, what's his name? Is it Tommy Guns or something like that you see now? That he goes by on Twitter. That's got that kind of vibe to it, where he's just really good at clean, thin lines and solid black. And he makes the most of his lines.
Oh yeah. No, that's
I remember the first time I saw one of his on Drawn and Quartered when he did one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I'm just looking at it that night. And he wasn't in the group; he was doing a fan thing, and he was putting it on there, and it was so much better than everything else that it was upsetting. Like you just look at it like, who the crap, you know? And so like we've just kind of been Twitter friends ever since. But yeah, he's always great. That has
Well,
the
the
kind
chat-
of vibe, which is really high end work.
The chat is loving this artwork that you're showing, man. So yeah, definitely.
That's good. Anybody who can give him a follow, do so. He is super boomer when it comes to Twitter. But give him a follow.
More than Kelsey Shannon?
Let him know. Yeah, more than Kelsey Shannon. He would not be able to put the... Kelsey Shannon is not as boomer as he lets on. I mean, the videos that he puts together are really good. But
Kelsey's actually talented at a lot of stuff.
Exactly. No, let Dario know that
Yeah.
he's appreciated and loved, and give him a follow. If everybody gave him a follow, there's 19 people watching right now, or no, 13 people watching right now. If you can all just give him a follow, that would make his day. So,
Delta says pants off. He's ready.
yeah, perfect. That's what we need. We need more people with pants off.
There'd be less
My-
arguing
my
that way. I
balls
think.
might freeze.
I think
if
so. I
take my pants off.
100% agree.
Right. All right, so I had a commission that somebody asked for to see. They just wanted to see my version of Youngblood, and just happened to kind of be sketching away at it. And so I'm about to share it here. But you guys will be the first people to see this sketch of Youngblood. And I did Youngblood at the pool. You know the old swimsuit issues? Do you like the Marvel or Image swimsuit issues and that kind of thing?
Right.
Hit us.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh,
Describe what's going on there.
Basically, they're all just lounging at the pool, and
Good
Bad
things.
Rock
Good
is
things
about
are
to be a
going
bad
on there.
boy. Bad Rock's being extra bad.
He's,
Getting a little-
yeah, he's enjoying it, isn't he? He's about to let slip the.
Let the good times roll.
That's right.
Yeah. So, and Chapel, his face paint, you won't be able to see it till it's really colored, but it's literally, he's got the face paint of the skull, and it's just like drooling off of him. Not
Yeah,
good.
yeah, I see that.
Not a good idea in the pool. So, but here's the
Very
big, here's
cool.
the big thing. Look at what's going on in the background. What's the guy pointing to? A foot.
Hang on.
Like, to which he's saying, "Wait, we're doing feet now?"
You
And
got two
I-
guys pointing at that.
Yeah, they're like, "Wait, wait a second."
Yeah,
That's
but
what's
that
going
butt,
on. They're
though.
literally going, "We're doing feet now?"
They fly now?
Yeah.
Very cool.
So, so I have something cool to offer here, because all I need of this to work on it more is a picture of it. I am going to send this to one of your backers tonight, so you get to do a giveaway of some free art to
Well, one of
your
my
listeners.
backers. One of my listeners.
To one of your backers. To one of your backers.
Wow, thank you.
He made the
So do you
distinction.
have-
Hail, James. Thank you, man.
So you do the giveaway, you let me know, and we will send them a free Youngblood sketch. Also, but I'm not done. Also, if you want to tell me about the project, maybe I'll understand which one of those people I should sketch, and sketch one of your characters as well and throw it in with it.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So thanks so much for
James.
having me on. People have been so patient with me. I've actually been very, very lucky that people were kind, because at the beginning of the year, I literally almost died at the beginning of this year. I don't know if you guys even heard that, but I'm not
Oh,
sure
really?
if it was COVID, but apparently it may have been COVID, because it was about the first couple of weeks of January, and I had just come back at the beginning of January from the road, where I was on the road for a business trip and in a rental car every day. And when you use a rental car, you're in a small confined space. You're touching whatever else somebody else has used, and you're just basically waiting to get sick. And I got sick on the trip. I felt really sick. I went to Tennessee and North Carolina, both from Kansas, and so it's about 20 hours each direction.
Oh, damn.
And, a lot of time in just the hotels and whatever, and I got
So,
sick.
are
And,
you
and
and
then
Eric
a couple
both
weeks
in-
later, I got real sick.
Are you and Eric both based in Kansas then?
Yeah, we're both in Wichita.
Oh,
And,
nice. I've actually been
yeah,
there.
Wichita is like, they build half the planes, half the aircraft in the world. They've got an Air Force base. But other than that, I mean, it's just some corporate businesses and a lot of pretty chill people. It's just like day-to-day stuff. It's not an expensive place to live at all.
Very flat.
And so it's very flat. There's no oceans. There's no mountains.
Giant movie theaters. I remember that. 'Cause they
Yeah.
got so much
Plenty
space.
of roads.
Just Build them.
Well, yeah, back in that time in January, a lot of people were sick, and I'm sure they didn't realize what they were sick from at that time. We even think maybe how our whole family had this thing back in February, and thankfully, fingers crossed, blessedly, we only had differing levels of severity. My wife got it the worst, but me and 2 kids got off pretty scot-free. But
well, I know I almost died, and her mom, my wife's mom, said it was the sickest she'd ever been.
So
we got nothing like that, so we're really blessed in that sense.
So Hail Blue Samurai, did we introduce him before he came?
Hail Blue Samurai, sorry man.
Man.
Thank you, welcome. Thank you for coming.
I was worried I missed it. I was just like, how did I miss that?
He is the bluest.
We haven't had this many people in the
He is the bluest samurai.
Hail Blue Samurai.
I sneak in. James was speaking. I'm not going to interrupt that.
He's like a ninja. He's not just a samurai. He's a ninja. He sneaks in unannounced.
Do you still have someone on your floor today?
I have a bone to pick with Blue Samurai.
What did I do this time?
Well, I featured you. I featured you in my video.
I'm sorry.
I featured you in my video, and you weren't following me. So I had to be like, "Oh, what? I guess we're not friends."
You know how many people that I'm like chatting with all the time, back and forth, we're messaging, and then I realize a month later, I'm not even following this guy.
Smiling Bandito. Okay, SMILING.
He doesn't even know who I am.
James, this is Ella. She's my main character in this story. She is she's the Luke Skywalker. She's the Alice in Wonderland. She's the Harry in Harry Potter. She's the person that is she's going to find herself in this crazy world that in the world of the Lucent, everything is hiding in plain sight. We're talking secret societies, Illuminati style stuff, and she's completely unaware, like all of us are. She's just like one of us, except she's not just like one of us because she has something special. I'm not going to tell you guys about that because that would be a spoiler. But she is in this first book, Waking Dream. She is going to be thrust into this world. She's going to find herself forced into it, and she's going to have to survive and exist in this world. And there's going to be things thrown at her and all sorts of stuff. So we're going to see the story unfold from her perspective. The mystery is going to be perpetuated, and when things are revealed, it's going to be shocking and surprising for her, just as it is for us, the reader, as we continue on this story. So that's the main character there. She's So I don't know, but maybe you want to draw someone else.
I don't see anyone else yet.
A bit.
That was Ella.
Just scrolling down. Ella Forsyth.
And did you have any other art of Ella?
We've got this guy here. I got lots of art from Ella. Maybe not on this page right now. Someone I can't remember his name. I'm totally blanking on it. I can't tell you his name. I won't. No. This guy is also very important. I don't know if you want to draw him. He's just like a guy in a robe. He's got his fire here. This is from 6,000 years ago. He is very important to the story. It's also mysterious. I'm always so worried about giving away spoilers. My wife listens to this stream and she's like, "Oh, shut up, zip it!" Like, don't give away too much.
There we go.
These are the 4 characters that I'm doing head sketches of. So this is why I've put them on my campaign. We've got Ella Force, Damon, Le Maréchal. So my pronunciation is on that, but that's a French name. He also goes by the name Jonathan. And then Isham. Isham is he has a very unique look. He's like got lava cracks all over him. He's got sparks flying out of him at all times. It's just like what would you call it? Popping off his skin in this kind of cloud that surrounds him. And when he gets really angry, or when he wants to deliver the justice, he will explode in a supernova of hot fire on his enemies.
What does Ella wear?
in this book, she gets around in a lovely, fashionable.
She's getting around.
She
This
gets
one probably
around
doesn't.
like a record.
This doesn't
Like a
really. She
45.
can't really get too much detail here. She's just wearing jeans and a cool like trench coat, I guess you would call
Nice.
it. It's like a blue trench coat. It's got a bit of a fashionable collar.
What kind
on
of
it.
shirt is she wearing? Like a lower cut shirt or a V-neck? Or is she wearing like a collared shirt, necklace, any of that jazz? Or am I kind of open?
You know, when I originally drew her, yeah, I think that is fine. Like whatever. When I originally drew her in this, she just did have a V-neck T-shirt underneath. I've also drawn her in a shirt with a tie. That sort of has separate meaning for later on in the story. I'm not really sure where to go with that, but that's not as important. Let me try and find something for you guys. If you guys just want to chat, I will find a piece of fan art that someone did for me on Twitter, which is super cool that I want to share with you guys.
Cool. And then what we're going to do, you're going to look at your backers. They've got to show you a copy of their receipt or whatever that they were a backer of.
Yep.
It's in the chat. And you're going to pick one of them tonight, and we're going to give them some pre-art.
Hot dog. Nice. So you heard that here, guys. James D. Anderson, the good JDA, is going to draw you a piece of art right now, and all you have to do is show some receipts.
The great, the wise, the benevolent JDA of Comicsgate.
And I'm going to go off and find this
also known as Not
this
Malin.
thing that I got here. So you guys might have to just carry the show for a little bit while I...
He's not Malin. He's not Malin without the toque, without the beanie.
Oh, yeah, not Malin. That's right.
He's not Malin.
He's currently
So do I have to share a screen of?
All right, so I'm starting to sketch her now. This is Ella. And honestly, guys, this is the kind of stuff that makes Comicsgate fun.
Absolutely. This is what we want to be involved in. Can't I find this guy? I'm under pressure now. I can't find it.
So we have...
Only
we have
you fan art for me on Twitter, and I can't find him.
I'll be right back.
JD, I appreciate the positivity that you're bringing.
Got him.
I think people just need a lot more of this. We've had enough of the negative already. We get plenty of that.
Bancroft, can we focus on JDA
You
while he
just
draws?
gotta go, dude. Let's just have some fun and laugh at each other and like together make fun of the people that bother us or whatever. But don't just sit there and just bash people to bash people. Like, what are you doing?
It's been a circular firing squad recently.
Look at the
Get some
intensity of
makeup.
those eyebrows.
And it's also pointless. It goes around in circles, and nothing ever gets solved from.
Yeah, all it does is it really costs people money and fun and joy. It's like, this is stupid.
Like I said, if there's nothing of substance being resolved, then we just need to move on. So let's go.
Yeah, and you also
that's
just
why
have to
Eric
accept
Weathers and I never
sometimes.
got into the drama.
Yeah, Eric doesn't, does he? He's there's nothing associated negative with Eric Weathers that I can think of.
That's just because Eric just will work for anybody that's paying him money to do lettering in a comic book. He's not there for politics and bullcrap. He just thinks it's stupid. He's just a guy that's trying to feed his family.
Michael, Chaotic Neutral Comics says, where do you want us to send the pic of backer proof?
Send that to Michael's Twitter now.
Like, I know some of you guys have already backed, like I know you guys, but let's do this above board. Let's do this. All right, I'm trying to find something here. So if you can me a DM, hopefully you guys are all know me on Twitter. I'm still like, this is being difficult. This stupid thing. For some reason now the images aren't loading on Twitter of all times. It's just ridiculous. And I'm 3 whiskeys in, so everything is moving a little bit slower.
What kind of whiskey were you drinking?
Yeah, so I've got let's pull that full screen. Hold on a sec. I'm still figuring all this out. Where am I? Okay, here we go.
What were you guys
I'm gonna
drinking?
I want to make me big. A Smiling Bandito is drinking
Ale.
the. Is it Bullet? Bullet.
Bullet. Did I unmute my? Yeah. Okay. Bullet bourbon.
Sure.
Bottle's
I'm
almost done.
drinking Monkey Shoulder. This is from a good
Monkey
mate
Shoulder
of
is
mine.
great.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
It has
that's
3
why I'm 3
monkeys on
glasses
it.
in.
It's been
It does have
approved.
Do you
3
guys know
monkeys
why
on
it's called Monkey Shoulder?
Hit us. We are noobs. We're Monkey Shoulder noobs.
Yeah, well, I am a Scotch guy, and it turns out that Monkey Shoulder. The reason why they call it that is when you're like putting your arms through Scotch or bourbon or whatever, and you're mixing whiskey. They're actually taking these giant wooden paddles and doing it, and because they're doing that for hours at a time, really big, with the giant wooden paddle just trying to get through the mash, their shoulders are just balling up with muscle. So it's called Monkey Shoulder after the guys that were actually mixing the stuff up, because it's a mix. It's actually a mix of 3 different things that they put in to make it. So that's why it's not like an old, like an aged whiskey. It actually is a couple of aged whiskeys along with something newer mixed in there. And because it is a mix, then you can't call it like a single malt Scotch. So they can't charge for it that way. So it ends up being like $30-$40, and it's freaking great.
Huh. Sounds like the way they make sourdough, but I guess they can't call it that.
Nice. That's funny.
Sourdough whiskey.
Sourdough.
Sourdough
JD,
Scotch.
I was trying to ask you earlier. Did you work on Ravage? Did you work on that logo?
I did that logo. The name was originally Savage, and I had him change it to Ravage because there was another comic from, I think it was Dark Horse. It was Savage. It was out real big, or Image, or one of them put out one. And so I was like, okay, let's change that.
Savage. There was they did a failed campaign to try and introduce some new characters, and they had Ecto Kid, Savage, and a couple others.
Yeah, I think that was the first CG book I ever received, actually.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
Ravage. Yep.
So the comic, the imprint that they had for that company, Cautionary Comics.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought of the name with that, developed it with them, just did some real branding with it. Like we just talked it out because he had another name. Ben always had a plan. Like he was a plan guy. He always had a plan. He was using IP that he had developed 20 years before. So he had a ton of stories because he was more of a novel, like a sci-fi writer. And so he always had a heavy plan. And he's like, dude, I could do these as comics. And that's what he decided to do. He was developing off of IPs that were already developed, written, and had years to get it right. And then Chuck Dixon came in and said, okay, yeah, I can help you make it better for comics, something that would work more for that industry.
Guys, you wouldn't believe it. Like, I'm not even joking. I'm not. Oh, hang on. Finally, I'm getting images again. I haven't been getting any images at all on Twitter. Like, it's just they're all blank. Just all of a sudden. Although I do see you two guys. I know who you are. You're Barker, aren't you, on Twitter, Poland?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. So I've got yours, and Chaotic Neutral have sent me their bona fides, and so they are in the running for this. So if it's just 2 guys, I might flip a coin or something at the end of this. Hopefully, I will be able to find. I don't know why these images are loading. I'm trying to do this cool fan art that I got, and it's just not wanting to work. Now I'm not seeing any avatars. All the avatars are just grayed out. This is just perfect. This is what I'm talking about. Australian internet, potato internet. It's ridiculous.
That's what happens when you let the government take over.
Should blow that up.
How many tabs do you have?
Oh shit! Oh, sorry. All right, what do we got here? Oh wow! That is awesome, man.
So now I'm going to do some ink over the top. So I'll do some ink on it, and we'll try to get it laid down right, and then that will go to whoever gets this young blood tonight.
Yeah. So if anyone is in the chat who hasn't sent me anything yet, you got to back me, and then you send me a message. I'm at the Lucent Comic on Twitter. I'm gonna hopefully anything that anyone sends. Okay, hang on. No, I've got a third one. Thank you, Shane. Shane sent me one. So there's 3 of you in the running now.
Come on, Shane, jumping in there.
Hail, Shane. I see you, brother. All right. So, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do now. I'm going to have to, like, how am I going to... I'm going to get some kind of random number generator.
What's your typical viewer count for your live shows?
I think the most we've gotten is in the low 20s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're kind of in that right now. We're at 21. 21 likes.
Oh,
21 likes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is my 4th ever stream. So I just started streaming pretty much the day I launched.
If you're watching right now and you haven't liked this video, you should do so.
Yeah. Give it a like, subscribe to the channel. Hail, Shane. Thanks for sending that in. You are in the running for this awesome James Dean Anderson drawing of Ella Forsyth. I can't even say my own characters.
And if you're in
this inebriated state.
If you're watching the show and you're in the chat and you haven't backed the book, this is your opportunity to get a original sketch from James Dean and put yourself in on the right side of history with backing Lucent. So
yeah, man, I'm thinking of backing it myself just to try and get my hands on
just so you can get the sketch.
See, here's what's funny about this. This might be the first fan art that anyone's doing.
Yeah, no, there's one guy. Like I've been trying to pull it up for 10 minutes now. That's why I've been a bit absent, and it's just everything is gone. I'm getting no avatars on Twitter. I'm getting. Luckily, I'm getting these images that people are sending through. I'm seeing them, but all my older messages, they're just empty. And I go onto Twitter. Yeah, I'm gonna check even my profile. It's all just empty. I can't save it as an image. It's all just empty.
This is what happens. This is what happens with communist internet.
Yeah,
just saying.
Socialist.
Well, you're only you're 1 foot in the grave as far as communist leadership goes.
You're only half a bread line away.
Yeah, you're
awesome.
I'm gonna search my own hashtag and see if it can come up there. This is ridiculous. Come on, internet. Come on, Twitter.
I remember when I was a kid and they first put a McDonald's inside Russia. And when they did that, it was such a big deal in Moscow that literally people were waiting in line for hours on end to get in to get a sandwich. And what they were spending for a McDonald's hamburger was 2 days' wages.
Whoa.
For a McDonald's hamburger, just a basic McDonald's hamburger.
Where do you live? What?
That was in Russia in the 80s.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he lives in Kansas.
Yeah, I'm in Moscow. I'm in Moscow.
Moscow, Kansas.
If you've been in Moscow all those years, yeah, maybe you want to pay that much for a hamburger. Can you imagine how good it would taste after all those years of eating borscht and
government food,
whatever it is,
government cheese?
You shared it on your Twitter, Michael?
Yeah, I did, but it was a while ago. It was like it was in middle of April or end of April or something. This is ridiculous. Why is this?
Because it's gone now, and that artwork is gone. Now this is the first.
That's right.
This is the first definitely live.
I was
fan.
absolutely.
JDA is
blown
a machine.
away
He's
to
a machine.
see someone drawing one of. And
I'm actually making pretty good progress with this thing too. Like it's moving right along here.
JD, have you ever been on one of the drawing competition streams?
Sure. I've only been on a couple of them, and one of them I was absolutely terrible. I was brought in late, and I was horrible. And then another one, John Malin brought me in on one it was to draw. Turns out they were trying to draw like Frank Miller that night, which bummed me out because it was like I can't just kind of draw, like me. But for John Malin, I gave him nonstop razzing that I'm like, well, I already know I'm going to beat John Malin. And then everybody's like, what? Like, how are you going to do that? And I'm like, well, because he's drawing digitally and Frank Miller would never be caught dead drawing digitally. And just, I razzed him and I just rubbed it in. And he was such a good sport, but it really frustrated him, and it even came out in his art. And I think because the crowd was listening to what I was saying, they didn't even appreciate how cool his stuff was. So I'm like, look, see what he's doing, guys? It's like Jim Lee doing digital work to try to look like Frank Miller. It was really, I wouldn't stop, man. I wouldn't let up.
That's awesome.
And he was great.
That's the type of friendly prodding and banter that we need. Everything that's in good fun.
Yeah, but then he actually put some real physical artwork up on a recent auction for Ethan. And dude, I tried to buy it. I didn't have enough cheese to snag it, but I had enough to bid pretty high, and nobody was bidding high. And as soon as I did, they're like, "Oh, James wants it, so it must be good." And then dickbags all come in, and they start just like weaseling it out of there. It's like, oh, well, then we know it's great. And then they just, they were like, "Oh, you see, he values it. There must be something going on." I'm like, "Come on, man!" That was my one chance to get some like original Malin, because Malin can draw his tail off.
He really can.
Yeah. Hey, Brad's here. Brad's my mate. Hail, Brad. Brad the investigator.
Hail,
on
Brad.
YouTube.
Hail, Brad.
Thanks for coming here, man.
Hail, Brad.
We're getting, at least I'm getting a bit drunk here. I think Smiling Bandito is as well. James is drawing up a storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for putting that up. I've got that exact link. All I see is just a blank screen. So
I am
there it is.
Super drunk, but I still was able to find this for you.
Okay, do you have?
Well, I
that should
found
just
it.
be-
I just can't get
Do you have YouTube open at the same time, Michael?
I don't think so. I hope I don't. Maybe I do.
I have so many tabs
Let me
open.
look.
But I'm on that
Let me look.
American internet.
If you do, just
No, I don't.
Okay, you don't have to close it if you do, but I thought because I've got pretty low internet, if you just crank down the quality on YouTube and some things start to work better.
Yeah, no, I don't. I quit the I've got two browsers open. So Chrome is for stream. Yes, that's all the StreamYard stuff. And then I've got Safari for anything else like Twitter or anything else. I did have the chat open in there, but that's all closed now because it just wasn't working. So yeah, he's drawn. This is Arch Cider. He's on Twitter, and he's done a bunch of really awesome fan arts for CG. So yeah, check him out. He's Arch Cider, and he's dope, man. He drew me a nice cool Ella with some thick legs, some nice big thick thighs. I love that. And I love it as well that he's kind of drawn her in this pose, which is she looks like she's kind of flying. And yeah, that's a cool, I really like that for other reasons. So I'm not going to get into it.
That means she's going to fly later, and he doesn't want to say it.
Yeah.
They fly now?
Yeah, they fly now.
They fly now.
That's my.
They fly now.
Yeah, so I was stuck staring at this for so long. It's like when you've worked on something for so long, and then someone else who's got such amazing talent, which this guy does. Comes along and works on it, you're kind of blown away. So yeah, hail Arch Cider. He's done. Yeah, everyone should go follow him on Twitter.
That looks really good too.
Is he? I wonder if it's the same Cider I spoke to in War Campaign earlier today.
I don't know, but it's got some Silvestri in there, and that's good stuff.
Yeah.
I'll try and find his. I'll get his link to his profile, and I'll chuck it in the chat. There you go. Arch Cider 1, and he's got a bunch of cool art on there that I can't see right now for some reason. What's Chaotic Neutral saying? Malin cover is one of my long-time goals. I got a Kanan, now a Rob Willis working on another one. I'm doing Kanan as an Indigo exclusive, then Rob's cover. Yeah, man. Chaotic Neutral has got a really cool project coming up. So if you're not following him, go check him out. He gave me a description.
I
What's
dropped
that?
a link for his sign up.
I did his logo.
Awesome. Oh, there you go. That's why it's so good.
That's why Comicsgate is so good.
Exactly. Just find people that are cool to work with, that are fun to work with, and enjoy it, because life is too short not to actually have some fun with some comics.
Why'd you guys get me so drunk?
We didn't ask you.
Hey.
How many glasses in are you?
Because we wanted a cheap date.
I think I got like 2 glasses left in that.
Do we look any
bottle.
prettier?
There aren't enough beers. There aren't enough beers to create the goggles to make you pretty. I'm sorry.
It's true. It's true.
Hold me, Bandito. Just hold me.
My wife is kind of Russian Polish. She's an East Coast chick, and a lot of Russian and Polish families moved in, and so the two of them intermarrying, they make a lovely girl.
Ah, yes.
She's pretty.
When genetics,
she's like a Muay Thai kickboxer, and just a really cool chick. And she was an artist, really talented.
Oh, so that's your wife. Sorry, I thought you were talking about your kid.
Yeah, I'm a lucky guy. I'm a lucky guy. And
now I was just saying, because we got our daughter. She's 8, and she's the Australian jiu-jitsu champion.
Holy crap!
Yeah, she came out of nowhere with that too. She just we wanted to put her into a martial art, and we showed her a bunch of them, and she just saw jiu-jitsu. She thought that looks like a lot of fun, and as soon as she went there the first lesson, she just took to it like a fish in water. And yeah, she's just been going from strength to strength. It's unfortunate with this quarantine stuff. She hasn't really been able to do it, but she does her best. She's got a kind of solo drills and stuff. But I'm sure she's itching to get back into the competitions, because they're a lot of fun.
Yeah, those people are like probably dying to not be on the mats right now, because when you're around the cage fighting stuff, a lot of those guys are Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu cats, and I had to follow some of them around as a cameraman. As a matter of fact, one of the fights, Eric Weathers actually shot the fight with me on a second camera, and it's just one of those deals where you can see in their faces, on like talking to them online, that these guys are chomping at the bit to get going.
Mm-hmm. Does she use a key?
Yeah. When
arms.
All
That's
good,
not the
brother.
first time
Yeah,
I've
we
heard that.
when. Hey, Brad, I'm drinking the monkey whiskey. It's delicious. Thank you. Brad's the one who got it for me. When we were sort of in competition season, we just kind of live jiu-jitsu, and it's you kind of get in that world, and it all sort of becomes that. I've never seen any sport where the skill is so prominent above everything else. I've seen guys who are really small guys, diminutive guys, go up against these huge monsters and win, and it just blows my mind. And then I see my daughter, she's very thin and small. She's very muscly though. She's kind of, her body is sort of adapted to this jiu-jitsu thing. She's got abs. She's got strong arms. She's got these grips.
I'm wiry.
Yeah. And so, like, jiu-jitsu is pretty popular at the moment. So, every couple of weeks you'll get a new boy coming into the club, and
then they'll feed him to the wolves.
The teacher there will put them with Victoria because she's so nice and she helps them. And the boys will give her this look like, what is this? Why are you putting me up with this little blonde girl? And they kind of roll their eyes.
Because she
and
can
then
murder you and chooses not to.
And then in seconds, she's got them in a back mount, and she's looking at me like. She's just looking at me like, if I was allowed to do submissions on this kid, I would have him choked out in 5 seconds, but she's not allowed to because they're brand new. So it's pretty funny to watch when it takes place.
Yeah, what's the rule? We wait till they're blue belt before we beat the crap out of them?
With the kids, you have to have a colored belt before you can do submissions. So kind of the rule is like no arm bars, no choke holds, no kimuras, no any of that stuff while they're still in white belt. But once you get a couple of gray belts, yellow belts, or whatever, they got all kinds of colored belts in the kids levels. It's on for young and old, and it's really fun to watch these kids go at each other.
This little sketch is coming right along. I'm kind of bummed I'm not keeping it.
Well, one lucky backer is going to get their hands on that bad boy.
Yeah, let's figure out who that's going to be.
If you're in the chat, if you're in the chat, and you have writ those receipts, and I will. Oh, let's see what this is. While with the potato internet. And false alarm. False alarm.
So, Michael, about
Just
your
some
daughter.
other Comicsgate guy. What's that?
About your daughter, I have a question. Is she training with a gi or without a gi?
Both. So she competes in gi and no gi. So she trains in both, but she trains more in the gi. I think the way that this club approaches it is the gi is the sort of the more, I guess you would call it, purest form. It's a bit more advanced. There's less options available to you with the grips and all that sort of stuff. So there's not many kids. I mean, the kids kind of they know the gi. When you talk about the gi, the no gi class, it's tiny compared to the gi class. But she gets the most out of it because there's so few kids in there. It's she gets kind of one-on-one time with the head coach and it's really actually changed our life since she kind of started doing it. She's got all these medals and it's just been really cool. And she's even got some of her friends at school into it. And it's just, I really encourage anyone who has kids to get into some sort of martial art. And I really suggest jiu-jitsu. It's the kind of thing where you can't fake it. It's you have to get on the mat, and you the only way you're going to get better is by going at each other. And the good thing about jiu-jitsu is you can go at each other. It's not like you don't have to hold back. You can go at each other 100%, and come out of it, and you rarely see any injuries. So it's just win-win-win all round.
My wife actually can't wait to get our daughter into jiu-jitsu. And so knowing that that's going to happen, what I've done is I've actually worked on her just every day as playing. I'll have her jump, like when we're jumping on the bed or whatever. It's like, hey, she's jumping on the bed. She's having a good time. Gets to play with dad.
What kind of story is this?
Like, I'll grab my little girl and I'll like grab her by the neck or something and then force her. I'm like, all right, now calm down. Because, then kids' natural reaction is to freak out. And so I literally just keep telling her, like, don't panic. We figure it out. We don't panic. We figure it out. And so she repeats that in her head. And then immediately now it's become a switch where as soon as I say that, she starts going, okay. And then her arms start figuring out how to adjust and twist and get out of something. So that if some guy decides to put their hands on my daughter, the first thing they can find out is, one, she's going to get out. And two, then she's going to know how to, I'm not worried about it. I'm not as worried as I think a lot of parents would be. And the reason why a lot of parents are worried is because they were like, oh, my kid's fragile. And it's like, no, you can't do that. The world is not fragile. You can't raise them that way. You can't blame the world if you live around tigers and tigers do what tigers do.
Hail, Rob.
Rob's here.
Hold on. I have to say, I am so sorry about that comment. I totally thought you said your wife. Not your daughter.
He's a few drinks in. Forgive him, baby.
Oh my goodness!
You should top off that bottle, smiling Bandito.
That changes everything.
That changes and I am. Oh my goodness, that was.
And when the martial arts don't cut it, you've always have your concealed carry too. So
there you go.
Well, we don't have that here, unfortunately.
Yeah, the United States are a lot different of a place. Obviously, I'm in Kansas, so we've heard of that. And so that's good. But it's also good to just know how to knock somebody the fuck out. And I think that's helpful. It turns out that guys were, absolutely. If you want to just armbar somebody, if you just want to drop heel hook somebody and make them scream in front of their friends because they were messing with you, I'm not going to feel bad for you. You should have kept your hands off people. I just want to make sure that she ends up understanding that she doesn't get to be a bully. And so that's what we push really hard, because we have a little boy now, and our boy is 1 and he is freakishly strong. And so she feels like, oh, well, he's invincible, so I can just kind of do what I want. Like, nope, no. He's strong, but he's still easy to get hurt. So that won't be good. So we keep trying to just explain to her, it's like, no. Don't rough house. Don't rough too hard. He can't handle that. And that's difficult because he just seems like he could just bounce back from anything. And it only takes one little thing to go wrong with kids, and one gets pushed off a couch or something, and they land on a hardwood floor or something. Like, we forget how easy. It's like, no, you don't bounce, bro.
Hey, Rob, have you backed the Lucent yet? Because if you have, then James is drawing a live sketch right now of Ella, and he's going to give it away to one of the people in this stream, in this chat, who has who's backed, one of the backers. So yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff. It's like a live fan art, and he's going to be giving it away. So if you have, let me know. I think he did, yeah. But I'm three glasses in now, and I'm feeling a bit hazy at the moment.
Holy 3 glasses in?
Dudes, I don't drink like you guys. I'm not a pro.
I was no. I'm glad you're still talking, because you're still drinking whiskey. Like, at some point, you got to go like, okay, well.
Yeah, I'm taking it slowly. Yeah, we're talking about jiu-jitsu and martial arts. Yeah, so Rob has backed. All right, Rob is in. I know Rob. I trust Rob. I remember him saying that. So Rob is in the mix. We've got 4 people in the mix right now. If anyone is here who hasn't backed and you want to get in on this, make sure you back it now and let me know, because you will get a chance to get that incredible. We know it's going to be incredible. We just saw it earlier.
We've got 15 people. 15 people
By the way,
watching.
the fan art that's up right now is amazing. That is beautiful.
Well,
is that going to be a pin up in the book? Because it should be.
Since we got 15 people watching right now, can we? Do you have a public email, Michael?
Yeah, I do. Michael at Michael. Here we go. Michael.
Don't say it. Put it in the chat.
Hang on. Yeah,
Don't
right.
Say it,
okay.
Put it in the chat.
Or you can just message me on Twitter. I'll read all the.
Put it in the chat.
Of the 15 people watching, how many of them don't use Twitter? We don't know that. So
exactly.
True.
One less step.
Okay.
Hey, Brad here. Brad, do you want to get in on this? He's back at 31.
Whew.
He's in on this. Okay, so now we've got 5 people. 5 people. So, okay, here we go. Ready? I'll put it in the chat. I'm going to type it in. I mean, I know you. Obviously, I know Brad. I trust Brad. I know Rob.
You know what you should do, Mike?
What's that?
You should
take advice from drunk people.
Yeah, that's what I always
who make inappropriate jokes.
You should take this fan art and make it a stretch goal, and talk to the person who made it, and offer him whatever payment you can come up with. And maybe if you get enough, make one stretch goal that this is an insert. If you make another stretch goal, put in an extra 4 pages and have everybody's fan art that comes in be showcased on it.
Oh, that would be cool.
And it's an easy way. You don't, it doesn't take a lot of extra work from you. And it's a really easy stretch goal. So, and what are you at right now? Let's see, you are at almost, I'm looking at it Canadian, and you're almost at 9,000. I would say, what are you at?
9,000 Australian, 6,329 US.
What is your next stretch goal?
I haven't had a chance yet to figure out all the stretch goal numbers.
So I would say
I'm still working on all that.
I would say at 8,000 Australian. You should do.
Well, no, I'm already over. I'm close. I'm bang on 10,000 Australian. So I'm like,
10,000 Australian. Okay,
I'm drunk, Rob. I'm not stoned.
Okay, well, I was looking at the U.S. numbers.
Hang on.
So at 10,000, you should put that stretch goal as you will insert just as a insert. So it's like the same size as the same size as a comic book page. It's just an insert. It costs nothing to toss that into the envelope, that kind of thing. Because I mean, like they're like 12 cents a copy, right? So at 10,000 Australian, you have this as a stretch goal at, I don't know, 15,000 or 12,000, something. I don't know, whatever you think, wherever you think it would sit. Add an extra 4 pages, whatever that cost kind of sits at. Add an extra 4 pages, and then whatever fan art comes in, you will put onto those 4 pages. And if you don't get enough for 4 pages, yes, I know, I'm sorry, Milani. Just
no, she's talking about me. That's my wife. She's talking about me. Trust me.
Oh, it's your wife.
Yeah. She's
Hail,
She's
Mrs.
watching right
Bancroft.
now. She's watching right now, and yeah, she's embarrassed of my drunkenness. I can't even think of the word.
First off, we've seen drunk in Comicsgate. You're not drunk in Comicsgate.
You're doing
Comicsgate drunk is a whole nother level of, oh dear, this is embarrassing.
Exactly.
I'm going to say something that might be illegal.
I'm not taking my pants off yet. I'm not anywhere near that.
Not exactly, right? If I have to turn off your screen,
Then you're
I
not
will.
really even that drunk.
But yeah, anyway, I think that if you insert another 4 pages as a stretch goal, or maybe it needs to be 8 just for the printers. I know it's 4. We always think of it as 4s, but sometimes the printers need 8. But yeah, and then say that you're taking submissions for the fan art. Not only will you get submissions for it, but you will get people motivated to hit that stretch goal. So I think somewhere in all of that jumble, of information, I think there is a cohesive thought. You might just need to piece it together.
That is so much better than a sticker. Yes, you were right. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, who needs stickers? We're not 5.
There's something in there. I don't know. You have to sort it out.
I'm fine, guys.
From the
I'm
rubble,
fine. I'm a happy drunk. I'm a good drunk. I don't get yelly. I don't get angry. I get happy. I may get a little
I'm the same way
sleepy,
when I
but,
have scotch. When I have scotch, I get really chill. Like scotch and a cigar, and I'm a chill guy. But Irish whiskey,
cigars.
I am Irish, and that's not good.
Hold on a sec.
Rob just thinks I'm off my face here. He hasn't seen this side of me before. I'm embarrassing myself in front of the replicator.
Michael, it looks like you're dragging me into the early hours of the morning again, but it's all been worth it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's so early for you guys. I can't believe that you're still here. Like, thank you so much for hanging out on this stream. It's I'm really humbled that you're here with me and taking part in all this. It is. Yeah, look, I was just never a big drinker. I came out strong when I was a kid, when I was a young man, and I just kind of left it there. So now I wouldn't say I'm no Liam Gray, I'll tell you that.
It was awesome that you went with I was never a big drinker. I came out strong when I was a kid, drinking. Like I was 7. I was in grade school.
I was 14. I was 14.
He came out of the womb. He went straight from the teat to the bottle.
He was only 14.
The bottle of whiskey.
With a bottle of whiskey.
So if anyone doesn't know, James, awesome James Dean Anderson, you all know him. We all know him. He's been around this whole time.
Benevolent.
There are people that know of me a little bit, but don't really know me.
Honestly, when you were on Liam's show, that's the first time I heard of you.
Exactly.
Okay, so we all know him except for Smiling Bandito. He doesn't know you, but he knows you now, and he's drawing
the better for it.
Ella from the Lucent, Ella Forsyth. She's the main character of the Lucent, and he's doing some amazing fan art. And anyone who's in this chat right now who's backed, who lets me know that they're here and they have backed, and I know you guys have. I think we've got 5 guys so far. You are all in the running to get this original piece of art that if I click on it right now, you can see here. James is drawing as we speak. Look how intently.
Yeah, well, hold a second. I'll show you where I'm at because I'm actually almost done with it.
James, I'm glad that you're also up late and insomniac like I am.
Yeah, it's 4:26 a.m. here.
What are you guys doing?
Well, I actually get paid to draw, and the best time to draw is when your kids can't jump on you. So
yes,
you're a night owl.
When you roll out of bed and you clock in at your computer.
Exactly, you roll out of bed and fall into work, as they say.
Rob, the replicator says James is one of the best logo guys in the biz. So yeah, he is, but
Really?
James is as well. Yeah.
That's funny.
James, we might need to talk. I need.
James has done plenty of logos.
So right now I do logos that I know you've all seen my work because I do stuff. I did the all caps logo. I did the Rainbow Brute.
What?
Rainbow the Brute brand for that. I did Chaotic Neutral is in here, but Ravage and Cautionary Comics. And I liked the Cautionary Comics mark so much I bought it back. Like I literally bought it from Ben. And it's just one of those cool marks that I can put up on my wall. And Ben and
That's
I are friends now, and he actually hired me to do quite a bit. And so here is my sketch version of Ella.
Whoa.
Wow. That is amazing. That's incredible. Thank you so much for doing that.
Oh,
okay, that is
goodness.
up for grabs, guys. I don't know how I'm going to figure out who gets it. I want to do it at random.
I think there's a random number generator. Hold on.
But
one second.
will my internet take it? Look at that, guys.
Oh.
Thank you, James. That is incredible.
A little bit of intensity to it.
That was fast too.
Yeah. He just knocked that out.
He did a not Cecil drawing today during Liam's stream. That was great.
Okay, how many people did we got? How many people do we
We've got 5 all up.
5 all up. Okay, each one needs to be assigned a number. Who are your numbers?
Okay, don't tell me the numbers. Don't tell me the numbers. I'll pick the number. You just tell me there's 5 of them.
No. I got a random number generator.
Nice, even better. Because then I can't be
All right, so I'm just going to go through.
Hold on.
I'm just going to go through in the order that you guys sent me something. Okay, so number 1 is Chaotic Neutral Comics. He sent me the first message.
Wait.
Sorry.
Why you got to be so hasty?
James, what you drinking there?
Hats.
Okay.
I was just drinking. I have a bottle of juice that I always keep with me that's got like kind of an energy drink and urine. I drink my own pee. I drink my own.
I didn't realize we were at the urine drinking stage already.
Yeah, no. So, but it always looks like urine. But no, it's actually got extra taurine or like
taurine,
my wife basically wants me not taurine. I don't know what it is. My wife wants me to be healthier, so she basically jacks me up on healthier stuff because she knows that I'm kind of sedentary, and it gives you the energy to kind of kick through. But also, then when I go on walks or stuff, or when I'm carrying my kids around, I don't get tired and then go, okay, well, I want to take a nap. I just go like, okay, I feel good and I'm energized now when I get back to work. And the company that I have is just I just own a small company that does graphic design here in Wichita. And I do graphics and illustration. And one of my clients has me do a comic strip for them, for their company that kind of it shows off some of their work and shows off their product and in kind of a cool way where it's got an underlying story of some people that are heroes. And that's kind of fun. And anyway, long story short, I've done over 10,000 logos, and I've been in the Logo Lounge official guide to logo design, I think 7 times that I know of. And that's been my career. But when you're a kid, it's such a dorky thing. It's like nobody grows up going like, I want to be a logo designer when I grow up. Like it's just not what people think, you know? And so what I've found is that I am really lucky to have a job where I get to be creative And yeah, the replicator, James, I need a logo if you're free sometime. Yeah. And that's what I do. And honestly, word of mouth, I never advertise because I just try to be good and be fair and try to do the kind of work that I'd be proud of. And I think that's just a good way to do stuff. When you do it that way, then people call you, because otherwise they go to agencies, and what they find out with agencies are the logos that I do for some brands would be $15,000 to $25,000. And that's stupid because that's a new car. It's not stupid in the sense that you're not going to make any more money on it. If you do the Coca-Cola logo and, or some big product, then it's just out there and you're never going to see another dime. But when I do stuff for Comicsgate and I'm doing it in the hundreds, or, like somebody pays me $1,000 for this or that, or like whatever people pay for stuff, if somebody wants to offer me $2,000, they're going to get $2,000 worth of work. If they want $200 worth, they're usually going to get noticeably more. And so I think what people find is that if you go to one person that knows what they're doing, they don't have the overhead. So they're not paying a bunch of interns that pretend to do stuff. And you know what I'm saying? The pretty people with problems, I call them. They're running around an agency and they pretend to be busy. But you can be busy and not be doing a damn thing and not produce anything. Yeah. And I think comic book artists, they know it, because they're people that took so many years to learn those skills that they're just like, when they see people like that, they just want to, rip their hair out. It's so frustrating because they're like, you guys don't do anything. Like, you literally just don't do anything. You're not busy at all. I remember getting an agency job once for a place called Baseline, and the owner was this great dude, and he had me do a bunch of it says, Replicator said, when Eric Weathers, the best letter in Comicsgate, goes to James for logos. That's, Eric is the best letter in Comicsgate, and James for logos. That's nice of you. But I got a job for an agency, and the first day was to do some logos, and he put a bunch of stuff in front of me, and he gave me this list of them, and I knocked them. I actually didn't get a machine handed to me until noon, and I got the 5 projects done that day before I left. And then I go to hand him in, and he goes, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, I'm done. And so I showed him everything, and he's like, but that was supposed to be what you do this week. And we immediately knew there was going to be a problem, because he was so used to people taking from him and they were just slow. And it wasn't that they were bad people. They just did things kind of the way that you do them in college, how you have more time, you have more prep time. And when you do production art, you find that the one thing you never have is time. And so you're really kind of hitting the deadlines and just trying to get stuff done. That's why it was so detrimental to me. Like, when I didn't get my Comicsgate thing done quick, I was just like, God, man, I feel awful. So my wife is she's learning how to color with me, and so that we can actually color it ourselves and not hire out for this stuff, and just try to put out a good book that we think people will like, and hopefully something with some characters that they can look back and go, actually, there's some dope characters in that. So I think if I can do that, then I've done something that other people can look up to and just be like, hey, he saw it through. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
We
just
got a late entry.
Just
got a late entry. You bumped that number 6. So yeah, we got a late entry here, and I can confirm here we're talking Becca number 130. So you are locked in, brother. All right, so
you gotta assign everyone a number.
I'm going to assign everyone a number. Okay, so number 1.
Put it in chat.
Neutral clicks. He was number 1. All right.
You don't need to talk about it as you're signing the numbers. Just keep doing it in chat. But
he's not talking about it. The whiskey is.
The whiskey is talking about it. James,
and by the way, guys, the reason why I came in here tonight is because you guys are really nice guys, and at the time you're having this great conversation about giving back to people and not being drama, and that's fucking awesome. There is not enough of that. Thank you so much for being like that. I'm serious. Thank you. We need more of that. We've needed it for long.
It just evolved from there. I understand. It's been a disappointment.
I know. It's been
since.
downhill from
yeah.
Can someone else do it? Because I've got it's really hard for me to type while I've got my microphone in front of me.
I think Blue Samurai
whiskey. I got whiskey fingers.
Been drinking Blue Samurai. Yeah, I think this is on you.
Whoever
Oh.
hasn't been drinking, number 1, Chaotic Neutral Comics. You're in there. Can I? If I see that pop up in the chat, I hear typing.
All right, I'm typing.
Chat is always a bit delayed.
James,
oh,
I
Blue
really
Samurai's
appreciate what
on
you
it.
said, and it was only improved with your entry here. So thanks for coming in.
Yeah, man. Thank you. Like,
It's been a real pleasure talking with
this
you.
This is so cool. It's just hard for me to explain how cool this is for this to happen on my channel. Okay, and number 2 is our right here, where he's involved. Number 2, you're in there. You are in the list. So if someone wants to type that in, I can't even see if anything's coming up on the chat, but I presume it is. I hear typing happening in the background.
Oh, no, I'm
okay.
typing
Blue
in the chat.
Samurai's on it. Blue Samurai's on it.
I'm on it. I was just typing a list. Never mind. I'm typing in the chat now.
Okay, awesome.
I was just writing a love letter to my lady.
If this show ever gets professional, it will be the downfall of it. It needs to stay as unprofessional as possible.
Grassroots to the end. Grassroots.
I'm going
to
to take
the end.
another sip.
And everyone knows that JDA is not just a man of words, because he turned those words into immediate action with this sketch.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I mean, I'm going to wake up tomorrow because this is happening while I'm inebriated, and I'm going to be wondering, did that really happen? Because that is just so awesome.
There's proof.
All right. So number 3 was Shane. You're in the chat. I see you there, brother. Shane Burgess was in the chat. Number 3. This is so much fun. This is what CG should be. This is so cool.
You're right. This is the kind of thing that we need more of.
It still is.
It still is.
All right.
It's still fun.
Poland, you were number 2, right?
Poland was number 2. That you
All
have
right.
got it correct. I'm looking at it right now.
Yes, Rob.
All right.
Unprofessional till we die.
Sometimes you need the black dragon, and then sometimes you need the benevolent blue dragon. James Dean Anderson.
What are we up to? Number 3. So we've got number 4 now, and the man in question, Rob the Replicator. He's here. He is a backer.
Yes,
he threw his
Rob.
hat into the ring, and he said, "I have it down to a fine art, the unprofessionalism." Thank you, Rob. Yes, I'm owning it. It's well, what happened to the screen?
No, it's just me. It's okay. Everything's fine.
Sorry.
Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Wow, everything.
The world is
getting,
safe. I promise. I promise.
I don't know. I don't feel safe.
I know if you're still here, Brad. Brad the investigator. Brad, you are number 5. You are 5. He's in there, locked and loaded. So let's get Brad in there.
Brad, you're now
And
allowed to give it to
6.
Michael.
Yeah. I didn't know. He was showing off his comics the other day, so he has some comics background, but yeah. Oh my God, what happened to my... Here it is. Okay, I'm just looking at my Gmail. And number 6, do I say... I'm not going to say your actual name because I don't want to dox you.
Cygnus 5.
Cygnus 5.
Where are my D&D dice?
Cygnus 5. I'm not so drunk that I just dox my backers. This is no quick movements. Brad's here. Yo.
Brad. Hail, Brad.
Where's
Rob.
Melida, Brad?
Michael can't handle it. You know,
You guys have no idea who Brad is. Brad is Brad is a top guy. He's starting to get his YouTube channel started, and when it gets rolling, I think he's going to be a force
put
to be
a link in
reckoned
the
with. So,
chat. Where's the link?
He's just Brad the Investigator. That's all I know. So sign up to subscribe
Blue
to his
Samurai,
channel.
that's your job too. You're the only wrench.
Oh man,
That's not
no,
true.
there's other wrenches, aren't there? Poland's a
I mean,
wrench.
I've been posting links all night. Give me one second.
Yeah, I've been seeing you, buddy. Thanks for that. That's so amazing.
You're too drunk
I
to
love you
have
guys.
patience.
I'm at the stage of the night where I'm that drunk where I'm saying I love you guys. All right, so is that everyone? Is that everyone? We're locked and loaded.
All right,
We've
it's
got
6.
the numbers.
There's 5.
So
There's 5 or
I'm
6.
assuming
I thought you said
there's
there were
6.
There's
There's 6.
Okay.
So I'm assuming what's going to happen is you're going to click that blue thing, and when
I'm
you
gonna
click
click.
that blue thing,
Yeah.
whatever comes up next is going to be the number.
The only
Yeah,
problem
that's
is
how it's
that-
going to work.
The only problem is that because it's already on 1, chaotic neutral, because it won't land on 1 again.
Really?
I don't think. I don't know.
No, if it's a random number generator.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
That
It's
would
totally
suck.
random.
That would suck.
It's a 6-sided dice, right? It's a
Yeah,
six-sided.
that's right. That's right.
Chaotic
Like,
neutral is like, sweet.
All right. Here we go.
Hang on.
Oh,
Hang on.
Hang on.
Devilfish.
Devilfish.
Devilfish has just arrived. He's curious as to what's going on. Devilfish, did you back the Lucent?
Are you
in the mix?
officially a backer?
Are you a backer? We're looking at you
these-
now, laser focused.
These are the hard questions.
Brad's channel
Because
is in the chat.
if you did, James Dean Anderson has just now live drawn an amazing
post it up
fan art sketch
Put it up,
of
James.
Ella. Look at that. She's
James,
right
put it
there.
up. James.
And it's going to
I'm
be
watching
given
the
away
live
at
screen.
random to one backer. Devilfish says yes. Devilfish says yes.
Oh, we're up to 7. The plot thickens.
All right. So Devilfish is in. Devilfish is number 7.
All right.
We're in there. All right. Amazing. So if your number comes up, if number 7 comes up, the plot thickens. Exactly. If number 7
Alright.
comes up.
We got to have a countdown for it.
Yeah, we do. We have to do something.
The benevolent JDA, the blue dragon of Comicsgate. He will come to mend all wounds.
Wow, what a late entry, Devilfish. You came in at the right time. Yeah, so seriously, if number 7 comes up now, I don't know why it's on number 2 now. What's
Because
going
I've
on there?
been playing.
Okay. It doesn't matter. Yep.
Yeah.
It's going to be after the drum roll. Whenever
Okay.
that happens, the number that comes up, the number that is assigned to, we've assigned everyone's name. If you go back in the chat, they will be receiving an original drawn on stream fan art of Ella Forsyth from the Lucent. So thank you for coming here. What are we going to do, guys? We're just going to do a drum roll?
And just so everyone knows, we're all Comicsgate here, so we're all winners.
The Bandito.
Exactly.
Not to poop on the party, but I have actual dice.
Oh, okay.
You want to do that?
Hey.
No.
Well, no, we got 7 people now. and plus, we can't see your dice. We can't see your dice, Samurai. So we don't know if there's any kind of shenanigans. You might be best friends with
What
one
kind
of
of
these people.
shenanigans?
This is above the board.
Yeah, maybe the
There's
last
no
minute.
there's no
the last
schemes and
minute entry.
scams happening here. Oh,
These
he's
are my
got
dice.
oh my god.
I kind of like the idea of the dice.
Don't do it. I'm telling you, it's
Yeah,
a
but,
bad
but
move.
we've got 7
There will
people,
always-
guys.
There will always be a
7.
discrepancy.
This is an 8-sided die.
What happens if it lands on 8?
I roll it
Then I
again.
keep it and screw you guys.
All right, I'm going to do the thing that everyone does.
I am winning.
I don't know how many people are going to be involved in this, but in the chat, if you want the technology, click 1, and we will do the random generator provided by Smiling Bandito. If you want traditional, we're talking a piece of technology that goes back thousands of years with a hand-rolled die. If it's a singular, it's die. Plural dice, but this is just 1. It's an 8-sided die. If it rolls on an 8, we roll again. That's it.
It probably goes back as
chaotic
far as the
neutral says
Lucent
dice.
history.
I actually know exactly where dice came from. If you want that story after.
Smiling Bandito, hold your horses.
No more trivia.
Horses
okay,
are
so
hell.
we've got 2. That's all die. Everyone wants the die. They want the drama. All right,
wanna
I'm
see
going
Blue's
I
to.
can
hand.
understand. I can
They
understand.
want that hand ASMR.
So sorry
Let-
that I know you spent all that time setting
I
up
know.
that page.
Let those
No
sheep
ghost
dice roll.
know how
Let
hard
us
it
bring
is?
out the dice. I
You know
understand.
how hard it is to operate a website when you're half a bottle in or how many he's in. Replicator 69 is not an option. You guys are just trying to confuse me now.
69
All right,
is always
okay.
an option.
So let's give a countdown, a drum roll, and we will see. Blue Samurai have the stage. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Roll it.
2.
Two.
Oh,
Who's two?
it was rigged. Rigged.
Oh my
Yes.
God, it's Poland.
Yes.
Poland.
Oh.
You win.
Totally rigged.
Yes.
Oh my god.
You're my boy, Blue.
The scandal. The
Hey,
scandal.
can you hold that up to the
will
camera? Can you hold
happen.
number 2 up to the camera?
I did a moment ago. It was right here. It was that. Oh, wait, I'm showing you.
Yep.
You're
There
my boy, Blue.
Do you know what the
Confirmed.
anti-CGers will do with this now? There will be videos for weeks. Videos for weeks. Inside job.
On
Yes,
top
my
of all
pajamas
this,
and my
guys,
pajamas
on
and
top
lap
of
will be all
this,
over the internet.
We have
Lovely.
doxed Samurai's pajamas. That is made it all worthwhile.
Him and Pan together. Pan's pajamas got doxed.
Hey
Join the
James,
club.
are we able to get that Ella up back on screen,
Thanks,
full
guys.
screen?
I appreciate it. This is
Yes, please.
Yeah, so what I will do is I will actually take a shot of this real quick and send that over to Twitter. Which Twitter should I send that to? Bancroft?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do that to me. Lucent comic. The Lucent comic. Preston Poulter will make an hour-long video. Maybe.
Now if
I
I
don't
do
know.
it
Maybe he'll see the fun that we're having here and he will repent. And he
No.
will say,
Recant.
I've been missing out all this time. He will
He'll
recant.
take credit for it. He'll be like, I made Comicsgate fun again.
Well, if so, good for him.
Yeah.
You know what they normally do? They normally go, like if you're on the show, you can't be involved. But that's not what we do here. This is all above board. Poland won fair and square. We all saw it in the flesh. Congratulations.
All right, so we've got,
Are you going to post that right now?
yeah, I'm actually going to take a shot of this right now. I want to get some more light on it. So give me a second here. And we're going to go clickety-clickities.
Devilfish is saying that he
Moral
saw
of the
AIDS in
quartering.
crotch
Exactly. Oh my goodness. Our shame is revealed. Our shame is revealed.
Wait, I will call you guys right back. I'll
All
call
right,
you
man.
right back.
We'll be waiting.
All right, JDA.
Yeah.
Always wear clean pajama pants. You never know what's going to happen.
They are clean.
The quartering will dox your pajama pants. Wait, no, that's not how it happens. Warcraft is going to dox your pajama pants.
Yes, yeah, the war campaign will figure out where I bought these.
Everyone next week is going to be wearing your pajama pants.
Next time Pan shows his pajama pants, it's gonna be Blues.
How to be Blue Samurai, one pajama pant at a time.
You know, they were kind of bluish
There
pajamas.
are
too.
accusations flying because this is suspicious. Poland.
See,
this is suspicious. You've been on my stream every time I've been on, and now out of 7 people, out of 8 really, because there were 8 sides on that dice, you're the one who won. The people will be talking about this for many days to come. They will be wondering
I think that's,
what happened there.
you know, Bandita was talking about earlier. You know, you have to put yourself in the position to seize luck when it comes about. That's what I did.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You have
yeah,
to
We've
be
come full circle.
positioned.
You were number
Yes.
2. You were number 2. You got in there. Chaotic Comics. He jumped in there straight away. He should have waited, and then Chaotic would have been taking away the prize. But Fate has decided that you will be receiving this amazing fan art from James Dean Anderson.
The new and improved, the benevolent JDA.
There we are. I'm gonna have to talk.
How
to
are you
that
guys
guy.
feeling?
I'm good. Aren't you good?
How you
What?
guys
Are you like
feeling?
disappointed now? Why are you disappointed?
I'm a little
No,
worried.
I'm just like I worry because the stream is like 4 hours long. I worry that people get bored, and I'm never bored.
We're actually
I'm just
pushing
having a
5.
blast.
You have had
So,
a steady flow of 15 people watching and 24 likes. So your what's that ratio? Your ratio is doing well. Do not
Good.
fear.
Good.
Johnny
I do
Rando makes a very good point. Polish luck, Comicsgate breaking new ground all the time.
There we go. Johnny Rando.
The replicator has brung it back. He's swung it back. Always the promoter. This is why his campaign was so successful. He blames the secret societies from the Lucent. They would have the power to rig this. That's how nefarious and deep the conspiracy goes. Yeah. So
I gotta get some
bang on.
ice. I'll be right back.
Uh-oh, it's just the three of us.
No, he's the original. This is the original gang.
We've trimmed the fat.
It gets busy in here, doesn't it? I remember being on Liam's channel when he had 6 people on, and it was hard to get a word in edgewise.
Before long, we're gonna be on Liam's level.
Well, Liam only, you wouldn't believe it, but Liam only has 1,200 subs. He gets hundreds of people onto his 12 o'clock show. That is incredible. That is serious engagement. Considering someone was saying, I can't remember who it was. Who was saying it? I think Heels and Bills and Babyface. Heels and Babyface.
Heels versus Babyface as
Heels. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know if it was him. It was someone else. It doesn't matter. They were talking about a channel that had over 1 million subs, getting a couple of hundred people to show up onto their streams. Like, you want to talk about no engagement. Liam has captured lightning in a bottle there, whatever he's doing. So
10% engagement is really high.
Controversy. Liam's show. Liam has been fortunate. I think he's probably got the best show in Comicsgate right now. Specifically, not because
definitely the hottest show. It's definitely the hottest show.
Actually, that's the better way to say it. The hottest show, and it's not necessarily because of his subscriber count, but it's who's subscribing. And he has Ethan watching it, he has John watching it, he has Cecil watching it, he has Kelsey watching it, and the
all
thing
of War
is,
Campaign.
War Campaign. I mean, they love that shit. So, sorry, I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't mean to swear on your show. But it's not necessarily how many subscribers you got, but who's subscribing, right? Who's watching. And when you get, big names like Ethan, if Ethan came onto your show right now, you would get an extra 100 subscribers just like that, right? Just
Ethan,
for him showing
come on.
You know he's probably awake. He's probably drawing Cyberpunk.
Oh, you should send him a link.
No, he
would. He'd be like, "What are you guys doing?"
He doesn't often respond to me.
And you can just say, "We were just singing your praises." And
Michael,
he'd be like, well, I am a human sunbeam, so.
If you told him that I was in the chat, he may come.
It's true.
He wants to give back your time that he so cruelly took from you.
It was cruel. He ended it so fast, so swiftly.
Dude, when I was doing this, Brad, I don't know if you're still here, man. I was showing off my roller magazines earlier in the chat. Here we go. I didn't obviously there's more people watching now. So these are the I used to edit. I was the editor, creator, publisher, distributor, everything, artist, whatever, layout man of these skate mags back in the day. I was like a young man with a dream.
How long ago was that? What year is that?
This was around 2007 to 2009. I was doing this.
Okay.
And
so we're not talking
basically
like Thrasher era.
No. Basically, there was nothing in the Australian scene. The only magazines that we were getting were expensive American ones, and they came in infrequently. So I just thought, we can do this. We have a few big stores in Australia. We can. I knew all the guys. I'd been in this scene forever. Look at this cool photographs we did, and I got to just play around with text and type and layouts and just do whatever the hell I want.
Those are so sexy. How many copies of those do you got? Do you have multiple copies of
seven? Yeah, 7 copies, but I've got boxes full of them.
Oh, okay.
And I put these out. and I sold them Australia wide. Even sold some internationally. Some They had some German skate shops, some UK skate shops. Unfortunately, half my time was spent chasing advertisers for the money that they'd promised me for me to put the ads in the mag. And I was a young man, and I had to move out. And my dad was like, "You've been here long enough. Get out. It's time you went out on your own." So I had to go get a job. But I used that to kind of sell myself to get jobs. I got a lot of I got some web magazine jobs, laying out magazines and some good graphic design firms, agencies, and but I can't remember where this story was going. Where the hell did this story start? That's what happens when you get drunk.
You are on top of shit, and you know how to deliver. That's what you're saying.
Well, that's why I brought these out, because
Yes.
I've been contacting people, and some people ask, like, have you ever actually produced anything? Well, I want to say yes, I have. I produced 7 of these. It was just me and a photographer, and we put these out. They went out Australia wide. We delivered. We had subscribers. We had stores. It was a really fun time. It was a hectic time making a magazine, like a regular periodical magazine, and getting all the interviews and going on photo shoots. Man, that is a hard thing to do. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I did that, and it's a little bit of an achievement that I can look back on.
100%.
So you can rest assured that you back the Lucent, you're going to get your book.
We really do need to get you in front of War Campaign. I think that the project itself would appeal to them. That fan base. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good, man.
Colin has been telling me.
Yep. I've been dropping his streams in their Discord. I forwarded the contact info, so it's all on Michael now.
Yeah, I've
I
got
just think it's a matter of time. They've got to notice him.
I've got to email. No, yeah, but I've got to email Ro.
Are you a part of the Discord?
He's a big show. No, I don't
Discord?
I don't Discord.
Oh, man. Okay, I will. Hold on a sec. I'm going to talk to Discord right now.
There's no one on there right now.
It doesn't matter.
I tried Discord a couple of years ago, and I didn't understand it, and I hate I like to understand things. Like I understand Twitter, I understand YouTube, and I didn't understand Discord, so I didn't want to come in there like a guy, what's his face, like, hey there kids, what's going on? Like I didn't want to come in there and seem disingenuous and not really understand the etiquette.
It's not
of how it works.
Reddit. So the thing about Discord, it's not Reddit, because
I don't understand Reddit either. So.
Reddit is a monster. So unless you go in there and you are just like Reddit, it takes you time to kind of build up what you're doing. But with Discord, it is already broken up into if someone's Discord because they've brought you in or they've invited you or something like that, it's because you're already a part of that group. So you're going in already being connected with the people that are there. And it isn't the monster that's looking to chew you up and spit you out. And you a while back had said that you are a fan of War Campaign. And so
me.
Yeah,
dude. I came into. I was into YouTube I was watching back in the day. I was watching Internet Aristocrat, if you know who that is, the original Medica account. Like I am old school, trolling, kind of like that. That's what I'm all about. That's what I love. That's what I've been involved in. So when War Campaign came around, I was all about that. And it is just a matter of time and attention. Like I have a family, I have a job, I have a campaign now. It's purely just a matter of how much time do I have to spend. But like those guys, like Replicator was saying, like War Campaign are fun ads, yeah, man. Like that's all I see from those guys. So yeah, absolutely.
So guess who
yeah,
just
it seems
posted
like
on
all the
Twitter?
best memes come out of there as well. What's that?
Guess
Sorry.
who just posted on Twitter 2 minutes ago?
What?
EVS. He just woke up. It's time
I'm
to
telling you,
drop
man,
this.
you know what? Toss him a link and just say, "Hey, we're going live right now. Just wondering
We've
what
been
you
live.
I'll see if
you
my
got a couple
Twitter.
minutes."
I'll see if my Twitter works.
Quite sure.
I already tweeted, Ethan, we're talking about missing you, and then put the link to this YouTube and said YouTube stream and said, join us, say hi in the chat, and we'll link if you want. There, you know, that's it.
I let alone acknowledge it, but yeah, I'll tweet something to him. What should I say? Hey.
Oh, Rob
we
says
drunk?
he messaged him too.
All right, we're all tweeting at Ethan Transcott.
We're all tweeting EVS right now. This is what
it's the
this
happening
is
thing,
our
man.
version of the 2 a.m.
Is this riveting? Is this riveting radio?
Rob
right now?
messaged him.
This is our version of the 2 a.m. drunk call.
Yes, it's the drunk linking.
Thinking about you. I'm sorry that we broke up, but I'm at the bar and none of these thoughts compare to you, baby. I just wish it could be like it was before.
Rob wants us to stop spamming him. He DM'd
I'm gonna
me.
send him the link.
Chaotic knows what I'm talking about. I see him here. He's in War Campaign, or he just got into War
Bandito,
Campaign.
what is your name the same on there?
In War Campaign?
Yeah.
Or in Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Smiling Bandito wherever social media reaches.
Oh, I see.
There is no other Smiling
I was
Bandito.
scrolling through. I didn't catch it.
In War Campaign or Twitter, or what are you looking at?
Alaire.
Guys, seriously.
We're gonna scare him.
On text, to a chick. It's gonna literally say, yeah, like we're drawing fucking Comicsgate right now.
You're super breaking up. I can hear about
literally. This is the kind of thing I'm gonna. Can you hear me?
No.
Uh-oh.
So
we
need to give yourself a minute to catch up there, Mike.
I think what he
All
was
right,
saying
am I
is
back?
that we're like
Am I
the,
back?
You're back. You're back.
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah. This is like actually this I'm gonna regret sending in the morning. So at least it's online and people can see what we were on
post the
about.
link so that I can tweet it as well to EVS.
Do you want me to post it in the chat?
Post it in the
Am I
chat
that
so I
crazy?
can
I'll
just
post
copy
in the
it,
chat.
and I'm going to be like, EVS, why aren't you here?
Because he's like, why would I be?
why would I be? I know. Every now and then, like.
Oh,
it's
James is
weird.
back. How long have you been there, brother?
There he
I
is.
don't know. Sorry. How long have you been there, James? Sorry.
Honestly, I have been here for like 15 minutes, just watching everything going. I'm waving.
James.
I'm waving.
I'm so
partying,
sorry.
I'm dancing.
Because you know what? It's down underneath. It's down the bottom.
Michael, just so
Oh
you
my
know.
God,
All right.
I'm so sorry, James.
So now that I'm done with the drawing, and I've done my drawing for my work stuff too for the night, and did stuff for you guys, we're gonna do some Glenlivet in honor of the stream. So we're all doing a little sketchy scotch.
Oh,
Thank
awesome!
you,
All right,
guys.
I'm going to pour myself another one. My wife
we go.
is about to just die of embarrassment, but it has to happen.
James, what's the best place for people to reach you?
You can find me on Twitter at JamesDeanAnder1. My name is James Dean Anderson. That was taken because, of course, it is. And James Dean Ander1, which is just something Twitter did, and I'm like, well, this is stupid, but okay. And now I'm stuck with that crap forever.
Okay, so people.
James.
Also,
here we
you
go.
guys can see me on a new live cast. I'm actually on a new live stream with some people every Saturday called Comicscast. and Comics Cast Artist Roundtable is something that we do on Saturday, and then several of us actually do different things during the week for stuff on Facebook and YouTube. We have like 2,000 people on Facebook, but we just started the YouTube, so you guys would be some of the first subscribers. Go check that out because we will be doing some art giveaways and that kind of thing there too at Comics Cast, and you'll notice that it's kind of a red background and white Comics Cast logo over the top of it. I see Michael Bancroft. What are you drinking? What do you got?
I've got the monkey. I've got the monkeys, my
Monkey
man.
shoulder.
Yep.
All right. Anybody else joining us here?
Drink what? What are we doing?
Sorry, buddy. I do
Cheers,
not
a
like
little
alcohol.
toast.
That's
I got
all right.
toast
That's
for
all right.
days.
Here's to Ella. May she raise you all kinds of cash, and may you absolutely enjoy the process. Cheers.
Thank you, brother. And
Amen.
I'm so embarrassed.
Hail.
I'm so sorry for not letting you back in a promptly manner. That's a really poor form of me.
Oh yeah, just so you know,
I
Michael.
would be more patient, except I was just waiting for the reason to start drinking the scotch. I'm like, no, I'm getting back in.
Oh yeah.
Just
absolutely.
so you know,
I was wondering
James
when
been
you
waiting in the green room.
Like, I wonder where James went. He's not coming back.
Yeah, I was wondering that, and then I saw the private chat, and I'm like, oh my god, what's? And then I've scrolled down now so I can see whatever is
And I'm literally like waving. I was like, hi, you guys.
Man, this is so embarrassing. Like I said, if ever this show becomes even semi-professional, just someone
Never
DM me and tell me to
Never.
cut that shit out. This is my backroom just nonsense. So yeah. Oh, I can't. We've got a whole bunch of people now just messaging EVX, annoying him. He's probably eating his breakfast. Like, who are these?
Scotch, down in my belly.
It looks like he's just answering an entire overnight's worth of messages. You know?
He's just going through his. I can't imagine the
That's
tweets
awesome.
that guy gets. I mean,
dude, yeah. Whenever I get
Bombarded.
those, whenever I put out those animations, it's my mentions, my notifications are nonstop, and they go through about 24 hours, and it's just
how many
nonstop.
do you have? How many have you done?
Ella,
Just two of those main ones. I've done a few other little ones, and even as well, they've done pretty well. You know, you get a couple hundred likes, 100 retweets or whatever, 1,000 views. But just two of those big ones, and they're both, we're talking on Twitter at least 20,000 views, 1,000 likes, maybe 800 retweets. But you know what? The good thing about them is it's the people that are retweeting them, and the people that are liking them, and the people that are commenting on them. They're not CG.
Yeah,
they're outside.
That's
they're
awesome.
normies. They're normal people, and they're asking. They asked me, "Who is this guy? Where can I see this?" So I'm like spending half an hour a day when I put those things out, just sending people's to EBS's Twitter and. So I thought, okay, this is something that's actually worthwhile. This is getting like kind of a message out there. So I'm definitely going to be doing more of them. And if anyone in the chat or here knows of any rant or anything that needs to be immortalized in cartoon, make sure you send it to me on message. Someone, I can't remember who it was, told me. I remember I was talking about a Jenga thing from Dan Frager. He made a Jenga metaphor. And it was about how all the characters in the comic books were like Jenga pieces, and the mainstream had just been flicking them out of the tower, of the Jenga tower, over the years. And
Hold
the
on.
tower is really.
Stop with your Jenga reference. Is Smiling Bandito smoking a cigar on the stream right now?
He was smoking earlier, wasn't he?
That's wonderful. Oh man,
we're manly men here.
When you talked about cigars earlier, I was just like,
light it up, brother.
I always have a case.
All right, proceed with your.
Are you guys like me?
Story.
Are you guys like me? But if you see someone on TV indulging in some fine, maybe drinking or whatever, that kind of thing, you just have to partake as well. That's how I feel. So if you guys are drinking, I have to drink as well.
Bandito, I have a cigar question. If a cigar gets too dry, is there anything that can be done for it?
Ooh.
To be honest, you can to some degree put them back into a humidor and let them accrue some a little bit of moisture. But to be honest, after a point, they just get brittle, and then it just becomes kind of a sponge when you try to put water back into it, moisture in the air. You really do want to keep them humidified. Like once they start getting humidified the first time, you kind of want to keep them that way. That's just what I've seen.
You'll never get it back to what it was before. So I mean, there is a time limit. You don't want to make it where you're letting them sit for too long.
Did you see what Rob said?
I think we're past that point.
He's scared EVS will show up and I won't see it. Don't you worry about it. I'm not that drunk. Replicator thinks I'm high.
No. You should let him sit there in that waiting room for 20 minutes. So he can be like me, just waving, kicking up stuff.
I am so embarrassed. I am so embarrassed about that. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and just feel. But every time I see you now on Twitter or on YouTube, I'm gonna remember that, and I'm just gonna be mortified. No, I've got it scrolled down. You see, the problem was, if you scroll up in the little back end area, you can't see the people who are down there. So it's down there now. If anyone shows up, I'll see them straight away. So don't you worry about that. Not that I'm. This is still a bit of a joke to me. So right. Okay. Johnny Rando talks about the Jenga thing. Yeah. It's because it's so visual. I like the visual stuff. Sometimes people rant, they talk about stuff, and it just doesn't have much visual ammunition. You know, like everyone in those cartoons, they like those little cutaways. You know, where it can draw something funny, and so whatever's being said has to have that element to it. And that's what hit me with Dan's Jenga metaphor or analogy or whatever it is because he was talking about, you know, flicking away all the different characters out of the Jenga tower. And the tower, if anyone's ever played Jenga, you know, it gets really wobbly the more pieces you remove. And then COVID comes along and the whole thing falls down and everyone's saying, oh, what happened? Why is the tower falling down? You know, because they're just completely unaware that they've just hollowed out the entire industry. I thought that was really cool. Someone sent it to me in the chat. They chatted, oh, that was from this stream, and it's this time thing. And I'm like, oh, thanks, man. That was really awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. And then I just forgot. You know, and so if you have anything, if you know where that little quote is from, it's on an EVS stream. I just don't know which one. You know, send me the timestamp on Twitter, the Lucent Comic, at the Lucent Comic, or Michael Bancroft 1980 at gmail.com. And yeah, you know, this is how I made the last one. This is how I got the masculinity one. Someone sent me a message. Replicator is basically cool storing broing me. All right, I'll shut up now. You know, you've got the chat too, man. You can come on.
We got room. There's always room. Until EVS shows up, and then we all got to get out.
Yep, we got to clear the floor for Michael.
Nah. We can decide who has to get out. I have dice.
This is the party. This is a Comicsgate party. Yeah, we'll roll the dice.
By the way,
that dice. You know, you got to lean into the that dice could be the. What have you got there?
Rodriguez?
Oh, nice.
Okay, EVS just tweeted again.
Yeah, he's up there. He's doing his thing, but
he's doing work.
He's
pussy.
Yeah, he's doing.
When did that happen, Rob? When did that happen? Because that would be cool. There's a lot of visual meat on that bone. So yeah, I'll definitely be interested in that.
James, it doesn't look like your DMs are open on Twitter. Do people just tweet at you?
If they are, like, if we're not following each other, I don't know if I can. To be perfectly honest, I'm running this at the moment. I'm actually running this thing through the phones, so I'm not going to be messing with it anyway.
Oh, okay, I just wondering.
I'm here for us, baby. I'm here for us.
You basically got your internet set up to a potato. You're running the whole thing through your phone.
Well, I actually have it in front of my laptop, but I didn't have the normal link. I think I can pick up the link and just come back in, and then I can check Twitter and do the other stuff with the phone. You want me to do that? Do I need to do that?
I'll make sure I bring you in next time.
I don't want to mess up your setup. If what you
James,
got,
you're fine for me.
Okay.
What you got going is going good, then I'm not the one to mess that up.
Yeah, Rob is talking about this rant apparently about Twilight, and he says it's funny as fuck. Yeah, like I have to get better at like writing this stuff down because I'm just sitting there chuckling along as it goes, and think, oh, that would be a great animation. But then it seems so fresh at the moment, but then it all just disappears, unfortunately.
The thing, as I watch other people's channels and stuff. Like, I think I was the first person to have a video out on the Stormtrooper girl that got, what's it called?
Oh, yeah.
That got taken down, that got arrested.
Yep.
And it's funny because, like, that place you got arrested in front of, that used to be a Chinese food restaurant that I used to get spring rolls from, like, every weekend.
Wow.
And the thing about it is... What's that?
Are you in Dallas?
No, left. I'm in Calgary, but my hometown is Lethbridge, which is where that happened.
Yeah, it was in Canada. Yeah, they had funny uniforms on.
I thought you were talking about this chick that just
That's
got
the
arrested
RCMP.
and putting her stuff back up.
Some people were saying they were Chinese.
Star girl? You mean that Star Wars girl that like drew up as dressed up as a stormtrooper in front of her own shop?
Yeah, that's the one.
What the hell, Canada?
Crazy, just crazy.
I actually got some.
That's not something I would have expected from Canada.
I actually got some.
You got the inside goss. You got some inside goss.
Yeah, I know why the police officers were actually that. I know why they were on edge the way that they were, but that was not my point.
What are you going to tell us?
I put up a video. Yeah, I will eventually.
Okay.
I put up a video about that. I was probably the first one to do so. Xevious, who's a buddy of mine, he was the first one to kind of post about it on Twitter.
That was the big tweet. That's the one that went viral.
That was the big one that went viral. I was the first one to put up a video of it. But when the Quartering and Geeks and Gamers put up their videos, the thing is that they kind of did a better job than I did. And even if you think that, the reality is they missed the story compared to the video I put up, but they did a better job of it. So when you go and do your animations, you should be going into that thinking, how can I do this in a way that shows it better than what everyone else is doing? So even if it's like a month later, like it's removed completely from the time of the incident, if it's good animation, or if it's your style and it's a good speech, it's going to be relevant, right? So don't ever think that what you're doing isn't relevant if you have your own way of doing it.
Yeah, right. I hear what you're saying. Yeah, it's like, to me, the way when this guy sent me that last rant about masculinity, from the second I heard it, like, you just hear the thing. Oh, there's so much to work with here. Like, I can put in Will Wheaton.
Exactly.
I can put in the Bluehead Landwell. I can put in the whole Star Wars gag with the titty sucking. It was all just so rich. A bunch of other people have sent me a lot of stuff, and it's really good, but there's not much to work with.
Gotcha.
Visually.
Yeah.
So, it's as cool as it might look more interesting than the original thing. Just having a little character sitting there, changing positions and talking without the punches, it's not as good. And as well, I have been thinking that I like that no one else is doing this. Even though I am Comicsgate, the videos, the animations are not necessarily Comicsgate. Even though they've been featuring EVS and Cecil, they're not about inside jokes. I love Camel Moon stuff. I get a huge laugh out of that.
Totally inside jokes, though.
But it's all inside jokes. So if you're not in Comicsgate, you might not find it funny. In fact, you probably won't find it funny. And the whole reason that I did this whole thing, I started this whole thing, is because guys like EVS and John Malin and Zach have been saying for all this time, like just all the time, like get out there, make a channel, and get the message out, get people into this, because that's the only way this thing grows, is if we make content people are interested in and want to share and you know, want to view, and then that's how we get new people in here. That's how we get Poland here.
100%.
Without this stuff, people aren't going to find us, and then they're not going to know about Comicsgate. They're not going to know about these amazing books that we're making. So yeah, it's a I'm always on the lookout, but yeah, I do need that. I do need that visual punch.
Yeah, no, and that's why EVS is so good for that too, because he's not only is he like everything that he draws is super visual, but I think that's just the way he thinks. So that's the way he speaks. So I mean, his stuff is always good for that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's the heels versus babyface. I love listening to that guy. But he has that booming voice, and he says some really funny stuff. It hasn't been as visual in what he's saying. Like he doesn't draw on the metaphor as much.
Yeah.
Cecil does as well. That's the first video I made with Cecil in there. You know, he was calling out people, and he was using examples like straight out. He was like, "Bang!" You know, where's and this is what's so amazing. This is all off the top of his head. You know, he was talking about Thor. He was talking. Yeah. People underestimate what's going on there.
By the way, I just want to tell you,
he was
I'm
talking
probably
about
going to be in a
Hawkeye.
lot of trouble for smoking a cigar on this live stream, not because I'm smoking a cigar on a live stream, but because I'm doing so from the comfort of my own house. My wife and children are going to get up and be like, "Why does the house smell like a cigar?" And my wife, who I met my wife at a cigar lounge. This was the last stick that I had in the house, and I've been saving it, and I cracked it for this stream. I have not had a cigar since we got locked in COVID-19. Thank you guys for giving me a perfect excuse for the nice glass of scotch and a real stick. You guys are awesome. This has been a lot of fun.
Cheers,
really
brother.
has, James.
Dude,
You've been a boon
man.
since you arrived.
Thanks for being here, James.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Cecil would have enjoyed this part of the stream.
Because this is
Exactly.
I don't know. Maybe he would have.
Bringing people back together.
Yeah,
over
you're
food
feeling
and
watching.
brewskis.
You get a feeling watching.
Well, someone has to talk.
That's all. I just want to kind of.
Okay, it
Michael,
can't be
you're going
Michael
robot.
because he keeps cutting out.
Michael, you're going robotic.
What I enjoy.
I'm sure whatever you said was super eloquent, but nobody heard a word of it.
Mr. Bancroft, you might actually want to drop out and come right back in.
Just said Aussie.
No,
internet.
he'll free up. You just got to give him his computer a moment to catch
It's
up.
catching up.
And
But you guys are
eventually,
5 hours into this thing, right? Almost 5.5 hours in.
Yeah.
5 hours fresh.
Yeah. Actually, when I'm done with all this,
Well,
I'm
I'm
just
not
going to be
quite-
working for a few more hours anyway. This has been awesome. This has been a lot of fun.
James, do you usually work overnight?
What I found is with 2 young kids, it's actually a great way to do it because then you can sleep during the day when you need to. But I do split shift sleeping, so I'll drop for about 4 hours, then I'll get up for a few hours. First off, I'll spend time with the kids first thing in the morning when they get up, because kids are full of energy. First thing, they get up, they just want to play. So I'll do that, and then I'll crash out. And then my wife a lot of times will be like, okay, if one of the kids needs to take a nap, I can put one of them down with James, whatever. We don't have to worry about that, or I can just put them off in their bed or whatever. But if they're fighting it or whatever, then sometimes it's like, well, you get to kind of be near dad, so I think that's cool. And
Yeah.
I think what people are forgetting about this opportunity is like it really is an opportunity to spend time with your kids and see them, because honestly, I just work a lot, so I wouldn't have otherwise seen them much. I have an office here in town, and I never see the office because of this. So the whole COVID shutdown, but it means that I get to spend time with my kids. I spend time with my wife, and I still get a lot of work done because what I've done is I've compartmentalized the time so that the time is quality time versus just odd quantity where you're just tired and miserable. And then I can spend the time overnight working. And because you really, if you spend 2 hours with your kids in a day, that's a lot of time for them to get a chance to spend with their kids. So it's really like more about when you are spending the time with them, are you aware? Are you focused on work, or are you able to push that stuff aside, shut off the phone for a minute, and actually spend a little time with them?
Yeah, I think that's really important. Get the phones out of the way and just enjoy and cherish that time you have together.
Yeah, because it's so fast. They grow up so quick anyway, and then you're just another person that they hate as a teenager. So you might as well take that time. When you get them.
I've been like coming off the streams, and we all got some guns that light up when you shoot, and we've been turning off all the lights in the house, and we're running around the pitch black house, just shooting at each other with these light guns, and yeah, we've been doing that after all these streams. So it is tough, man, fitting it all in, because you're so right. They grow up so quickly. I just feel like my little girl was just a couple of years old a few weeks ago, and now she's 8. It all happened so quick.
Well, I've actually really appreciated the opportunity to sit here with you guys tonight. I would do this anytime. So anytime you guys want to talk or whatever, this is great. What I'm finding is I'm actually more proficient. Cheers. Like I'm actually more, frankly, I'm just getting more stuff done. The work looks better. The work is good because I am left alone to work at it on, like work overnight and whatnot. But doing a daily comic strip, it forces you to create every single day anyway, which has actually helped me get back onto the conflict stuff to try to make sure that I was getting that done right, because it just forces you to be in that mode anyway. And once you're there, you're like, okay, well, I might as well also be doing my own thing. And then it becomes fun again. And that was the biggest problem, was like, is this fun? Because if I'm not having fun with this and it's not making money, then it's just the drudge work. And I don't want to do that to fans, because then I think, honestly, people can see that. I think they can see it. They can read it. When they see stuff that is just you hammering through, it just becomes bullshit monotony. And then you're heartless in the way that you deliver it to everyone else.
Yeah, you don't want things that come across as being manufactured or too choreographed in a certain sense.
Agreed.
Well, I mean, when you have to take a step back, there is an aspect to this where there's always a grind. Getting on people's streams, trying to make sure that your book is heard, trying to gain followers, that kind of stuff. But the thing is, when you can be in front of people and you can be genuine, people will gravitate towards that. And the more often that you can do that, the more times that you can show the person that you are. There's so many people out there, you're going to find your audience. And people are going to want to connect with that. They want to be a part of what you're doing simply because you are their people. As much as we look at Comicsgate and we're like, shit, I found my people. There's people looking at you thinking, shit, I found my people. And the more connections we can make that way, the more people that we can find that are a part of our mindset and our this is like this is the side of tribalism that is positive. And I think that word gets tossed around a little bit too often where it's negative. And we do find ourselves caught up in situations and arguments and negative things that create a little bit of blowback on us.
Yeah.
But the reality is, all we want to do, all people, and this is everybody worldwide, all we want to do is find others that we can enjoy the things that we enjoy with. And when we can make those connections, we find something magical. And what else are we here for, if not for the connections that we can make with other people? That's it. That's all we want.
Absolutely. Yeah. You get to kind of, you just put your head down and work and work and work. You're not really, you're not fulfilled. You're not, you're missing something in what you're doing. And that's why, I've really been enjoying these things. Like, as long as you guys want to hang around, I'll be here to hang out, because
dude, ask Rob to get in here.
Ask Rob?
Yeah,
I did ask
Rob. Throw him a link.
I did ask Rob. I'll put the
I don't think you know what? when Rob gets into a stream, he likes to take over, and he's just like, "Thank you for letting me, basically own everything that you're doing right now."
Rob and I are of the same mind. But,
I think
we
that's funny. I think
understand.
Rob's a pushover.
We understand.
You think so?
I think John Malin's a pushover. I think it's cute. Guys, it's supposed to be personality. Think about it. You're supposed to have some personality, because otherwise, like, Malin nailed it. He absolutely nailed it. That if you're gonna do a channel, do something entertaining and fun. Build your channel up by being entertaining and fun, and you got to be willing to interject and throw yourself out there, because otherwise, what the hell are you doing? It's not costing you anything. Go out there, just put yourself out there. If it offends somebody, well, it's too damn bad, because you're in front of other people.
Yeah, but just make sure you don't offend somebody by saying, screw their country.
Okay.
Well, don't do an impersonation of Stan Lee, apparently, because that will rub people the wrong way. Apparently, yeah.
All I'm saying is, I think Rob is letting everyone that's in here have their moment, and I think there's this synchronicity that goes along when things are working. I think that people who, because Rob is a great personality, and when he gets into a stream, he's keen on his book. He's super excited about the things that he's doing, and he'll talk about that for hours on end, which I think, like you're saying, James, is, why aren't you excited? Why aren't you excited about the things that you're doing? And I think this is just me on the outside looking in on every single time that I see some of these, I don't want to say more successful, but people who have been around, been on the streams, they look at something, they say, hey, this is working. Why interrupt? Why interject? I'm happy here in the chat. Everything is clicking. Let's just keep it going. Let's just keep it going. And I think, some
You hear that?
people,
Screw you, Rob.
I think some people see that working well, and
Rob's like, I'm
they're
gonna
just
take my ball and go home.
They're happy with being a part of it at whatever position that they're in, right? You don't always have to be the forward. You can be happy in the chat, hanging out with everybody as we're hanging out.
Okay,
Rob,
so Rob actually said
Rob,
if my
Rob
daughter
does want to take over.
my daughter wasn't asleep, I would totally come in and take over, which is just
Okay. I'm sorry. I do give him too much credit. See, but no, this is what I'm saying. He would come in and just say, "All right, let's talk about my book now."
And that's cool.
I've never heard of his book. Does he do a comic book? Does Rob do a comic?
Are you kidding?
That's cool.
Are you
Does
being
he do a
serious?
comic?
He's got okay. You got to bring that up. You got to bring that up.
he's-
He has an
he's
amazing
joking.
book. Hold on,
Rob,
Replicator.
we're taking over for you.
Hold on.
No, I got it.
You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Rob actually, Rob's.
I don't know
talking to
how
me
quickly
about
I've
doing
got
some
it.
logo form or something.
Well, I got it right
James,
now.
yeah.
If you want to share my screen.
Do it.
James, I just
There it
found
is.
your YouTube channel.
Nice.
He's got an amazing book. I think this is probably one of the future.
Bob is taking over.
I have this video that I've been working on, and it is what future IPs I think can be turned into cartoons or feature cartoons, and or movies or whatever. And Replicator, from everything that I've seen from this, it fits right in with that. This is an original idea, incredibly fortunate with everything that's happening in our media right now. And if we are ever able to see this if we're able to see anything from Comicsgate turn into a movie, I would love to see Replicator turn into that. I
You're
mean,
welcome, Rob.
it is everything. See, Rob doesn't even need to be in here.
Gino went on a rant.
He controls from the chat.
about Rob pitching for 5 minutes and then pitches for Rob. Rob's playing 4D chess here.
Yeah, there you go. Right, everything about
This is
this
remote
book,
mind control.
everything about this book This
see,
is
see what I did there, Rob? Congratulations, Rob. See, it's funny. It's like all I had to do was tell them what they couldn't do, and then they went off and did it.
Bandito, is your superpower empathy?
Maybe. I gotta talk to some of my Asian friends to make sure that I have it right, because this is it all right here. 9 out of 10, Comics Anonymous. I don't even know who this is, but I think they got it on the nail. The everything about this book screams turn me into a movie. And when you look at his, hold on. Oh yeah, you're actually sharing my screen. Okay. Whenever you we're gonna play his video here. And for those who haven't seen it, I can't imagine anyone who hasn't seen it. But when you see this, you just look at that and you're just like, the Wachowskis want to get a hold of something like this. They would die for something like this. There is nothing but potential in this IP. Shoot, is it going to share the audio? I don't even know. I don't know how this works.
You've got to click the share audio.
You know what's funny about
when
that?
You share the screen.
You mentioned the Wachowskis, and it's actually pretty humorous when you think about it from a Comicsgate standpoint, that we recall all these ists and phobes and all your transphobes, or you hate gays, or you're like like woman haters, or this or that, or like you're racist or Nazis, all this garbage. And when you hear it, you just kind of laugh, because you're like, no, I just think that people should be awesome at what they do and they should earn it. Because you look at the Wachowskis, and it's like one of the Wachowski brothers is now a Wachowski sister, right? And
both of them changed.
Oh, are both of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both.
Wow,
they're
both of them. Wow, seriously? I actually didn't know that.
They're like one of my favorite makers.
And all they do is great work. Like their stuff is amazing.
And even though like Jupiter Rising, I thought was super drawn out and not, it wasn't condensed enough. I think it was too decompressed. That visually was amazing. And I think that they have a gift for trying to bring something from, and here's the thing about the Wachowskis. They grew up in a generation, they grew up at a time when like everything cybertech, everything from Shadowrun to I don't know, that whole genre was just being explored. Ghost in the Shell, everything about that. All they did was combine all those elements in order to make the Matrix. There was nothing significantly new in the Matrix, but they put it together in such a way that it was fresh, that it was impressive, and it created its own movement. And but I look at Replicator, I'm just like, this is either, this guy's a fortune teller, or he tapped into something that's just like all of us are able to put things together in such a way that it looks brand new. I don't know how to share my audio though.
Close that tab. So you've got the share screen. Close that down, and then reshare it. Yep.
Move from stream. Okay.
And then reshare it as a Chrome tab, and then there's a little box down the bottom that says share audio. Yeah, I never catch that Jupiter thing. So I have no Jupiter Ascending. I have no opinion on that, but yeah, obviously I'm a huge fan of the Matrix and a bunch of the other stuff that they've done. So
I got Replicator.
Sounds good.
Yes,
Blue.
seriously, guys, hit me up on the Comicscast YouTube and sign up on that. Say hi to me. I'm gonna try to do this more. But to be honest, yeah, having me on these streams anytime you want. This is a good time. It's just nice to meet people that are chill people that aren't nuts.
I still didn't see a box.
Man, you're not seeing a box?
I still didn't see a box. So let me try this again. Let me try this one more time. Share screen.
James, I gotta get you on one of those war campaign drawing competition streams.
Replicator.
Oh, nice.
If you're not seeing it, I will.
It's gonna be a little bit more high octane than this, but I think you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it then.
I've dealt with Octane.
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Here it comes. All right. We seeing that? Cool. Okay. I'm gonna play this. Here we go. Let me know if you don't hear anything.
Released into the population, it kills millions. It is simply called the Red Death. A new city is born amongst the chaos, free from the disease, but only privileged. Hope emerges as a scientist is on the verge of a cure, but before she can finish it, she disappears.
Who are you?
In order to save her, her husband is down a path he might not come back from.
Riker, help me.
But you'd do anything to save the one you anything?
All right, that's it. Replicator. Hey, Rob, you just got another.
So basically, it's Batman.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just
Devilfish.
Batman.
What?
No.
He just stole.
What are
the
you
Spider-Man
talking about?
Kick James. Where is that guy? Who is that guy?
James is out.
Kick James. See ya.
James is out. No,
So
there
long,
are
Fatty!
Man.
in Comicsgate. There are like we're all trying to figure out our voice in this, right? And there are some of us that have been living with our intellectual properties that have been basically it's our mental furniture that's been moving around in our head for so much for so long that when someone walks into that room they say, hey, this place looks really good. And when I look at Replicator, it's like I can tell this guy has just put the time into it. He has put the mental energy into it, and he has something there, something more than simply it's just it's more than just the page on the comic. And I think that Xenotype is another one of those IPs. And Cyberfrog, obviously, I mean, Ethan has lived with it for 20 years now, 25 years. And there's more to it than simply, I just had an idea and I put it into a comic. And that magic is something that you just can't, everybody sees it. Everybody who looks at it, everybody who sees it, like, as far as Canadian dollars go, it's made 30,000 as I see it on my screen. But that's just because people haven't seen it. So the more people that see it, the more people that it gets in front of, this is going to continue to grow. And I think that, as long as Rob can put his time and energy into it, this is something that in 5-10 years we're going to be seeing. It's like Alita. Alita is 25 years old, 26 years, or almost 30 years old now. It's one of those things where Rob's going to be a 60-year-old guy, and he's going to walk onto a set someday, and he's going to be like, "Wow, like those are my characters." And I think that's where Comicsgate is right now. I just look ahead, and I'm just like this. The rest of the world is creatively bankrupt, but Comicsgate is like.
And look, Rob is pointing out that Replicator 3 is in the pre-launch phase on Indiegogo at the moment. So it costs you absolutely nothing. If you haven't signed up now, go sign up to that because what are you going to get, Rob? What are you going to give us? Some day one.
He's not in here. He can't say nothing.
Great bonus rewards. There you go. Like, I had the reason why I had such a great day one was because I'd run my pre-launch page for so long, and I'd gotten about 275 signups before I launched, and I put that email together, and I had secret perks on that email, so. A bunch of the perks that you see on the Lucent page, they're at a discount if you click through from the secret links on that email. So it's definitely worthwhile. Go sign up. It costs you nothing. Why wouldn't you? I mean, you saw what the replicator is. It'd be silly not to.
There it is. Yeah, 100% agree. 100% agree. And the fact that he's on his third one shows that he is bought in. Like, he is following this through as far as he can go. And the only thing that'll hold him back is the fan base. If the fan base doesn't step up and doesn't continue to keep supporting it, hey, you know what, Replicator? We're all internet gay, and if you don't
especially when we're drunk.
If you don't want me to keep talking about it, I won't. You know, if I've given you too much love, I can understand. You know, not everybody wants to, you know, be in the bathhouse, towels asunder. But
oh, and in answer to your question, Rob, what is the non-gayest amount of affection you can give Smiling Bandito? That wasn't it. You're already gay.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Rob here says he's aiming for 500 signups. Are you able to tell us how many you've got so far? Can we like spur this on, or is that insider business? I don't know. I don't know if that's asking too much.
How many signups? How close is he? He's got 138 backers. And he's trying to get a bunch of people to sign. Oh no, I'm looking at a different campaign. So he's trying to get people signed up for his next campaign.
This is on his new campaign. Yeah. So he's got to his goal is to get 500 signups, which would be a really good day one. If you had 500 signups, you get a nice email put together. You would have a really nice day one, I imagine.
Well, he's probably going to do really well. What's this? The Lucent Waking Dream graphic novel.
Oh, that's there's some guy, some drunk Aussie, put that up a few days ago. And,
I keep linking it in the chat, but I'm not sure if I should. No, this is
let's watch
now.
It has some terrible video if anyone wants to watch it. Maybe we should put that on and see what people think about it.
There's a video for the Lucent.
Yeah, apparently.
Got 24 days left. You already got over $6,000. That ain't bad.
Not bad at all.
Reality lied.
How do you like that, Replicator? You like that? You like what I did there, Robbie?
Life is turned upside down. Thrust into a conflict where ancient shadows fight secret wars.
Well, that's why you don't have more money. It takes too long to get to the next point.
Control of the future.
Like one sentence in 3 minutes.
The allies hide in plain sight.
We're here to love, not criticize, James.
Sometimes love hurts.
The Black Dragon's coming out now.
Slow.
That looks really cool.
Cheers, man. Like, get that. Wait.
I fail to see the problem with that because I listen to most of my videos at really high speed, and he paced that absolutely correctly to be played back at 1.5 to.
Just build the tension, babe. Just building the tension.
Rob says he did not consent.
What did you not consent to, Rob? He says he was not willing. We have violated Rob's trust.
Your back.
Oh, he hated how he was getting all the love, and I yanked it out from underneath him. Oh, look, the Lucent. What's that?
Rob's
so you
back
guys have
from-
138 backers so far. You got 24 days left. So you're gonna kill what I did. You're definitely gonna.
When you
beat,
say you
Tom.
guys, it's just me. It's just me. I'm just me. That's all.
You're
I can
doing
be.
everything on your own because you're not doing everything on your own, are you?
James, chat. I'm just a man standing in front of the chat, asking you to back me. That's all I am. I do the colors, I do the art, I do the letters, I do the writing, I do the promotion, I get drunk, I do animations to get people to look at my YouTube and Twitter. And
Yeah,
here I
Bancroft,
am.
you're awesome.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
That's awesome.
And I find time to play with my kids when I can.
Okay, well, that's impressive. That's important. And I'm not just saying that. That's
you got
important.
to.
That's why I'm here.
Well, you've got to. The Waking Dream is the first book in the Lucent series. I'm just going to read now because I'm way too far gone to do any kind of coherent pitch. 76-page full color trade paperback made up 56 pages of story plus 14 pages of bonus material. The Lucent is an ongoing... You get my drunk pitch, by the way. The Lucent is an ongoing fantasy series set in a world not too dissimilar from our own, but where nothing is as it seems. It's a place where ancient shadow societies hiding in plain sight train a select few to tap into mysterious abilities, to secret wars for control of the future. These secret societies, man, they've been building civilization since the get-go, and whoever kind of wins whatever battle will come out of this series, they're gonna have they're gonna have free reign over civilization moving forward. So that's the kind of stakes that we're talking about here. In Waking Dream, we meet Ella Forsyth, a young woman who from the outside appears to be living an unremarkable life. But every night in her dreams, she's visited by Damon Spector, an enigmatic young man who's teaching her to do things she never thought possible. However, when the barrier between dreams and reality begins to blur, she'll be in the middle of a conflict that will turn everything she knows upside down. That's the first book, guys. That's what you're going to get in the first book. You're going to get a little bit of pieces here and there from like the greater world that exists outside of this. But yeah, the first book we're going to be going along Ella's journey as she's kind of tumbling down this rabbit hole. The Lucent weaves mystery, suspense, superpowered action, romance together in a world where myths and legends come to life in ways never seen before. If you enjoy stories like that reimagine History Matrix or The Highlander, or games like Assassin's Creed, then you should consider backing the Lucent.
Also,
yeah.
The Woken.
It is something. You're right. The Woken. That's right. The original name. Before the world got woke.
Join the new Legion of Woke with Michael Bancroft.
You're my wokies.
So the replicator goes, Michael trying to promote the Lucent while drunk is something. Comics neutral, is it though? Replicator, can I unback?
Don't you dare.
So what were you at before? Because I think your money went up. I don't see a number. Refresh your thing. Refresh your total
went
here.
up.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too drunk to know numbers.
No, it looks the
numbers.
same.
Who can understand?
I did get an email during this. I did get an... Rob, if you were on stream, you could have stopped me. You could have put a halt to this, but you weren't here, so you have to suffer through it like everyone else. All right. This stream has been going for nearly 6 hours, and I've barely even talked about the Lucent. So you forgive me a minute of drunk reading. Yeah, I got an email from someone, and they said they're going to back it. So does that count?
I don't see the number of backers going up, but I think your total went up.
There might be people upgrading.
That would be cool. Yeah, if anyone has done that, thank you so much. That's amazing. No, you know what it could be? It could be the exchange rate, because it's the original is in Aussie dollars.
I know. So, but before it wasn't like, I'm looking at Canadian dollars and it says 8,999, but it wasn't that before. So I don't know. I think it went up. I think someone decided to maybe change their tier or something like that.
That would be cool.
Sounds like Bandita's being coy. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, I haven't actually backed it yet. I am guilty of not having bought into this Lucent this Lucent waking
dream.
Waking dream.
He's working for the Illuminati. He's trying to deny they exist.
Yeah. But it looks like your total cash dollars went up. So maybe somebody.
Wait, didn't Tom Cruise already make this movie? wasn't that book written years ago? The Waking Dream. What was that?
Was it?
The lucid dream, not Lucent.
Lucid dream. Yeah.
From what was that? Vanilla Sky.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That was a really cool movie.
Yeah, that movie
got dark.
You know,
it really did.
When I get the cash, this
I'm sharing your screen right now.
My screen?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, when I get the cash, if this isn't claimed yet, I am totally going to grab this cover art. I love the fact that you. I love the fact that you. I just love the way that you have changed the perspective, so subtly in this book, and when I look at the cover art, where did the graphic? Where it shows like the reflection and that kind of stuff. Is there like a matte finish with some sort of like UV finish, or like what's going on there?
Yeah, if you scroll down to the bottom, that is that's going to be like probably a big stretch goal, because it can if you try and put a UV spot on the book too early, it can double the printing price.
Wow!
But if you put it, it's crazy. But if you put it on once you're printing enough books, it's kind of negligible. So but that cover is, I mean, it was designed to I conceptualized it to have that UV spot because it just really sells that concept. You know, it's that.
You guys are,
you're seeing the cover at the same time.
Is that Melanie?
That's my wife. See, Rob thinks I can't. Rob thinks
is
I
that
can't
is that
say
Beauvais?
Beauvais. All right, here we go. Ready? He's challenged me. Michael should try and spell your name. Okay, here we go. Ready? I could get this wrong. It's only been 17 years. Don't worry about it. Beauvronnnois. Did I get that wrong?
Got it,
Rob.
Got it.
She would have killed me if I got that wrong.
He got it, Rob. He did it.
You can be proud.
When she first told me that name,
laugh out
I
loud.
looked
It
at
took
it and I'm
years
like,
to get it
what
right.
is that? Yeah. But Small and Dita, I really spent a long time on conceptualizing the concept, getting the art exactly how I wanted it to be, the colors and everything. And obviously, you know, with a cover, you spend a bit more time on it than a normal page. You know, you put a lot more detail and care into it and all that sort of stuff. So,
well, you know what? It shows.
Yeah.
It really does. And if you're able to hit that stretch goal, do you know what your amount is for that? Is it a number of backers or is it?
Wow,
I'm going to be figuring. I'm going to be figuring all of that out. This, you know, sort of towards the end of the first week of the campaign. So we're coming. Up.
Well, it's
Melanie is
So I just kind of wanted to see. There was a big push on the first day. Right. She's got a sense of humor.
That's how my wife is. She's got a dark sense of humor. It's funny. Guys, life is too short. If you find somebody great and they make you laugh, then you're already set well. Because if you guys just forget to laugh about stuff, you'll just end up being people that argue about everything and it sucks.
I don't know about that.
We have a cool.
I make all the ladies laugh, but usually it's at me, not with me.
For the wrong reasons? Okay, I guess.
For all the wrong reasons.
Sounds like high school all over again.
Rob is trying to manipulate us again.
You see, this is what would have happened if he had been in stream. So he was using restraint by not joining us. I'm telling you, the guy's a gentleman. He knows.
I find
he
that,
knows.
I find that ironic. We did it anyway.
We have a good story. Like Mel and I met when I was studying in Germany. I was studying graphic design in Germany back in the early 2000s, and we've been together a long time. We met in Germany, and then she came over here, and we've been together ever since, pretty much. So,
Well,
we got 2 kids now.
I have a bunch of color and like digital color and stuff I got to finish up on a comic strip for tonight to send off to a client. So I'm going to sign off and say I bid you well. Guys, this has actually been a lot of fun.
James, it's been an absolute pleasure. Great talking to you.
James, you are welcome here anytime. Thank you so much.
And I'll,
you
I'll
really
keep
added
listening
so
in
much
the
to the
background.
stream.
Yeah, I'll keep listening and laughing along. Guys, actually, this was a lot of fun. Thanks so much.
Thank you, James.
Adios.
Great to meet you.
Bye, guys.
Samurai, I didn't realize you were still here.
I'm trying to.
He's a
I'm trying not
gentleman.
to, with you guys being drunk, I'm trying not to say anything too stupid.
Because you don't drink, do you?
No, I don't. I've tried and I don't like it.
He's been keeping that one.
I
My
haven't
father
been
really-
drinking
I'm like that
either
with,
if it means anything because I have
smoking.
to work in 2 hours. So
What are you doing, Poland?
This
striving
is the downtime,
forward.
You know,
I'm grinding
this
it
is when
out.
you get.
Bandito's
you,
been
man.
talking
Like,
about
there
the
you
grind all night. This is the grind, Michael.
Have you
Here
guys
with
Hell
you,
yeah,
brother.
this is the grind.
Have you guys been drinking like for the past 2 hours?
2 hours? I started drinking like
a
long time ago.
When I popped on, you had 3 drinks. Have you had more? Is what I'm getting at. Oh, that's empty.
No, I take it slow.
Yeah.
I take it slow. Smiling's been going hard.
No, not hard. If this was full, then I had been going hard. But this is just another Monday night. Wait, what night is it? What day is it?
It is now
Yeah,
Thursday.
it is. It is a day.
It is a day. Today is
Did you
a day.
guys realize that Rob is negging us the this whole time? Look at him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is how he manipulates. He makes us think like we just need to put on back. We need to put the replicator back on.
I always imagine Rob's icon. I always imagine him looking at the monitor like that, just really intense and furious.
That's the villain in his story.
Why aren't you looking at my campaign?
Is this? Can you confirm that this is the villain, Rob?
Or a villain, I should say.
Just before you go, he looks a bit like Hugh Jackman. Is there any
shaved.
influence there? Yeah, like a cleanly shaved Hugh Jackman.
Oh, Smart's on the West Coast.
Wow.
Oh,
Smart.
Poland,
Thank you
Dofter
so
thought,
much.
Dofter thought that you were on the West Coast.
No. Nope. I am Central Time.
No, I told him your name, and he says, "Oh, 805. That's an area code." So he thinks you're in California.
Oh, yeah. Everyone thinks I'm either from Hawaii or California because of that. No, that's an old apartment number from when I was a kid.
Sorry, I'm just looking at your artwork here. And
I'm just looking at you, looking at my artwork.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, I'm on screen.
Devilfish says, if it wasn't for Rob, I would not have refunded the Lucent for replicator.
Devilfish. Devilfish. Hey. You bad.
Let me re-roll that die and see if I can get number 7 to come up.
Yeah, was he in that role?
Yeah, he was number 7.
You know what I think about when I see this cover?
Women.
It's like
that?
the last moment the comedian has.
Yeah,
The Watchmen.
right.
And I look at it, I'm just like, you captured that moment, and you see her. She obviously jumped off the top of that building or was thrown through a window or something, and it's just like, and she's like, I got this shit, you know?
Yeah,
And-
yeah, totally.
And you're just looking at that and you're thinking, what the I don't know if I can swear on your stream, but like, what the hell? What
I think
the
my kids are
hell?
in bed now.
What the hell? Okay, what the motherfucker is going on? Like, this is the perfect cover. It says, "Open me up and find out exactly what's happened." You've taken, you know, in a movie when you have that entire scene that's happening and the hero, you know, the star of the show is about to be shot and killed, and it's just like, let me tell you about how I got here. That is exactly what this cover is.
You're probably wondering how I got here. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, cool. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah. Well, yeah, like I said, man, I conceptualized this thing for a long time. Devilfish is a cheeky fella. If you are a fella or a lady, Devilfish is cheeky either way. Says, I kid, I never purchased the Lucent. I like your sense of humor, my friend. I like that. Yeah. I'm like I really suffered over this cover, you know, for want of a better word. I struggled with it to because I don't want people to think that they're getting a story that they're not getting. You know, I want them to kind of get the feeling of the story from the cover. I was just kind of thinking, you know, if I was walking through a bookstore and, you know, you don't really get to see what kind of story it is from the book cover, because how can you know on the inside? It's just text. What would stop me in the aisle and make me pick something up? And that's sort of where I came from, and that's how I landed on this. So it's good to know that you're kind of getting those vibes from it.
And you got to figure out what that stretch goal is, because that's what you got to be promoting. Like, the whole thing, like, you should be saying, here's something I haven't seen on comics for a while. This is this type of cover that I want to push. This is what I want to see happen. You want to see this vision come together, and you need to be pushing that and make it so that everybody wants to see that vision come together. You know, just having that reflective surface. I know I've seen it somewhere. I just can't. I don't know.
It's down the bottom. If you scroll all the way down the bottom.
See, this is what I needed from you. We have to be on the same team here. There we go. See, this, you got to figure out what that stretch goal is to have this happen. Whatever it is that requires that reflective cover to happen, you need to say, this is what I'm going for. I want you to have this vision. I want you to have this in your hands. This is what I want to see on your shelves. When you guys say that you're excited about this book and having it as something you display, I want this to be what you display. And whatever that stretch goal is, man, you got to figure that out and just say, I can't afford it until we get here.
Yeah.
So
because I didn't even want to give it to you guys without that on it, because it adds so much to everything, just to the thing you're holding in your hands. It adds to the cover. It just adds to the whole product, you know, adds to the whole experience. So I understand exactly what you mean, and it's I've got to figure all that stuff out. It's
And my worry right now, Michael, is that some people may anticipate that being the cover regardless, since it's already up there.
Yeah, that's got to be edited.
No, you know what? I wouldn't worry about that. If that's what they think that it is, and that's what gets them to back, then that's totally fine. You're not making any promises, but I would definitely say that I would, as soon as you can, get that stretch goal up and say, this is what it takes. This is what it takes for me to get this.
How many
look at that? Sorry, go ahead.
How many books have to be in the print run to make it economically viable to print that?
Exactly.
And then how much does that print run cost? And what are the other costs on top of that, including paying you? And then that's your stretch goal, and and shipping, and that's your stretch goal, because the shipping counts in the stretch goals.
Yeah.
So
they're all on a spreadsheet. Basically, a big first day, pretty big second day. It's slowed down since then. I want to make the stretch goal kind of feasible as well. It's definitely not something I want to miss out on. So I've got to sort of figure all that stuff out. And because, you're exactly right, Bandito. This needs to happen in my mind.
Yeah,
it's almost an integral part. It is an integral part of that presentation. So yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I'm hearing what you're saying.
And I think you can make it happen. Like, you got so many days. You got so many days to make this happen. And right now you're in the middle of that lull, right? Or at the beginning of that lull. And this is where, just like with all the time it took you to draw and put this comic together, you know, it was a grind. You didn't see any profit from it. You didn't see anybody saying, hey, I'm excited about this. This is that time where you got to put in all that effort, because the last week, that's where you're going to see it pay off. And as you continue to get your name out there, as you continue to get people excited about this project, it'll be that last week that you see all that work and effort pay off. So, and you're saying that you're going to be on lots of shows and that you're doing the grind. So, I mean, you're already on that path. But yeah, make sure that this cover, like, I don't know if this is the thing that you think you need to see. Just keep in mind that every single day that you're on someone's show, every single day, and I would push it. I would say every time you're on someone's show, I would say this is your goal. This is the thing that you want to see happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it really is too. So that's good. It's good that you picked up on that and pointed that out, because yeah, it's kind of, at the moment, it's just down the bottom of the campaign, because yeah, I don't have a fixed number yet. I haven't figured that out, but it is, yeah, like I said, when I was conceptualizing cover, this was how I conceptualized it, like this. So
it's super sexy, man. I got to say, that's just exactly what you need to have.
It's so illusory too, because the first time I looked at it, I was going to ask, I was going to ask Poland what he thought of it, except that he agreed with Rob, and we're not going to promote that. So anyway, the first time I look, you know, when I see it, it's got all that bent reality to it. The angles look weird, etc. And then, you know, then it's I realize she's not falling towards us; she's falling towards her reflection. Blah blah blah, and it twists around a few times before it makes sense to me. And it's just mind bending, and until you realize, oh, we're looking through her eyes, we're not looking through our own eyes. You know, she's not over my head falling down. Another impression I get of it sometimes is that she's going to come up out of the puddle and grab me, it's, as opposed to her
and
diving
Blue would
into
like
the
that,
world.
for the record. He would like that.
I'm not saying
hello.
no.
What's going on?
Yeah.
I do feel like I'm dreaming now. Ooh, this is the Lucent, huh? Okay.
Dinner tonight, not a problem.
Yeah, no, well,
it's-
what you just said is exactly right. That's part of that was exactly how I conceptualized it. I wanted it to.
You wanted someone to have dinner with me?
I wanted someone to grab you from underneath and drag you under. No, I wanted the first glance to have one impact, and then on the second look, you see something else, and on the third look, you maybe come to another realization, and it's a sort of successive, different interpretations of what you're seeing, because that's how I've written the story. So I wanted it to reflect the story in that sense. It's got that multi-dimensionality to it. So yeah, that's really cool that you say that, because that's exactly what I was going for.
Michael, we
that's
got
really cool.
a new person in here.
Grits
In the
and
chat.
Guts, how you going? Thank you for coming in. Zombie fan here. Just like to listen to stuff while drawing. Yeah, well, we've been here a long time. We're all settled now. We're a bit loose, feeling all comfortable in our chairs. Just talking comics, talking the Lucent. The Lucent is my book. I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but it's on sale. It's on Indiegogo. It's there to be backed, and yeah, you jumped
It's
into
there
the
to be
chillest.
backed. It's there to be backed, and it is $1 away from being $9,000 in Canadian funds. Whoever backs
Oh, wow.
it next is going to push it over the top.
I'm always
of 9,000
looking
Canadian
for things to sell it on, new points of interest, and that's a good one. So close to 9,000 Canadians, also pretty close to 10,000 Australian. So yeah, there's that as well.
In case anyone cares about Canada all of a sudden, There you go.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just
we're finding fewer reasons every day, but
I'm just kidding.
Being able to push Lucent over creates one more. So
That's right. The Lucent makes Canada important for this moment.
in time.
Hey guys, I have to go real soon.
Even realizing it.
I have to go real soon, but before I do, Bandito, what happened to your cigar?
Well, it's got a little short, and whenever they get short, they start to get a little bit acidic. But
Blue, do you have to clock in?
Sorry, do I have to what?
Are you going to have to go physically clock in here in a second?
Not in a second. I'm going to take a nap. And then clock in.
Oh my god! You're not working from home, are you?
No, I'm not.
Oh god, Blue, why?
Because I really don't want to go to work. That's the only reason. Okay, I drove probably 6 hours today, taking Dofter over to his own city where we worked on my car, and then I drove back, and he had dropped a car off in my city because it's more likely to sell here, and so I took him back. So no, Dofter is not sleeping on my floor tonight. There's a few funny stories behind that. So I'm not used to hearing other people breathe in the next room, so every time I fell asleep last night, he'd wake me up and after we got off stream. I haven't slept a lot, but yeah, I took a day off work to go get my car fixed. As a bonus, we blew a ton of time trying to get a power wire through because of a freebie, base system in my trunk that we hooked up. Anyway, I wanted to go a different direction with this. I gotta hold on. I gotta click a button before I go.
We're not shilling Rob's book again.
Who?
Blue, are you about to dock to your pajamas again?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna show you the tag. Right. Anyway, I'm kidding. Not.
Hashtag no more pajamas.
There she is.
Give it to us. Whoa. Hold on. Sorry a sec. Click the wrong thing. What do you got there?
Blur, apparently. Can that be read? That cannot be read.
I can see it.
All right. It says QSRA number 2, handmade in the Dominican Republic. So
that's cool. Reminds me of the Seinfeld episode.
I don't know what this. Huh? Sorry.
What are we looking at?
Seinfeld. In Seinfeld, they're trying to get Cuban cigars, and they end up with Dominicans. And there's a whole big joke about it.
They're Dominicans.
Dominicans.
That's great. So anyway, the point of showing this was I know absolutely nothing about cigars. They weren't my thing. They were my father's thing, and it was pretty cool seeing people enjoy cigars. I like Black and Milds, but that's different. It's cool seeing people try cigars. While I was a couple cities over, Mom's moving, and she's cleaning up the house. So I got another 3 boxes of Dad's old stuff to go through, because he never cleaned up of anything before he died. And one of them was I found a cigar box with one last cigar in it, and that was it. And for all I know, it's crap. So
okay, the only way to save it, the only way to get a little bit more out of it, is you take a paper towel and you just dampen it a little bit. Put it into a box that doesn't have a lot of air, it can have a little bit of airflow, but not a lot. And allow maybe a day for it to kind of circulate. The moisture will circulate. If it's a little bit warm, don't make it warm, but a little bit more than just room temperature. And you will get some moisture back in that. And then you will get some of that flavor coming back in. But don't leave it for too long with too much moisture, because it will get you don't want to leave it for too long with too much moisture, because it will get soggy. It will.
Did he freeze?
He froze.
Oh, he froze.
It wasn't me.
Oh,
you froze, bro.
I'll come back. Am I back?
You're back now. You don't leave it in.
When I'm back.
Don't leave it in for too long.
Okay. I don't know. Am I back?
You're back.
I don't know what's going on. Don't leave it in.
We're on the same
guys.
I don't know what's going on. Am I back?
I've got to.
Comicsgate says Dominicans are sweeter anyway. Anyway, the point of that was, so I just wanted to say it's really good hanging with you guys and seeing people enjoy cigars. My dad was he liked whiskey sours, but he was very clear that you sip liqueur, you don't chug it. And I've been remembering him lately for various reasons, but 2 weeks ago was 8 years that he had passed away. So on the 23rd. And so I really appreciated just hanging with you guys tonight. I want to say thank you.
Oh,
thank you so much, man. All you guys are always welcome here.
Right.
This is we've got a great little thing going here. I actually think I got to get up and go on to Mandy's show tomorrow. So I think I might just actually end it here. This has been a blast. I've had such a good time. I'm just so amazingly humbled that you guys would spend your nights here with me. This has been amazing. I've had so much fun. I hope you guys have as well. And yeah, that's it from me, guys. So thank you again. Thank you to everyone. I don't know if we've sold any books, but we've had a lot of fun. So yeah, that's all I got to say. So,
all right, take care of yourselves.
No,
thank you guys, and I hope to see you soon.
Really appreciate your time. Really appreciate you guys letting me hang out. And hail Comicsgate, hail War Campaign. Let us all move forward in good times and adventures.
Absolutely. And how the chat, you guys who've been here chatting and like watching this stream, I'm just so grateful that you guys are here and chatting. We've had so much fun. I know I have. I hope you have too. Poland, brother, thank you for showing up again.
The sun is
I'll be
up.
able to do it again at some point tomorrow. I don't know what's going on with you, like how you're able to do this, but thank you anyway. And
Working from home,
yeah.
I have that flexibility, thank goodness. But in the coming weeks, I probably won't have it. But
no, neither will I as well. I'm going back to work next week sometime, so I'm just gonna like strike while the iron's hot. I'm here. I'm now.
That's why I'm thinking.
And yeah, Johnny's here too. Thanks, Johnny. I've seen you in here all night. So cheers, guys. I'm gonna end it here, and yeah, I'll see you next time.
Michael, remember the email row.
Yes, I will. I promise. Okay. See you guys.
See you.
Bye.
Good night, guys.
Good night. Godspeed.